review by the Select Board. As a reminder of the normal process, this is a public hearing, but we actually encourage and welcome the public to be here. All of the documents were posted on the website and available. And we encourage and invite people to join us. We have some town meeting members, some FinCom meetings, and other people who are presenting the budget today. This is being recorded by DCAT. You can watch, replay this at your leisure. And after this meeting, the Select Board will make recommendations on the budget. That, and after the warrants are reviewed by the Select Board, it goes to FinCom. At the point that the Select Board has made its recommendations to go to FinCom, packets will be prepared for the town meeting members, sent to them, and they'll be invited to the FinCom review meetings to further discuss any issues they want to on the budget. So I don't know if that's David or not, but we're getting a little feedback. There we go. So we are also engaging in our first trial run of our new remote meeting opportunities. The Select Board at the last meeting heard a very good presentation by our IT director, and we are looking to come to a point where we're getting some technical difficulties and some noise, primarily because we're testing out the remote app opportunities and remote access by the public and by planning of board members of the commission. They weren't tuned into the last meeting. Special circumstances and cases where they will they be able to participate fully in the meeting that they normally wouldn't have if they're out for specific reasons. We hope to extend that to the members of the public as well in the near future after we've tested out the technology and worked out the kinks. Kinks being some of the ones we're hearing today. So today remotely, we've asked, and Select Board Member Bennett has agreed he'll participate remotely so that we can experience what this process will be like. So he's, for those of you who can't see, he's on a large video screen over on the side. We can see him. He'll fully participate in today's meeting. I think that's about all I had before I hand it over to the town manager to start the normal Danvers Town budget overview. Before we do, I would like to ask you to stand and we'll cite the Pledge of Allegiance, if you don't mind. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. At this time, we will open with the town manager introducing the fiscal 2023 town Danvers budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You described partly the schedule. I'm not going to read what's on the slide here, but in blue in the middle, you can see where we are in our annual budget process, which began back in the fall as the department started to put together their operating and capital requests. And going into the holidays, we had a very imbalanced draft budget, as is the case every year. And over the past few months, the team has worked closely with the schools and the library to bring that budget into balance, and that is what we will be discussing throughout the day today. I'm joined at the table by Assistant Town Manager Jen Breaker and our Director of Administration and Finance, Rodney Conley. Our IT Director is lurking somewhere, probably working on the static that we were hearing, and he and DCAT worked hard to set up the technology that you described today. And hiding off camera is Ann Freitas from my office, who coordinated the morning for us, the refreshments, and making sure everybody was where they were supposed to be, when they were supposed to be there. So without her, we'd still be fumbling around looking for papers right now, trying to get this thing started. I'll start briefly. This is a new slide this year, but as part of the budget process, and I should note the award-winning budget process, because Rodney and his team have been working for a couple of years to get our budget ready for GFOA review, and it was awarded the GFOA award this year as a document that communicates clearly to the public what we do. We introduced 3 goals that the select board adopted back in the fall. Those were specific to the budget we're working on rather than the more general goals that we've historically had in the policy. So the first was to try to make some headway on a goal that we've been discussing for a number of years, which was to start to move capital outlay expenses and OPEB expenses from free cash, which is it's a one-time revenue, it's an annual one-time revenue, into the tax levy where it more appropriately belongs. We were able to make some progress on that goal this year. The second was to continue to follow our debt schedule for the Smith School and to bring on board more of the debt related to that project into the tax levy. We were able to accomplish that. And then the third was to begin to restructure the way that we budget IT across all of our different budgets in the schools, in the warrant, and the general fund, to better align new initiatives that we're taking on and ongoing expenses that some of which had historically been funded through the free cash certification that we wanted to try to get in the tax levy. So we did make some progress on that as well, which we'll talk about throughout the day today. High level overview of the expenditures. I'll start sort of broadly saying, with a couple of exceptions that we'll talk about throughout the day, this is essentially a level services budget. As we are coming out of the pandemic and we're seeing some of the revenue lines creep back to not quite where they were, but closer to where they were. Some of the initiatives and operational changes that were really called for a couple of years ago that were paused are now being implemented. As you can see at the bottom, the total budget is up 3.44%. There are some highs and lows in there. We're joined today by the Essex Tech, the Peabody Institute Library, and Danvers Public Schools, and those representatives will be able to talk shortly about their respective budgets, so I won't dive too deeply into those, but kind of working down the general government budget, that's driven in part this year by relocating some of our ongoing IT expenses out of the tech warrant and into the operating budget to the tune of about $130,000, which we'll talk about when we get to the IT budget. It's also driven in part by the equity and inclusion position that was partially funded in this year and is fully funded in the budget we're talking about, as well as some operating costs associated with that position so that they can start to do the work that we have envisioned for that position. Good news on debt, we have a decline this year, which is great. That was one of the budget areas where we gained ground. Another area where we gained ground was in benefits and insurance. We had a very competitive renewal this year, well below trend. And with some of the changes that we made to the health plan a couple years ago, we were actually able to incorporate some of our OPEB, our annual OPEB contribution, into that budget this year, which was a stated goal. As has been the case, the tech it's a double-digit increase again this year. This is the 5th time in 6 years that we've had a double-digit increase in that line. For context, our assessment was about $1.9 million in fiscal year 17. It's approaching $4 million today. As a community, we're represented almost with twice as many students in the school as our population would indicate, based on a population basis. And we are working closely with the mayors and the state delegation to try to figure out a solution to that, because it's not sustainable. And a lot of the headway we made this year on health insurance and debt has been absorbed once again by the increase in the tech assessment. Not on the slide, but in the budget packets that you received on Friday, as well as, that is also posted online, just for some context. So when you're looking, and I'm not going to ask you to go there now, but we do a revenue and expenditure summary in the budget book. The non-enterprise budget this year is increasing from $110 million to $114 million. That's a 3.78% increase. But I wanted to provide some context. If we were to hold the tech assessment level and we had not relocated the IT funds from the warrant to the tax levy, it'd be about a 3.1% budget increase. So a little over 0.5% of that is driven by those two. One was a planned migration and the other was not. Briefly on the revenue side, you'll see the tax levy. Also, it's depicted in the budget booklet, but property tax in Danvers represents about 77% of our total revenue. It is far and away, and that's consistent with every municipality in Massachusetts, every state where property tax is the driving force. That's very consistent. That's a pretty stable number. It was 77% last year as well. But the 3.2% there represents the Prop 2.5 increase as well as the projected growth for the year. The good news on state aid, it's up 6.82%. 90% of that is directed toward the schools through the Student Opportunity Act. So when they present their budget, which is up 4.37%, that is driven largely by requirements in the Student Opportunity Act in terms of funding programs and services. Good news as well on local receipts. Everybody in this room will recall that we had to reduce those estimates 3 times as the pandemic was unfolding, as we were getting data weekly, sometimes monthly, sometimes weekly, and recalibrating those. But we're starting to see those turn back around, which is positive news. And in the other available funds, we leveled off the amount of debt service that debt stabilization that we're using, which was by design, and we are backing off the amount that's coming out of the overlay reserve. And that's an account that is in place and under the control of the Board of Assessors that they use as they are navigating the appellate tax board on an annual basis. So they try to maintain a balance there to cover current liabilities, but we're easing off of that this year, which is a positive. So we flip to the next slide. We do this slide every year. We like to provide a snapshot of our reserve position, which is critical to the budget process and the financial ecosystem. Here we have free cash at the top. We had a strong free cash certification this year. That was not a coincidence. We held back free cash last year in excess of our stated policy of 1% of net operating because of the uncertainty with the pandemic. Between really holding off on projects and efforts that we could, Rodney and the finance team and town accountant Heather Varney doing a terrific job making sure that we were maximizing state and federal COVID-related reimbursements. We were able to sort of weather the worst of the storm, and the state, it's noted here, the state recommends 3 to 5% of net operating to be a free cash certification each year, and the 5.6 and the 5.6 in 21 and 22 are well within that. So we're very consistent. This is an unusual year, and as we'll talk about very briefly today, but more in depth during the warrant, we're gonna be able to make some recommendations to use that strong free cash number to prepare for the Public Works facility and also to strengthen the General Stabilization Fund. And I think that's what I wanted to cover on this slide. And with that, we can pause. Really, it's a discretion of the chair if there are questions that you wanted to ask for now.
So I will. I'll just on the general presentation the town manager has offered. I'll ask the selectmen if they have any comments. I'll just keep going in the same order. Select Board Member Bennett, do you have any general questions at this point?
Not at this time, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Select Board Member Mills?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Select Board Member Duggan?
I'm all set for now. I'll delve into the specific departments as we move along.
Thank you, and I'm all set. So I guess we are ready to move on.
Okay. I'm happy to do this, or I can hand this off.
Just as a reminder for the presenters, we are being filmed by DCAT. If you could go to the podium and present and speak to the microphone, introduce yourself, because we don't know who you are yet. Thank you. Or some of us may or may not. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we did get this
Electronically.
Yes. Fantastic. Thank you. And I'll welcome members of the audience as we go through each presentation to offer their comments as well after the select board members do.
Can you hear me? Yes, okay. My name is Heidi Riccio. I am the Superintendent Director of Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School. Thank you for inviting me today to present our budget. We do not have any slides because we presented electronically the actual budget process. The preliminary budget was approved by our district committee in February. We then subsequently held a public hearing on Thursday, to which there were no concerns or questions related to that public hearing, and it then again moved forward to our towns and communities. We are at a 4.93% budget, which is directly increase over last year, which is a direct result of an increase in student population. As you know, Governor Baker and his skills cabinet has made it clear to increase access to high quality career and technical and agricultural education opportunities, which then is a direct result of this enrollment increase. The enrollment increase is due to demand, supply and demand essentially, of that students are looking for alternative choices to education other than the traditional comprehensive academic high school setting. Over last year, and I understand that certainly Danvers has continued to have an increase of enrollment, but so has our other 5 sending communities, of the largest 5 sending communities. So the 4 cities that we work with, as well as the town of Danvers, have seen a significant increase not only in enrollment, but also in applications. For example, our existing 8th graders that reside in Danvers, 56% of them have applied to come to our school. This presents a significant, obviously, challenge because we cannot clearly take 56% of your student body, nor are we able to, and we do try to make sure that it is a good fit for all students. Recognizing that the transition to a vocational school setting with an alternative week schedule, an A week and a B week, what we call them, or blue and green week, is where students attend school for academic classes on one week and then their technical areas on the other week. And for some students, that transition from 8th grade to high school can be challenging for them. And so we really do try through the interview process and the application process to make sure that those students understand that a technical education is definitely a bit different than an academic comprehensive setting. If you do see, while enrollment has increased and your assessment has increased, your actual per pupil rate has decreased from last year. And I think that that's something that you really should consider. So while your increase is directly related to enrollment increase. So those students that reside in Danvers will need to be educated, whether they're being educated at Danvers High School or Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School, which is the preferred vocational school setting for the town of Danvers, as you do have, you are part of our member community. So at this time, I'm certainly open to any questions that you may have. I'm not sure if you have reviewed the budget that we did submit to you.
I'll start with Select Board Member Bennett. I'm just going to keep the same rotation through the morning, and then we'll change it up later.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Superintendent. Good to see you again, even though I'm not there. Your enrollment next year, I believe, was 1,700 students. Is that correct?
That is correct, not including our After Dark students, which are those students that come to us in grade 11 from 4 different communities that have chosen to do a half day of school in their home district and then a half day with us for vocational programming.
Thank you. So I think pre-merger, the student population between the 2 schools, about 900 students, and we were turning away each school some 400 to 500 a year. Now that you're fully operational, you've doubled the student population in the school, and kudos to you for attracting that large number of students, even though it does put a crimp on our budget. You're doing what you're supposed to do, is get these kids into these trades. Thank you very much.
Anything else, sir?
Mr. Bennett.
No, I'm set.
Great, thank you. Select Board Member Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I applaud the Essex Aggie. I was the chairman of the board when we were Essex Aggie a long time ago, 30 years ago. and I've always respected the school. Don't take this wrong, but I was thinking this morning, as I was late getting over here, what happens if we do not, and if the town does not, oh, sorry, thank you, it doesn't approve this budget? Do we end up in a lawsuit of the Department of Education versus us so that the 26,000 residents of Danvers know why this money has to go to Essex Aggie? It just troubles me. It doesn't trouble me that students are able to go to the place where they want to go. It troubles me because we have a huge school budget here and, from my observation, provide a superb education to the students in Danvers in our public school system. I know I'm old, but I certainly had it. I had the best education in the world, grades 1 through 8, in the town of Danvers. It couldn't get any better. My teachers, by the way, were all heavily trained with a 3-year program at the Salem Normal School. They taught us all how to say please and thank you. They prepared us for life. They did a superb job. And I've watched the Danvers schools, and I think we've always done that. So there's a migration of students who would prefer the excitement and the difference of going to Essex Aggie, which is a exciting place. I go up there for lunch in the Maple Street Bistro Cafe, and I love to see the faces of the students who were there. Still, it's an enormous piece of the Danvers budget, which every single day I and the other board members and other community administrators have to explain to the taxpayers. They say, we just don't get it. So I get it, but I don't like it. And I wish there were a way of changing it, and I don't know what the change should be. The budget which is proposed, in the circumstances, I understand that if I had a way of not voting for it, I would not vote for it, and it does not mean that I don't really respect the Aggie, the people who are there, and the students who opt for that different kind of a educational program. Does that mean that we're not providing in the Danvers school system something that these young people want and need? I'm not sure, because I'm not an educator. I know this: I trust our school committee, I trusted our past superintendent very much, and I trust the people who are currently in charge, and I think doing a great job in all of the circumstances of trying to balance students and parents and the different kinds of values and cultural circumstances that everybody is facing now. This is too much money out of our budget going to the Aggie, of which I am extremely fond. Well, I don't know that that helps anybody, but that's kind of where I am this morning.
Thank you.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Dr. Riccio, for joining us this morning. Once again, it's a very detailed budget that you've provided for us. I wanted to expand first on what Board Member Bennett had mentioned in terms of the enrollment growth. For FY23, have we hit the ceiling of the daytime capacity for your facility?
We have. We are actually at maximum capacity.
Okay. So does that suggest to me that perhaps we're leveling off on these increases? The town manager mentioned an increase year over year from 22, 13.72%. So are we going to see kind of a leveling off where the Danvers component is more predictable? Because with these large increases, they're sort of like budget busters. We actually have to reallocate funds from other areas, and so it's kind of like a wild card for us. Can you just speak briefly to what your expectations are for perhaps the increase for next year, or maybe it'll be more modest?
Sure. So the increase for next year would be really leveling out without a major expansion, because we are out of space, essentially. Are we looking at increasing enrollment in the future, in the next 5 to 10 years? More than likely. 350 of our students are what we call agricultural students, which they come from 38 different communities. Therefore, the actual maximum enrollment of a traditional vocational student from our member communities is smaller than some of the larger vocational school, regional vocational school districts. So yes, without a major expansion project, we would be looking at a flat line in enrollment.
Okay. Then I think the wild card would be the state aid component of it, because that, we've seen some increases in the legislature's willingness to fund more of your, what your costs are.
We did. We saw, I believe, a little bit over 20% increase, 1.2 million increase in state aid.
Right.
We are also very, so despite, if you were to look also in the document, despite us being the 4th most affordable regional vocational school district in the Commonwealth, what we spend per pupil expenditure of $19,863 is significantly less than what Danvers per pupil cost is. And that is a direct result of the competitive grants that we have received. If you look in the competitive grant document as well, we have received a significant amount of competitive grants, as well as we do take in revenues that do offset your per pupil expenditure.
Yeah, I saw that in the slide deck. So I think that's something that maybe residents here in Danvers don't realize. First, that Danvers has the second highest participation in terms of enrollment. So I think only the city of Peabody is higher. You mentioned 56% of our students apply to your school. So that suggests a couple of things. One is that maybe our high school isn't really listening to the needs of students, or they're constrained by perhaps the Board of Education and what the school needs to provide in terms of teaching. For the per pupil cost, that's an important thing to highlight, I think, and you just did that. It's only, I think, in the bottom percentile of less than 20,000 per student, and there's 24 technical schools here in the Commonwealth that are much higher. There's the highest one being almost 34,000 at the Minuteman. That's a significant difference. So I think that I think you do a good job of kind of containing the costs, considering that part of what we pay for is the school itself, right? It's only a couple of years old, and so we're paying for the funding for that. I would think that over time that cost would also decrease. Is that accurate to say?
Yes. So yep. So the communities went out at $30 million for the bond, which actually is a very affordable as well, because when the school was built, Essex Agricultural County School no longer existed. So they removed that county school. But the state actually kicked in a significant amount of money for that building project. I believe we opened 1 year after Danvers High School did in 2013. We opened in 2014. And certainly the maintenance and upkeep. We also run a working farm that holds its own farm crew. The funding, I have to give the credit to Marisa Morowski, who's our business manager over here, who definitely keeps us on point, but also we have an entire team of grant writers that write these grants, these competitive grants, in order to really supply and offset. We have also went to the state, which I think is really important to also recognize, and looked at our agricultural rate, because the agricultural rate was significantly less than what our member communities were paying. And so we did go to the state of Massachusetts to seek an increase, and over the last 2 years, it has increased approximately $3,000 to $4,000 per student. And at 350 students, that's a significant increase to offset the budget as it relates to salaries and facilities.
All right, thank you for that information. I just got one last comment, is I had, you had hosted a tour for myself and several town meeting members a few years ago. It was basically a day-long tour, and I got to visit the entire campus. It was very impressive, and something that I still think about whenever I see this type of material, that I recall the quality of the building itself, and also the programs that are occurring there. So it's, I think, kudos to you and your staff for being able to kind of, you know, provide that to the town of Danvers. We appreciate it, or I do at least. So thank you.
And we would love to host anyone that would like to have a tour of our facility. I do recommend the springtime because our animals are just getting born. We had our first lamb born last week, so it's nice to be able to walk the entire campus, but you're right, it is an entire day affair, so
Yeah.
thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good
Thank you
morning.
for joining us. I want to start out by saying I am very pro-vocational school. I went to two. I went to Neshoba Tech for my freshman and sophomore year. I went to Greater Lowell Voc for my junior and senior year. And as many of the people in town went to St. John's Prep and attribute that schooling to their success in life, I attribute my vocational training to, I grew up in a agricultural area, but I attended and took data processing when that's what they called it, and found a lucrative career in IT. So I'm very tech positive. And the school is a beautiful school. However, I'm going to offer some comments and ask some questions because our participation isn't a crimp on our budget, as Selectman Bennett mentioned. It's a stranglehold. We have no control over what the population increase is going to be by the decisions made at the tech. We have absolutely no method of managing or predicting our future, and we are always, every year, in a scramble to accommodate for the information that, or the decisions that the body, the tech, the Aggie, came up with in enrollment. Yes, I appreciate that 56% of the applicants are 8th grader. The problem is, and you talked about per pupil costs, and that you think we should take into account the difference in per pupil costs. I think there's another side to that story, and I don't know whether it goes to the school committee chair. I'm going to start with the town manager, and then if he wants to bring the school committee chair. I think there's a misnomer there, and I just want to ask for clarity on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Finance Committee member Ted Blake actually, I believe, requested information from Marie and from Keith last year to do some of this. It's about $9,000 more per pupil out of the Danvers budget to educate a student at the tech versus Danvers High School. And some context in terms of the per pupil spending. The town of Danvers has a $175 million budget when you include state aid, enterprise funds, electric, water, sewer, et cetera. Our tax levy is $89 million. And to make the comparison in terms of assessments as a cost per pupil, it would be like ignoring everything but the $90 million levy and saying that's our average cost to provide services to the community. So it is more expensive, and it makes sense that it's more expensive because of the types of programs that are operating there. Over the past 4 years, Danvers has represented 21%, 60%, 33%, and 32% of all of the net student increase at the school. 16 or 17 member communities, we represented 60% of the student growth 1 year. As I've spoken to the mayors, their concerns are a little different than the towns. When you look at the Danvers students at the tech, they're mostly indistinguishable from the students at Danvers High. The mayors in the cities will tell you that the students at the tech look very different from the students in their cities. So there's a lot going on. We've been trying to get some clarity and some stability in this because, as the chair said, it is going to cripple the budget very soon, which is why we've been working with the mayors. We tried to work with the school to get some feedback, and we didn't get a lot, so we're working with the state delegation to try to figure out what a solution could look like so that the students who will benefit the most at the tech can get there. But $2 million has been taken out of the school's budgets in the last 6 years that could be put to very good use, I am sure, by Eric Crane and the school committee to address some of the concerns that have been raised recently at the school. So it is more expensive to the Danvers taxpayers for a student at the tech versus at Danvers High.
So did you want to offer you made the calculation that per
So
pupil
without
cost
looking
is
at, I
lower.
was never afforded the data that says that it's $9,000. So without being able to look at it, I don't think that I can make an informed discussion around it. So certainly I'd be willing to look at that data because we have our own data as well. And I'm not, that is what it is. I was never given the data for that.
Well,
In addition to that, though, however, your per pupil, these are kids from Danvers. These are not kids from Peabody that you're paying for. And I think it's really important that you recognize whatever that choice is, this is a vocational education choice. So they have a right to a vocational education in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Our entire team has worked diligently and pretty hard to make sure that this rate is at a reduced rate, despite us having a working farm crew and a grounds crew and 166 acres of land. So you went to Neshoba. Neshoba Valley charges their community $20,362 for a campus that is probably a third of ours with no living farm crew. Greater Lowell you went to, $20,642 for each sending community. That's the reality of it.
but I want to
So
point
we're
out
trying to
that
be as affordable as we can in it. I don't understand why 56% of Danvers 8th graders have chosen to apply here. But when you have more applications, more than likely, you're going to have more students that get in from that sending community.
well, therein is where I think the difference in opinion is.
Sure.
You don't have to take every applicant. You pick and choose your applicants. And we've asked in the past, and don't have clarity on your decision-making. Because you have increased, as the town manager just said, the increase in population as the school grows. And by the way, just before we get there, last year you told us you were at maximum. And you've increased this year. Did you increase the campus? Did you increase the size of the school between last year and this year?
We have the last graduating class of under 400.
But that's not the question I asked. Last year you asked what enrollment was. You told us what the overall enrollment was, and you told us you were at max then for fiscal year 22. Now as you're coming into fiscal year 2023, you found capacity. You found more room. How is it you found more room?
We took offices away and made classrooms. We took some small group classrooms away and made larger classrooms.
So as you say
It's the
this year that
academic
you're at
space.
max, you very well could do something else that gets you 2,000 students next year, 2,500, whatever it is, even without growing the campus or increasing the size of the buildings. You're saying there are opportunities for growth. Last year you told us we were at max, and so the same questions that Select Board Member Duggan asked is, should we expect a leveling off? Well, no, we can't expect a leveling off. First of all, that you grew when you told us you were at max last year. And not only did you grow, but that doesn't preclude you from further accepting more students from Danvers than other communities. How is it we're 25%, 6% of the growth increase 3 years ago was Danvers kids? Why isn't this a level playing field? Why don't all communities get treated the same? And that their populations, their number of applicants are certainly high too. You don't accept every applicant from every community.
We
So-
don't, because we have, actually, we have 1,700 applicants
Great.
for 450
So
spots. So
can
certainly we
you
do not
explain to the
accept.
board and to the people watching what your criteria is for accepting an applicant independent of their community?
Our policy is posted. It follows the regulations of the Mass Department of Elementary and Secondary Education.
And I'm
It
asking
is
you what they
for-
are.
People apply, they follow the application process. All students are interviewed. They go through an interview process. There are a discipline situation, but that has to follow obviously the discipline regulations of suspension. So if a child is suspended for 10 days, they do not get any points towards that rubric criteria.
So it hinges on whether they were a disciplinary issue. Part of it does. What else is the participating factors in deciding? You have a stack of applications that are blind to the community. A person in a community that you don't know has a grade point average of X and no disciplinary knocks, so they get the points. What is the point system? What is it that gets so many more students from Danvers than from these other communities? Because if you're telling me that these other communities have more disciplinary issues, that wouldn't fly well.
That's not accurate. So, I mean, I'm happy to sit with you and discuss the admissions policy. I don't know that this is the purview at this time. I thought we were talking about the budget.
We are.
So
We're
I would
talking about
appreciate-
the increase that
but
affects the
again, but
budget.
Yep, thank you.
Mr. Town Manager?
I just want to clarify, in the 7 years I've been here, I don't think we've ever, and we analyze the budget each year, we've never had an issue with the budget per se, because it is a very good budget. It's the increases to the admissions. And I
Yeah.
believe 40% of the admission criteria is the face-to-face interview, if
Okay.
I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
All right, so, but the questions all lead to the fact that we are, frankly, we're the benefactor. If you look at it from the education perspective, or the opportunity perspective, we are the benefactor of a disparate system. And have to fight for a level playing field even when we are the benefactor from this disparity. We are actually being hurt by the fact that we have better opportunity in Danvers than all of the other participating communities. It's demonstrated in the growth. If we're growing 25%, if we're growing 66%, if we're growing 30% and 32%, there is something disparate about the fact that you're accepting more students from Danvers than any other community. And that puts those other communities. I grew up in a small town when I went to Greater Lowell. So I may not have gotten that opportunity because it had Tingsboro, Dunstable, Lowell, and other surrounding communities. I may not have experienced that opportunity if they had the same disparity where certain communities, the more affluent communities, had more students disparately in there. That's the concern. It's not particularly the number or the budget, but you've wrapped this in a per pupil savings, which I don't agree. If you simply take the school budget and divide it by the number of pupils, that's inaccurate. We don't put our town buildings in that budget directly. There are many other factors, as the town manager mentioned, all of the tax work that goes into that. So I'm not buying into the per pupil benefit. I am buying into the opportunity benefit, but to the point that it's not disparate against all those other communities. If I was the other communities, I'd be screaming, why is Danvers getting favored nation status? Because we are. We are absolutely getting favored nation status.
I think without actually having a longer conversation about our application process, that is not necessarily a completely accurate statement, but I will state
well, how
that
is it then? How is it that we get
Yep, so if
such
I could just
disparate
finish-
increases?
I'd appreciate it if I could just
Yep.
finish my sentence. So 3 out of the 5 largest sending communities have vocational education opportunities that are not awarded to Danvers within their home district. For example, Peabody has 5, if not 6, coming into 6 vocational programs. Salem as well has a number of vocational programs, as well as Gloucester does. So the only other school district that does not is Beverly. So out of the 5 sending communities, the 5 largest sending communities, 3 of those have career and technical education opportunities that we promote to those students that get waitlisted. So when we're looking at that 5 top, those 5 top have always been the 5 top since the school began in 2014. Danvers did have an increase. They went from number 3 to number 2, from Salem to Danvers. There is also a decrease in overall student population at Salem High School, and for that age group. So that could have been an indicator of why, less students are actually enrolled here or also in Salem. So I guess if we were to look at the school-age children, comparatively speaking, it would be a good data point to look at, is what percentage of kids are actually coming to us, what percentage of kids are taking advantage of a vocational education in their home district. I do know that Danvers has innovation pathways to which they have written a grant. I do believe that Danvers is a great high school. My daughter has friends that attend Danvers High School, and they've had nothing but great things to say. So yes, I understand, but again, these students are from Danvers. If you are educating them at Danvers High School, you would be paying for their per pupil expenditure.
And we would
They
have
have
that $2
chosen-
million to put into the Danvers school system. We would have the money, and I'm not saying we shouldn't participate. I want participation. I want level and equal participation that is manageable and predictable. I want our kids to have the opportunity to go to vocational schools. It benefited me. However, when you skim the cream out of Danvers, and and I'm not talking just about the ability of the students, when you take this number of people out of Danvers, it affects our school system. It drains our school system, and now our per pupil cost is affected. And we have to still pay for the educators, the professionals, the buildings, the programs, and we have and it's actually, you're causing the per pupil cost difference here. I don't mind, and I would want that. What I'm saying is it should be an equal and level playing field for all of the communities, and it's not. You are taxing Danvers more than any in aggregate, more than any other community. I'll give you another example. If we can go to slide 18 of your presentation, I'm a statistical person. I'm looking at your spreadsheet. How is it that the per pupil costs go up and down per community? If the cost of education is X, the pupils are Y, why is it that Danvers went down? Yes, and we did go down per pupil because you've increased the number of people. But why does it go down more than, say, Peabody? I mean, less than Peabody. Peabody went down 4.7%. We only went down 1.1%.
It's a state, so that's a state formula that we have no control over, and I know Marie could certainly talk about the state formula as well as Mr. Bartha. So if you'd like, Marie can discuss the state formula and how that's created. They tell us what we need to spend per pupil on a student. It's called minimum contribution, and so that is out of our control.
It's tied to socioeconomics as well, so there is some, I think there is some differential between.
Again, I'm fully supportive of schools, vocational schools. I'm fully supportive of Danvers having opportunities. I'm not supportive of the unmanageable, unpredictable manner in which we get pushed into a corner, and it frankly affects the rest of this town. We don't have that money to pour back into the school system. We don't have that money to help the general budget. And we're a community that prides ourselves on the fact that we've never had to do a 2.5 override to date. We're one of the last 2 communities, have never had to do that. If we have we are paying the Essex Tech at the cost of other capital improvements, at the cost of other improvements at our school system, at the cost of other programs. And we can't manage that. All we're asking is for the manageability, a predictable statement that says you'll have this many students, even if it's a percentage of population, whatever it is that makes it predictable. Right now we have no control. You could take all 56% of Danvers 8th graders and not take anybody else, or you take a limited number from the other communities. We have no control over that. And you will have drained half of our class for the 9th grade class next year.
Concerns. I mean, it's something that we work on. We've had a 3-year admissions subcommittee made up of those 5 largest communities, as well as.
But you wouldn't even hear our argument to place caps on these.
The cap was unreasonable for the number of students that are applying to our school. It was the decision of the subcommittee.
But it shouldn't be
that
based
was
on the
unreasonable.
application number. It should be based on the per capita size of the community, of the
If you have
school
more
community.
If you have more interest from a community, you have to be able to support that interest in some capacity. If we have 230 students and you now want to cut that number in more than in half, I would imagine that your parents and your communities would be quite concerned that they did not have access to a vocational community. So it was the decision of the admissions subcommittee on several attempts, including the Danvers member, that we would not restrict access to vocational education by limiting it to 30 participants per grade level. And that was that decision. It was not the decision of Heidi Riccio solely. It
Oh,
was
and
the decision-
I realize that you aren't
Yeah, it was
making
the
these
decision-
decisions solely, that you are.
Certainly.
Right.
And it is my understanding that you will all be seeking, legislation through a process. And if that is what you feel is in the best interest of your students as well as your budget, then that is what you will need to do. But it was very clearly made by not only the subcommittee, but the full member community of 20 school committee members, that that is not what they wanted to do, was restrict access to vocational education.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
This is the first I'm hearing that the full committee discussed this, because in the 3 years we've been talking about it, it was discussed briefly at the subcommittee level. It was never fully discussed unless it was on a meeting that we were not notified by the full committee. It was referred by the full committee to the subcommittee. Just for context, we had initially in February of 2020 asked the full school committee to discuss its broad admissions policy to provide some clarity to member communities. There was not that discussion never happened as far as I know with the full committee. It was referred to the subcommittee, and there was no appetite for that. We were instructed 2 years ago that we could request a cap through their bylaw that would affect only Danvers. So last fall, Finance Committee member Ted Blake, Rodney Conley, and myself attended a subcommittee meeting. We made the request. It was rejected, which was a surprise to us because we were instructed by both the school and DESE that we could make that, we had the authority to make that request. That request was denied. That's when we started talking to the representative in the center in terms of what other options we have. And that's where we are now, is trying to understand what can be done to try to have some predictability in terms of this budget driver.
So our school committee meetings are posted publicly like all other meetings. We would violate the open meeting law if we didn't. So typically when a subcommittee meets, it's at that next school committee meeting that the agenda is set for this. So certainly.
If you could do me a favor and find the agenda for,
Sure.
find the meeting at which the full participating communities voted on against the idea of a cap, and forward it through the town manager to us, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
Again, it's not the dollar amount, it's not the budget, the fact that we participate and we pay an amount, that's fine. It's for me, it's not even about the per pupil cost, and we have a wide disparity between each calculations. It's about the inability to plan this town's budget and the cost for wild swings that do not appear to be level across all communities. Percent-wise, I'm not talking about the number of students. I'm talking about as a percentage of the student bodies, or even a percentage of per capita of the population of the town. We are benefiting greatly in opportunity, and the cost of which is a much higher per pupil cost in draining of the school's budget and the rest of our budget. Like I said, if there's a disparity, whether it be racial, social, in this case education, you have to fight for it even when you're on the side that benefits most from that inequity. There's an inequity here, and we need to work on it. Those are mine. Select Board Member, welcome back.
My apologies, coming back from Florida if I got delayed.
No worries. Did you want to offer comment before I open it up to the public?
No, thank you.
Are there members of the public who wish to offer comment to the, Mr. Crane?
Eric Crane, Chair of the School Committee, and I did want to just speak to some of the issues that were raised here, perhaps give some insight from our perspective. As far as the number of 56% of 8th grade students at the middle school applying, I don't know that that's accurate. About a month ago, we thought the number was around 30%. Keith, is that correct?
That reside in the town of Danvers, so if those students attend a private school or a charter
okay.
school.
So
Then you're not saving us anything if they go from private school to.
But do you want,
Well, here's the thing.
they reside in Danvers.
I'm sorry, I have-
Parents pay taxes.
That's okay. The per pupil cost, which is obviously important, the fact that it's lower than other vocational schools really is a sign of efficiency. I mean, it's a number, right? It's a built-in number. What are your overall costs divided by your number of students? But it's not a one-for-one trade, in the sense that if you were to take a student out of the vocational school, move them to the high school, it doesn't mean that the school committee budget request goes up by $15,000 or $16,000, our per pupil cost. We can absorb a fair number of students, we could, if they decided to go to Danvers High School versus the vocational school. We could certainly absorb a certain number of students without a big increase. And logically speaking, say you have, we don't have every classroom at full capacity, so that if you had X number of students come back, we would have to start hiring more teachers. We can absorb, I don't know what, I think you at one point knew what that number was.
It's approximately 100 students that we could absorb
Without adding any budget impact. So it's not as though if you add those 100 students, it's 100 students times $15,000, so look, our budget just went up by $1.5 million. It doesn't work that way. So we could absorb. The vocational school does a fantastic job in terms of what it's educating. I think there's a larger philosophical question in terms of the admission process and whether the right students are being chosen. It should be an alternative to a public school education and not necessarily a substitute. We want students to have options that we can't provide in Danvers. We don't have the space or ability to add many of the programs that the vocational school provides. And so for those students who are looking for those programs, it should be an excellent adjunct to what we provide. The issue is, are the acceptances at the school, are the admission decisions and requirements really being based on what student need really is versus taking students that are not going to be disciplinary problems, that have really good academic records and might be on the college track anyway. And that's a different philosophical question. But from a financial standpoint, we could absorb more students without it impacting our budget. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience who'd like to offer comment? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you. Could I just request the data that was done by Mr. Blake so that we can have that and be able to make a response to that difference?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. This budget won't be voted on this morning. It'll be voted on as a warrant article when we get to the warrant article reviews. So please don't infer anything by not having a vote at this point. Thank you. Mr. Town Manager?
Take care. I think next up on the agenda is the public schools. And Mary, Keith, and Eric are here.
And Mary Worms.
Yes. Sorry. Keith was trying to hide, but I saw him.
Yeah, we're not going to let him. So thank you very much for allowing us to be here today and present. First of all, I would like to thank Mary and Keith and the entire administrative team for putting together what we believe is an extremely responsible budget and one that will allow us to move the education ball forward, so to speak. And I think all of you know that Keith has taken advantage of another opportunity and will be leaving us in a few months. And I wanted to thank Keith for his 12 years or more of service to the Danvers Public Schools, and I know you have the respect of all of us and the respect of the town manager and his staff as well for the job you've done. You leave large shoes to fill. Thank you. In terms of our budget, let me talk about initially, and Keith will go into more detail, but I'll talk about some priorities and challenges that were unique to us in 2023. As we entered the budget, there were really two major priorities that have come up. One relates to special education. We had 4 students who moved into the district, and they required outplacement. They're special education students who moved in and were already requiring outplacement outside of the district. That created a bump of about $600,000 in costs that we have to absorb in one way or another. In a general sense, the town manager and school finance department have worked to arrive at a solution which will allow us to address those issues. The general plan is to offset the school budget impact utilizing a circuit breaker reserve account, which will be funded by free cash, and to fund that account going forward to address issues that come up in the future. And again, Keith will have more detail. The second issue has to do with essentially recovering from the pandemic. When you think about it, we have had the last 3 school years, 1920, 2021, 21, 22, all impacted to different degrees by the, in significant ways, by the worst public health crisis since the early 20th century. So as a result of that, we are in fact seeing more students who need mental health services, an increase in behavioral issues at different grade levels. The anger that has surrounded the pandemic and even part of our political life in the last 4, 5, 6 years has left an increase in issues concerning students that we need to deal with. There's simply no question that it's out there. Not happening just in Danvers, it's happening in other communities as well, but we feel that we have a role to play in trying to address those issues, and this budget will allow us to address those needs. Some of you know that the February meeting, we were presented a budget which represented a 3.69% increase. And in effect, what that did was basically cover our contracted increases. There was an increase of one elementary school teacher at Smith School based on enrollment, which was offset by the reduction of one class at the Thorpe School, again based on student enrollment. And there was one aide being added at that time. So that was sort of the net increase from a personnel standpoint. We have since then found that the Student Opportunity Act is going to be fully funded in the governor's budget. And in the budget that the school committee will be looking at on Monday night, there is an additional increase of $300,000, which will allow us, through the use of these funds, to offset some potential personnel changes at the high school, which will allow us to address student needs. There's the opportunity to hire 2 team leads for the individual education plan process, which is now being led by school psychologists. But by adding 2 team leads, those leads will be able to take over leading the IEP team process, which will free up school psychologist time to offer direct mental health services to students. And again, Keith can give you more detail on the specifics. But by and large, by the use of the additional Chapter 70 money coming in, we'll be able, we think, to even go further in meeting student needs when it comes to mental health, recovery, catching up on things that students do. Some students did better during the pandemic than others did. We want to get people back to the level ground and to the right place, and also address, as I say, the mental health and behavioral needs of our students. With that, I'm happy to turn this over to Keith for more detail, and I'll get out of the way. Thank you.
And Mr. Crane really covered a lot of what I was going to say, but we'll still go through it. And Rodney always tells me I'm not allowed 27 slides or something that you have in your full budget packet. So pardon the compressed information that you'll see to get it all down to, I think, 5 or 6 slides. But you'll see here that building our budget, it's always focused on our strategic plan and what the needs of students are. So focusing on our 3 pillars of safe and supportive learning environments, coherent curriculum instruction and assessment, and focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then, as always, our core values of care, quality, commitment, and collaboration. As we talked about for the special education, this was really a major budget driver for us this year, having students move in that already attended out-of-district placements with a significant financial challenge of approximately $600,000. I'm very thankful to our town team here and always being collaborative to be able to come up with a creative funding solution, looking at using our circuit breaker reserve account to help offset that expense. The way that circuit breaker works in Massachusetts is for expenses that we incur next year, we'll receive additional reimbursement in FY24. So by using this one-time use of money, it will really help bridge that gap until the revenue starts to come in on the other side to fix it structurally. The other component of that is looking back over the last probably 10 years. It seems like every 4 to 5 years we face a similar challenge with out-of-district tuitions. So working together, looking at the establishment of a special education stabilization fund. This was put into law, I believe, in 2016 or so. And it basically creates a funding mechanism where if you have this problem, you can use that rather than trying to go to free cash. So by putting small amounts into it over the course of time, will allow for that. The establishment of the fund requires kind of the full process, right? So it requires a school committee vote, a select board vote, a finance committee vote, a town meeting vote. In the future, to actually withdraw money from that account, it streamlines it to allow that process to just go through the school committee and the select board as the two governing bodies, to allow that flexibility to need in real time versus having to wait until a full process in May and not knowing, to allow you to make informed budget decisions along the way. As we look kind of at, again, at that original budget request that we sent to school committee, as Mr. Crane said, it really was very lean. It's around adding a teacher at Smith School as we look at that school growing to be 3 classes at every grade level, a reduction at the Thorpe School in grade 5, and again, that's based on cohort sizes moving through the school, and that reduction would be made through attrition, so through a retirement that we have at the Thorpe School, so there was no layoffs presented in our original budget plan, and then there was the addition of 1 teacher aide at Smith School based on an increase in our therapeutic learning centers there and needing additional adult support for those students with high needs. And then minimal increases in our other, non-salary areas, helping us continue to have our focus on engaged students and making sure that our curriculums support that, but primarily really around inflationary costs and increases, no new programming that we were looking to add. As we looked at the Student Opportunity Act that the governor has fully funded for Danvers, that's about $673,000. About $100,000 of that is the minimum aid increase, so every year they almost guarantee us that we'll get $30 per student, and that money always goes into kind of that general pot that helps with the overall town budget. So that left us with about $573, and working with Steve and Rodney where we were with the overall town budget, looking at $300,000 that would be going into additional new programming. And then in recognition of those lower enrollments, as we look at Essex Tech and what the enrollment has been doing there, this would have been a year where we would have needed to look at reducing staffing at our high school in order to account for some of that decrease in enrollment that we've seen at Danvers High. Through the Student Opportunity Act and getting that additional Chapter 70 aid, we're actually able to not have to do those reductions this year, which is going to allow us to be able to restructure a lot of our programs for our high need students. We have a drive program that's focused around students that have some behavioral challenges. We have a therapeutic learning center for students that have mental health challenges, maybe some school avoidance. We have fundamental classes for kids that IQs may be lower and that have some struggling. And these are areas that over the years, we've not seen the progress that we really hope to see from those students, the gains. So by not reducing those teachers, we're able to readjust those support structures and really put more dedicated FTE towards those students to hopefully see those academic gains that we've been looking for years. So it's an opportunity for that, as well as strengthening our early college program. So that was a grant that we received this year, and that's really about first generation students who have not attended college in the past, and putting a program in place with North Shore Community College for them to be able to attend college courses while they're at Danvers High School, to have that exposure and really get that foundation to hopefully make them successful and break some of that systemic generational gaps that exist. And then additionally, looking at the $300,000, it's an opportunity for us to put in new programming. So looking at the 2 team chairs that we talked about, this will really allow them to run the IEP process. There'll be one that will focus on grades 1 through 6 and one that will focus on grades 7 through 12. As a result, our school psychologists will have more time to spend with kids providing direct services and addressing those mental health needs. Looking at the introduction of 2 teacher aides that will serve primarily as hall monitors, as student support aides, in and about, one at the middle school and one at the high school. This is an area, the unstructured time, that coming back post-pandemic, we've really seen kids struggling. I think we've all seen the headlines in the papers of what we found in bathrooms, and so really being able to increase those supports to hopefully keep kids in classrooms, and we think that's important. That's something that we're actually most likely going to be looking at using a portion of our ESSER money for at the end of this year, to post to see if we can fill those now so that we don't have to wait to start this work until July 1st, but really start it this spring. And then again, looking at our high need students, we have had an influx of, I believe, 40 additional or 20 to 40 additional students needing ESL services, so English as a second language, move into the district mid-year. And that's Mary could speak more to this, but that's a complicated, you get ranked in 1 through 5 of what your service level needs are, and then you can graduate through. But essentially right now we have 3 teachers and we're not having enough service hours. So for next year, we'd be looking at adding an additional 0.6 position to really help support those students. So again, all of this is really trying to be funneled into the money into our high need students to really try to close some of those achievement gaps and make a difference in those kids' lives. So again, if we look at just now coming back to the numbers, looking at our contractual obligations of $1.6 million, that's our step increases, our COLAs, kind of those, non-negotiables at this point that we don't have any control over. Staffing changes of $316,000, that number would have been $16,000, before the Student Opportunity Act. Looking at savings of $176,000, a special ed increase of $144,000, that's really looking at that inflationary component, but again, that net one-time use of the circuit breaker reserve, $64,000 in other non-salary areas, and then $10,000 for our transportation contract that is tied into that contract. So then if we go and we just look at our historical perspective of where we've been, our average has been 3.3. Again, this year without that $300,000 additional, we were at 3.69%. We continue to be around the state average. We've talked a lot about per pupil already today, but you'll see we are above the state. But again, if we were looking at adding some of those students back into Danvers High, that would help lower that number. It's not on our side a direct cut, because 30 students go. We can't cut 30 times the $18,000 that we spend per student. It's not that clean, and we want to make sure that we are still maintaining a robust high school experience for the students that are at Danvers High, including offering a wide variety of electives and making sure that they have a well-rounded experience. So some of that is not a dollar for dollar. So looking at a $1.9 million increase, or 4.37%. And then we'll open it up to any questions or comments that the board has.
Thank you. Before we start, I do want to acknowledge and thank Keith for his many years of service to the town of Danvers and the school system. We truly, truly appreciate it. We think it's a great loss, and I'm sorry for it. So happy for you, sad for us. Thank you very much. I'm also going to abstain from voting on this budget. I have family members who will be directly impacted by this, though I have previously declared this, and it's no problem for me to be here. I'm going to sit back on the votes on this one. So I will start with Select Board Member Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Keith and Eric, for your comments and presentation. A question, if I may ask you to look at your page A6 under your strategic plan.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. So, well, plan has been in place since 2018. I just like to understand your achievement metrics on the external data. For the end of grade 2, you want 90% of students reading at or above. But in grade 5, 6, and 8, you accept a 60% rate, and then jump back to 90% by the end of grade 10. Why the disparity, and why not a higher number in the middle school?
So I was going to say, Mary can answer this. She'll give you a way more detailed answer, but it is a difference in the testing mechanisms and the quality and stringentness of the exams. But Mary, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, our grade 2 is based off reading data called the DIBELS testing. And so we were using that as our measure. And so we were charting, we started out at our baseline data in 2018 and charted a course for our students to get to the 90% metric. So that is kind of how we did that with that. So that's different from the other assessment mechanisms we're using. We're using the MCAS test for the other grade levels. And that data is based off of state averages and how we are and where we were in 2018. And you'll see the younger grades across the state. The state averages at the elementary and the high school are a little bit higher. And then when you get to the middle school, traditionally that level, even across the state, is lower than what you see at the elementary and the high school. So we kind of based off of where we were in 2018 and then trying to move our students across. And with we set high expectations for our students, but also with an eye on being reasonable, because you can't make a jump from where they were at, say they were at like 40%. You can't make a jump to 90% in a year or two. You have to, know that growth is going to take time over the years to make that adjustment.
And then the grade 10 exam is the exam that's required for graduation for all high school students across the state. So not to say that it's an easy exam, but I would say the level of rigor is different than the exam that's offered at the elementary and middle school level as they move towards that being a graduation requirement.
Right. So it leads me to the number of eighth graders that are applying to the tech, whether it's 30% or 56%. I heard two different numbers this morning. Even at 30%, that's a lot of eighth grade students applying. Are we really looking at what the issue is? Is it strictly the vocational opportunities, or is there something there that you need to look at?
I think there is something there we need to look at. I think that's what we've asked our high school team to do this year. So we have a new high school team that's really been diving in and trying to focus on the culture at Danvers High and making improvements to the culture, as well as looking at, in the past, we haven't done any marketing of ourselves, right? You came to Danvers High because it was Danvers High, and we're evolving and adapting to the environment of being in education in 2022. And there is a lot of competition that's at the local level, right? There's multiple private high schools, there's Essex Tech in a brand new building, so we're working on our marketing campaign, and I'm not afraid to call it a marketing campaign because that's what it is. And I think you'll see what Mr. Federico is calling his new hype video that is going to come out in the next couple of weeks, that they've been working hard to really document what an experience at Danvers High looks like and why it's a good place to be, to then go out and also talk to the eighth graders like the other schools get to come in and do, to try to make a difference and to try to have students want to attend Danvers High, even if they get into Essex Tech, get them to say, no, actually, you know what, I'm going to go to Danvers High instead. So working towards that.
So why don't you start promoting yourself in the 7th grade? Why wait till the 8th grade? It may be too late.
That's true, right? And that's what we're looking, is that overall comprehensive plan. And we've talked about some exciting, like, meet the athlete nights and, you know, an extracurricular fair for middle school students. And so that's what we're starting to put into place and roll out now. So I think that's a great point to make sure we roll that down to 7th grade to really start then. And I think for me, it's even starting in 1st grade and 2nd grade. And, you know, we're really looking partially at student athletes as one program we're looking at right now, and how do we include them in our elementary classrooms so that they become role models for younger students, and then they get to see that Danvers High experience from that young age to really have it embedded.
Thank you. Mr. Crane did mention that some students actually thrived the last couple of years during the pandemic, and I'm glad to hear that. But then he made the statement that he wants to bring all the students back to a level playing field. Why do we have to have a level playing field? Why aren't we striving for everybody, all our students, to excel above the level playing field? I think there's a culture, philosophy embedded in the school system that could be changed. Excel, exceed, are better words than level.
Speaking extemporaneously, perhaps, that level playing field comment was not accurate nor reflective of some long-term
Sometimes,
goals.
you know, like I understand, sometimes you say what you're thinking, but not say what you mean.
Yeah,
so
no,
I appreciate that. But
the issue
culture,
is,
philosophy.
sorry, Dan. The issue is, you know, obviously it's a matter of steps. We want all students to excel, to exceed, to get into the college that they want to, or be prepared for whatever they want to do after high school. We want them to be well educated. We want them to be ready to be good citizens of the town, the state, the city, the world. But having said that, I think I was focusing in my comments on the fact that from a budgetary standpoint, we have students who really need some extra attention right now so that they're able to excel. But I would concede that my choice of level playing field is probably not the best phrase I could have used.
Thank you. Will you be developing a new strategic plan based upon all the issues that have gone before the last couple of years?
We will be, right? And I think people are sick and tired of hearing Mary and I say all means all, and I think that's something that you'll see. And academic acceleration. So I think to your point, it's about accelerating. It's not about remediating. It's about accelerating, right? And accelerating all students to reach their fullest potential. So I think those are two early themes that will come out of that work as we, you know, get into next year.
Keep good luck in your new endeavors.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. To the board, we're all learning this new technology, this new hybrid, and again, thank you, Selectman Bennett, for being the guinea pig for us. If there are, normally when we're all here,
if someone has a follow-up question to a answer that was given, they jump in, and that's fine here too. I'll go as I do in a rotation, but if Keith were to answer something and you and another board member wanted clarity, please feel free to jump in. So with that, I'll turn to Select Board Member Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment, as you made a comment, Keith, you'll be greatly missed. Whenever we discuss the schools at McDonald's Coffee Room or here or anywhere else, I still cringe at the brutality that was directed to my school committee, to my superintendent, and to my officials over the last 2 months of hysteria about the locker room incident. I have really wanted to apologize, although I didn't do it, to our superintendent who is missing, to the school committee chair and other good school committee people who, by the way, work for free, to our administrators who I have been in contact with and who suffer from the negative press and other brutal commentary which made Danvers the shame of the nation. We were on NPR, Boston Globe, Channel 5, and over and over again in the Danvers patch, or whatever it's called, day after day, commenting about the hockey room locker thing and about racism, sexism, homophobia, and anti-Semitism in the community of Danvers, which we are not. Not once in all of those commentaries was attention given to what the Danvers schools for the last several years have tried to do to combat those social, terrible circumstances which are epidemic in this country. When half of the students in the United States of America are not aware that there was a Second World War or a Holocaust, or how many Jewish people, gays and lesbians, were murdered during the Holocaust. When members of Congress, the United States Senate, and the Congress still espouse racism as a basic right in this country to do, when transgender people, as a matter of routine, are murdered on the sidewalks of our big cities in this country, week after week, when state legislatures throughout this country are passing anti-gay laws that prohibit students and teachers from discussing basic issues of their human identity. And I don't know, shame on you, Eric, and you, Keith, for not fixing this. I mean, you've had 2 or 3 years with these kids to reverse 400 years of racism. 100 years of stupidity about the Holocaust, and you didn't do it. And then again, Eric as a lawyer, and Arthur Scamius as a lawyer, and our town lawyers had to parse their way through all of the laws that protect the identity of students who are involved in stuff like this. Did anybody read the commentary of the lawyers and of the advisors with respect to that mess that our administrators and school committee had to deal with? No, it was never publicized. The beautiful work in our middle schools of children working on these issues with the most profound respect, which was shown, by the way, in our MLK broadcast back on our MLK Day, and it was absolutely exquisite what students in Danvers are producing in contradiction to the behavior of a small number of people. And so 8 or 9,000, 7,000 people in this country voted other than the way I voted. This board is not a political board, and I'm not going to make political statements except to say that on September, I think it was September 6th, a year and a half ago, there was an insurrection on the front lawn of the Danvers Town Hall. An insurrection where there were racist flags, Confederate flags, political flags, anti-black flags, and on the front steps of this town hall were town officials while that was going on, which was largely orchestrated by members of the Danvers Police Department. Shame on you, Eric and Lisa Dana. Why couldn't you reverse all of this anti-sentiment in the town of Danvers? I apologize to you. You have been unfairly and irrationally bludgeoned with responsibility that was not yours. Excuse me. You had that much of a part of this much responsibility. I'll shut up after this, but there was, before most of you were born, South Pacific was a Broadway musical. I think it was Mario Lanza and Ezio Pinza. And I think it was, oh dear, the composers. Anybody? No, you're not old enough, Eric. Bill Bradstreet. Who was it? Rodgers and Hammerstein. One of the songs in South Pacific goes something like this. They have to be taught. They have to be taught to learn to hate. They have to be taught to hate anybody different from them. They have to be taught to hate people whose eyes slant different from them. And they have to be taught before they're 4 or 6 or 7 or 8. I'm not criticizing parents. I was never lucky enough to have one. I sure know a lot of parents, and I sure know a lot of parents who are struggling today to bring their children up in a culture in cooperation with our public schools to try to reverse centuries of evil stuff. So, thank you for your service. I have nothing further to add. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Select Board Member Duggan?
It's a tough act to follow. Let's see. Thank you, Mr. Mills, for sharing those thoughts. I think most of us agree with you.
Would you speak into that?
Yeah, I'm just thanking you, Mr. Mills.
I like that when you thank me. I'm all for that, you know.
Just a little bit more about the marketing plan, because you had mentioned that in the past, I think at some school committee meetings and also other venues, to try to promote the public education system versus the program at the Essex Tech. So I had mentioned earlier that I had gone on a day-long tour, and it's quite impressive with all the bells and whistles. It's a very tangible experience, and I can see why that's very attractive to someone that, at an age when you're in the middle school, you really kind of just feeling your way along. You don't really have any sense of what your future looks like in terms of a career and what you're going to do once you leave the public school system. So I think that's a challenge for the school department, right, is to kind of develop some type of marketing plan. It's the typical college path to college. That's kind of an abstract. It's not something it's really tangible for young people, I think. And so I think that's the key to promote what college can provide, or,
No, and I think also, right, we're not going to have the same bells and whistles that Essex Tech has, right, for what their engineering program looks like or what their, right, auto shop looks like. But we also do have a lot of exciting hands-on learning that's happening at Danvers High through our Project Lead the Way science courses, right, and through our business program and the marketing classes and what they're doing, and through our engineering program with our 3D printers. And I think that's where we're and as we keep reflecting on it, they don't need me to stand up and tell the kids how great it is. We need the other high school kids to stand up, right, and tell their younger peers how great it is. So that's kind of the model that we're looking at and trying to figure out how we put in those systems and what that really looks like, but have been so pleased with our high school team that really they've been at the middle school on multiple occasions now to speak to the kids. We're talking about what does it look like to bring a tour of 8th graders to Danvers High School, which would have in the past been sit in the auditorium and we'll kind of talk to you as the adults about what Danvers High is, and instead, what does that look like to come in and spend part of the day and go out and be out in classrooms and really get to see what the school has to offer, have the band perform, have the chorus, right, and especially around some of the arts. Our programming is I'm not trying to disparage Essex Tech, but it's stronger than Essex Tech, right? As I would say that obviously their auto programming is stronger than ours, right? We all have our different areas and paving the way and showing how, coming to Danvers High and taking calculus A, B and taking calculus B, C will set you up to be an engineer. And there's different paths. So like you said, how do we keep showing families and the students themselves what that experience can look like?
Right, and that's a good point to show that it's the foundation, the educational foundation, and it's the traditional, STEM programs that I think really benefit not only the students but community in general.
And we would also invite any community member that wants to come and spend a day with us, spend a half a day with us, and come see what the kids are. We would welcome you at Danvers High School as well.
That's great. Okay. I have a couple of other items. The ARPA funds, the town received $8 million, and we've allocated that for different things such as capital improvements. I didn't see any mention, and the ARPA is the America Rescue Plan. Did you factor? I assume that the schools received separate funding. Is that accurate?
So most of our money was through ESSER. So if you actually look at page B15, there's a separate presentation in here that will kind of walk through that. So I guess page B16 is the summary of us receiving approximately $3.3 million in funding, and looking at what our spending has been. There's like probably 10 slides in here, but really looking at what we've spent through the first year and a half and what that looks like for the next, or the first year, and what that looks like over the next 2 school years. And really having a focus on our reading program at the elementary level. So to Mr. Bennett's point, make sure we're continuing to make gains there. Looking at a behavior coach to support some of the behaviors we've seen coming back post-pandemic, to making sure that we're really bringing kids along. And then looking at instructional technicians at the high school to put into classrooms. So again, to accelerate students' learning and help them all reach their highest potential. And then at the middle school level, looking at interventionists. So again, looking at how do we accelerate students' learning. So if you kind of go through that section, it outlines the $3 million that we have, what we've spent. We've had problems with hiring, I think, as the rest of America has this year.
Right.
So we had a little bit of extra funding that we've not been able to spend this year. So that's been reallocated over the next 2 years for the life of the grant to make sure that we're really maximizing all of those dollars the best we can.
And I think overall, like society, dealing with the pandemic, some people have handled it well and other people have just kind of struggled with either being isolated. I imagine the same type of impact has been for children, even more so because, I think they're not really fully developed to understand some of the impacts how to deal with them. Is that something that you're focused on in terms of, mental health and emotional support, that type of thing? That's not. I'm sure they get it at home, but it's more important, I think, from professionals to actually step in. Is that something that these funds are targeting?
And that's especially that behavior coach at the elementary level. That's where a lot of that work is really looking at that. And then when we talked about the Student Opportunity Act money, that $300,000 of additional investment, that's all, primarily geared towards really having those behavioral and that mental health support. So by taking away some of the administrative pieces that our psychologists are doing, allowing them more time. And then as we have attrition or retirements through our positions, we continue to look at that of, is there a better way to go about what that position was, and do we need somebody that's more educated on a mental health background versus a traditional teacher aide? And so do we want to consolidate what was 2 teacher aides to be a higher level position that really can do more direct services, and so for each point of, attrition and retirement, that we're really taking every opportunity that we have with that to look, can we rethink this to really get the behavioral and mental health supports in front of students?
Okay.
That's the core of what our conversations have been, especially over the past, 2 or 3 months, and as masks come off, that's been a whole different set of behaviors that we didn't know necessarily what was gonna come, and some good and some anxiety that comes with that, and so we keep, trying to adjust and make sure that we stay
Okay.
kind of nimble. What I put on paper today can't be what we do in September necessarily, right? We've got to keep adjusting to what
Yeah, you
the
gotta be
latest
flexible,
is as we come
sure.
out of it.
And so are you fully back in the classroom now? There's no more remote learning
No remote learning.
and no masks?
No, masks are optional, so we
Optional,
will always
okay.
support
Yeah,
individual
that's fine.
family choice, but
Yeah,
they're
that's
optional.
fine.
Yep.
All right, well, that's good to hear. I'm glad that that's kind of a priority for the schools to deal with that. Just a minor thing here, you mentioned the Smith School staff, so I think the new Smith School is larger, right, in terms of capacity. So have you reallocated to kind of balance the student load over with the existing elementary schools?
So when we approved the project, the district implemented what we call flex zones. So we have some attendance areas in town where traditionally it might have been you just go to Highlands, or you just go to Smith, or you just go to Thorpe. And now as our incoming kindergarten students are coming in these flex zones, we're able to really look at our enrollment with a nuanced approach. So each year we're looking at that growing. So it actually started before the building opened. So there used to be 2 classrooms at every grade level at the Smith School. There's now, as of next year, will be 3 classrooms at every grade level through grade 4. So that will have grown, 1 classroom at each level through that 4th grade, and then 5th grade will be the following year. And then we'll look at kind of what our enrollment looks like after that for what those
Okay.
next steps look like.
And has that resulted in smaller class sizes? Or is it?
Somewhat,
Yeah.
right? We've seen some of that, and then
Yeah.
we have these other kind of like little booms that come in other sections of town where we're still up in the higher 20s and higher than where we want to be, and that's where we keep looking at. We really made a commitment to saying to families that if you started off in Thorpe School, we really want you to get to stay there K-5, and looking at the flex zones to be the kindergarten classes that are coming
I
in.
see,
So then once
okay.
you start in kindergarten, you get that neighborhood school experience for all 6 years, and that we're not moving kids mid-year. So it's better.
Yeah,
It's
more
not, I don't think
stability.
we're exactly where we want to be. And I
Sure.
would always love to say to you, I really want 5 more teachers to make them even smaller, right? But as we look at the overall town budget picture and what that looks like.
Okay. Another area, a few years ago, where there was an issue with housing homeless families out on the motels out on Route 1, and that was sort of an unfunded mandate. Has that gone away, or can you speak to that? Do you know enough about that to kind of?
It's subsided, right? So at its peak, we were probably spending $250,000 to $300,000 in transportation. I think last year we spent somewhere between $30,000 and $40,000.
Okay.
So it is smaller. I would say it's better for families because they're being put in scattered sites where they have more traditional housing. But it's still something we talk about, but is not, an unfunded
Yeah.
mandate to that extent.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, because we were sort of warehousing children out there on the highway, and that wasn't really conducive, I think, for education, at least from education, but other areas as well.
Right. So
Okay.
right, we still work on having that continuity so that if a student was there, or if a student's living in a scattered site in Lynn, but they came from Danvers, really attending school in Danvers is best for that child educationally. So we're still
Yeah.
working through those components.
Well, it's
but
good
on a
that
smaller scale.
we're providing that type of social assistance. I just think it was a little bit, it was too much long-term, and it wasn't really a well-thought-out program.
Disproportionate
Yeah.
when that was happening.
All right, and then just one last thing about the MCAS testing. Has that been on hold currently? Can you just speak to a little bit about MCAS?
It's back.
Oh, is it back?
It is
Okay.
back in its normal form this year. Last year it was back kind of in a partial form without some of the accountability pieces, but this year it's back full-fledged. We're starting now really in March is when the testing starts.
Okay.
So we're back in the thick of it.
And how is that going with the MCAS, with the scores, especially at the lower grades, like maybe, was it 4th grade, I think, is the first iteration of the testing?
First iteration of the testing is at grade 3. was on reading and math tests. And so, and we are, I think we're at the state average usually on those at that. We're actually above the state average in those at the elementary level as a district. And then we look at the different schools. Most of them
Okay.
are right at or above the state average. At the middle school, we've been struggling. So that's an area that we've been looking at. We've participated in a math acceleration grant with the Department of Ed. They helped fund a new program called Carnegie Math, grades 6 through 8. So we're looking to see, this is our first full year of implementing it. We had piloted it. We also use it at Danvers High School in Algebra 2 right now. So our ultimate goal is to have that happening 6 through 12, 11, and then
Right.
move on from there. So, so we're looking, that is one aspect that we've taken. We've also looked at our ELA curriculum at the middle school level too, and really worked on more infusing more reading skills, but more literature that is more of interest to students, and and again, working on a diverse set of reading for all our students, so that they see characters that look like themselves as well, or have experiences like themselves. So
Right,
that's
that's good to know. And I'm not a huge fan of standardized testing, but I think you have to kind of do some type of, understanding of where some specific, certain students need improvement. So, will you be using any of this ARPA money to kind of promote what you've just mentioned in terms of the?
We have, it's called ESSER at our level, and we we hired extra reading specialists at the elementary level to really kind of accelerate, as Keith was saying, not remediate, but accelerate the learning, the reading skills of students because of that, that inconsistent model in education the last couple of years between fully remote in 2020 to 2021, doing that hybrid, and then finally at this time we were, the elementary kids were all back in school. So we're really working on the reading scores, and that has been proven worked very well for us. We saw a big gain from the beginning of year scores to our mid-year scores at many grade levels. We still have like our first graders that struggle a little bit, but we know that, and we're really working to, again, looking every 6 weeks at that data and watching how they are growing.
All right. That's great. Thank you for that information. I appreciate it, and that's all I have. I wish you success, Keith, in your future endeavors, and we thank you for everything that you've done for the community here.
I too want to thank you, Keith, for everything you've done. You've done a fantastic job. Mary, thank you for stepping up to Eric, Arthur, the rest of the school committee. It's been a hard year. All right, it's been a very hard year, and let's put that in the past and let's be positive and move on to the future. I like Select Board Member Bennett too, especially I like to see those percentages, but you did explain it, how it's the state sets those percentages. I know grade 10 is very important. I think the reading specialist and maybe some math specialist, if we catch it early, let's nip it in the bud. Let's get these kids, let's have them evaluated earlier. I think that's key. Maybe even in kindergarten. Why wait till first grade? Start it a little bit. I do like to see that we are hiring 2 team chairs so our school psychologists can shift and do what we've hired them for. I do understand that all of us do not like the budget at Essex Tech, however, and we want it more fair across the board. But like we talked about and you presented at our other meetings about the marketing, we've never had to do that before. Let's do it. And I think I have full confidence in Adam Frederico. I think he's great. I've experienced him when my son went to middle school, and I think he's definitely great being the principal of the school.
And we welcome any community member that has like a marketing background. If you have some great idea, email us, call us. We're happy to meet with you.
Yeah, love it.
Right?
Love to hear it.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, please.
And then I love the other programs too, about the early college programs, partnering with North Shore Community College. And we've talked about this, Keith, before, like we need to retain our students here at Danvers High School. We want them to stay at Danvers High School. So all these new programs coming in, like we said, let's start it off. Let's hit the ground running with that. What else? And then, nobody likes increases in budgets, okay? I personally, if I think 3.5 is good, but anything under 5, so I think you're doing a good job with everything. But that's all, and I just wanted to say, let's not thank Dr. Dana too for everything she's done. Okay, she's been through a lot, and I thank her too. That's it.
Thank you. I, again, want to thank you, Keith, and I'm going to abstain from questions and voting on this. Is there members of the public who'd like to talk to this budget?
Yes, we're doing civics in 8th grade. Yes, we're doing cursive writing in 5th grade. Sorry, Mr. Bradstreet.
That's all right.
Hey, you're welcome to come up. I was just trying to.
I was only going to ask that you do this before you leave.
So a lesson learned is a preemptive, we're working on it, stops Bill several times. So, Mark, please.
Just a copy of the 27-page report, that's all I have.
Can we post the report on the town website? I know I got a physical copy. And as a matter of fact, I will make a comment. As much as I like to see this, we did all receive our budgets electronically, the other budgets. I would welcome you to save some trees in the future and present this to us electronically, and then any member who wishes to have a hard copy can ask for one. Like I said, I appreciate it, but
Yeah,
we're
no,
moving to a more virtual world, so.
We are happy to do that, and it is available on our website as a blog post right on the homepage for anybody that wants to see
Thank
it.
you.
So it's there.
And I just asked the town manager to put, we should consolidate all of our budget documents, including the Essex Tech, this document, and all the other ones, the presentations we saw today on the town website as well. So thank you. Any member of the public that would like to ask any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion from the board about this budget.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve
Second.
and a second. Are there any questions on the motion? And I'm looking at, I keep looking over at Mr. Bennett, so if I don't see you wave or anything, Dan, please make sure to pipe up. Hearing no other questions, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, this is my fault.
Yep.
We have to forward it with a approval of favorable or with some indication as we move it on to the FinCom. Do you move it favorably?
Move
sir?
favorable.
Thank you. And your second
Favorably.
syllables?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor?
Mr. Chairman, a point of information.
Yes.
Because it's partially virtual, do you have to take a verbal vote?
Thank
From
you.
the members.
We're all on a learning curve, and you're absolutely right. So the members here, yes, Select Board Member Bennett, your vote?
Yes, yes.
And for the rest of the board who is present, I don't think we have to take it verbally, so I'll ask for the board members in the room.
Yes.
All in
Yes.
favor?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Select Board Member Bennett brings up a good point that we'll have to make sure we put in our working documents for virtual participation.
And we should probably take roll call throughout the day, just here on the side.
Fine, okay. Just to be consistent then, I'll ask Select Board Member Mills,
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan,
Yes.
Select Board Member Bernard,
Yes.
and Trask abstains. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could you indulge me for just 1 minute?
I will.
I wanted to thank the town manager for the support he has offered as we go through an interesting transition coming up in different ways. And he's certainly offered the resources of his staff to help us with anything that we need. And it means a lot to know that we can rely on that. So I appreciate that, Steve. And Dave, thank you for the very kind words of support. To use the bully pulpit for 30 seconds, what we've seen this year in this town is, and everywhere, is a lot of anger, some directed at public officials, some directed at each other. And going forward, the success of town government, whether it's here or anybody else, it seems to me, is going to depend on our ability to empathize with one another and take each other with the assumption that we're trying to do the right thing and the best thing. And we need that because it's going to discourage good people from public service if we don't get to that point. So, thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Town Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we move on to the library, just a quick point of reference with respect to the Essex Tech. Rodney confirmed Ted Blake did forward his financial analysis directly to the superintendent and the chair in November prior to our joining them at the subcommittee meeting. We will circulate that analysis once again to the superintendent as she requested. but also to this board and the full finance committee, so they're seeing the same information.
Thank you very much.
And they acknowledge receipt of that information in November.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Keith stole my clicker.
Did he steal the clipboard? It's here.
He's taking it with him to his.
It's here.
I didn't introduce Noel Bach, our library director, and I see at least one library trustee, Christy Showman-Farr, in the audience with her today.
Yep, and I also have my assistant director, Jennifer McGeorge, right here, and our bookkeeper, Sue Contos. So they're all here with me, and say I'm Noel Bach, the library director of almost 7 months. So my first time through this today, yay. So I will be boring and brief compared to what happened with the schools. I kind of was saying earlier I like being the little sister to the schools because I look like nothing comparatively. So I just have a slide. This is just our basic budget slide. We are only doing a total of a 3.12% increase, which is mostly just kind of typical salary and wages increase, and then very small, modest increase in the fees we pay to Noble, which is our library consortium that we share for the area for its services and databases. And then I was just going to say, well, then I only have one other slide, or two other slides. So this was just a snapshot of what our circulation has increased by since last year. Now, granted, we were in a pandemic, obviously, in the past year, but we've had a 125% overall increase in circulation since the building's been open again over the last 5 months. So we are coming back. We are back. We're very close to where we were in pre-pandemic times already. So it's been very, very encouraging that people are coming back to the library. They do want to use us again. And that's just like people checking out materials. That's just not even counting people coming into the building. So it's really been nice to see this coming back. And I was just struck when Keith was talking earlier when he's saying all means all. And I like to say that the library, that's what the library is doing for the whole town all the time, is we really strive to provide for everyone in town. So we have programs and services and materials for babies, and we have those for senior citizens. We have programs and materials for toddlers and for teenagers. We have them for preschoolers and we have them for parents. So we really try to serve every single member of this town, regardless of age or anything else about them. And we're still one of the only places in town that really has something for everyone, for every age level, that anybody can come in. You can come to the library just to get warm. You can come to the library, use a computer, you can come to the library, just look at the art. You don't have to have a purpose to come to the library. You don't, like, no one's probably come to town hall and just, I'm just gonna sit in down lobby in town hall just to hang out, but they are doing that at the library, right? They come to the library for a place to be, for a place to work. We have people who don't have internet at home, and they come to the library for that. We have people who come to the library every single day. Every day. And you're like, why do you come here? But some of it's just the company. Some people just need to get out of their house. Some people don't have the resources that we have at the library. And sure, people are coming to check out books and DVDs. That's normal. But, they're also there to read a newspaper. They're also there to work. They're also here for programming. And they're coming to see the art on the walls. And they're there to be inspired, to be entertained, to be educated, and to connect. So the library really does all of that. In our entire budget of like a little over 1.5 million is less than the school's increase for this year. So we do a lot with a little at the library, and that's our awesomeness. That's just the awesomeness of the library, and we're just going to continue with that forever. So the other little, and I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but there's what we call the Library Value Calculator, which was actually created by a gentleman at the Chelmsford Public Library. It's used nationally. This is used throughout the country. But the Massachusetts Library Association and the old ex-director at the Chelmsford Library, Brian Herzog, used to run a library blog called the Swiss Army Librarian. And he helped develop this calculator. And so, and I just did one for everything, but it just really shows the value that the library gives you for any particular service that you have. So, if you come to the library and you check out 10 books, average, if you were buying a book in the store, a children's book, it'd be $17. So $170 just by you checking out 10 children's books library is what you are saving by using the library. And as you can see, all the other services I have on there, the adult books borrowed, teens, children's, audiobooks, interlibrary loan. You can get something from anywhere in the country if you really want to. And it doesn't cost you any extra money. Whether you don't need a magazine subscription, you don't need new newspapers. You can get movies, CDs, you can download music. You can use a meeting room for free. Programs that you attend, museum passes, computer use, all of these things have a cost associated with them that, and my old director liked to say, none of this is free, it's prepaid services. Everyone in town is paying X amount of money in their taxes to support the library. And we're lucky that, we have a town that's very supportive of the library. And we have our trustees who also have a fund that they can give us, more funding for programs and events and, other things that we need. And we have state aid, as well, that we fill in. So we have, so if you use just one of these things a year, that's $242 that you are saving or not using out of your own pocket just by the tax money that you're giving every year to the library. And most people who do come, they come in and use the library for many things, like all the time. There's literally thousands of dollars that we're saving people every year by just having the library here in town that they can use. So I feel really privileged and lucky to be someone who gets to work in a library and provide these services to the town and such here. So I really had nothing else to say besides that, but I'm happy to entertain any questions. I could go back to the original slide of our exciting budget. So if anybody's any questions, comments, things to say about the library, I'm here for it. And hopefully if I don't know what I'm saying, Jen and Sue know.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll start with Select Board Member Bennett. We'll keep this rotation this morning and then we'll change it up afterwards. Select Board Member Bennett, do you have any comments?
I do have a comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the library for all that you do for the community.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
That it's Select
Will
Board
be
Member
easy.
Mills.
It's only 7 months.
Is Dan done?
Yeah,
Yes.
Dan's done.
Okay.
Yes,
My comment is that Eleanor Day taught me to use the Dewey Decimal System in that building
John Eleanor.
72 years ago. Bill, you've got to remember Eleanor Day. She was, but the library has been the face of Danvers for my whole life, inside and outside. I must confess, I'm mostly doing Noble Online now, but you've always been there, and it's always been a safe and welcoming place in the heart of Danvers. Thanks for doing a great job, and I'll vote for your budget.
Yay.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Can you just explain the first line there with the change year over year there, the 3.89% increase? Was that a new staff member?
So some of it's just like regular increases. Yes and no. So one of the things that I did just do is that we had a head of youth services position that oversaw both the teen and the children's departments. But as you know, dealing with a 16-year-old and dealing with a 10-month-old are completely different jobs, different expertise. And so I did change to have a head of children's and a head of teen as opposed to having the head of youth services so that those expertises could. So that was just a slight little bump to up that position because the position kind of already existed for children's, but it wasn't a head position, so that I need to just bump up their salary slightly. But otherwise, most of it's, and pretty much because the pandemic in general, and we do have a lot of part-time staff, we have had like lots of turnover and like things like, so we actually end up giving back a lot of our salary money in the end just because of the way the fluctuation in staffing and salaries work. But yeah, it's just a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just looking for a little clarification. And so these youth services with the small children and the teens, is that something that's taken advantage of by a lot of residents?
Oh,
You know?
oh yes. Oh yes. Well, so we did come back recently with in-person children's programming, so that's just coming back. And that's one of those things that for a lot of people, especially like if you hang out in the children's room at all, you will see that there are a lot of caregivers. A lot of times it's not actually the parents, right? So they have their grandparents, nannies, other people that they employ to come and use. And the libraries say, like, it's a great place to be able to come for a low cost, or no cost, really, is prepaid service of, be able to come and have early literacy skills and, worked on with your children. So like that's what story time is all about. Crafts. We have our Lego club is like filled every single week with waiting lists usually. So it's a very well used resource. And like the goal, of course, is to always make it even better than it is. So
That's great to hear.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember when my children were small and I would take them down there, the children's room, they loved just going around and just pulling random books off and looking at them. It was...
Leaving them in a pile on the floor, yeah.
Yeah.
Throwing them randomly back on the shelves. Yeah.
No, I told them not to do that.
Good answer, yeah.
Yeah. So I just wanted to point out that during the pandemic that the library made a real strong effort to still provide services and put the
Absolutely.
books in the plastic bags out on the portico. And I think that helped a lot of people to kind of
Yes.
gave them something to do while they were socially distancing themselves in their homes.
Yes,
And
yes, yeah, and then, I mean, that's a very important, thing that libraries really stepped up in a way to do that. And, one of the things like, Jen could speak to more, but, we started providing online programming, for people at home as well. And that the wonderful thing that happened with that was that libraries were able to start collaborating together on programming. And so somebody like an author might charge a large amount of money to come and speak at your library, and we're like, well, we don't have $5,000, to give for that. But when libraries are able to collaborate in a larger program, suddenly you could say, hey, 10 libraries, if you all chip in X amount of money, we can have this big name author come, and then you can be on the program, your people can come on the program. So that's been like this wonderful thing that never existed before, or maybe in very small matters, that's still existing now. Like Jen could tell you about all the programs that she's helping, like she collaborates with still. And it's one of those things that we don't actually want to give up very much. So there'll always probably now be some kind of online component to our programming. But we have people, who come from all other towns. People from across the country will come to programming, that you have at the Danvers Library online. So it's been a really wonderful way to blow up, accessibility. Because not everybody can make it somewhere. And I still, right now, we're hiring for a community outreach person right now, but I had taken over those responsibilities, and I go once or twice a week. I drive to someone's house or like the Linden and deliver books to patrons there, because that's just something that the library does to try to make it accessible for everybody. So.
Right, and I know someone that's taken advantage of a collaboration that you have with the Tewksbury Library for sort of a people that are looking for a new job, or they may be unemployed, that they have these like Zoom meetings on a regular basis, and that's been very helpful. So I think that's one of the...
Yeah, well, I come from the Tewksbury Library. That's where I came from.
Oh, okay.
So
Right.
I am very familiar with everything that was going on at the Tewksbury Library. So
Right.
there's so Jen joins right on with that. So that that Job Seekers Network
You're right.
is fantastic. Is really a fantastic resource.
Yes.
Resource and very popular. Yeah. So.
Right. And then just one last thing. I think your website is very well designed and offers a lot of value for like, doing checkouts, providing ebooks.
Mm-hmm.
The website really has a lot of value, and it's easy to navigate. I think it's really strengthens your ability to provide services.
Great. Thank you. Glad to hear.
Yeah, and then how about the Library of Things? Like, right, is that still an active program?
It's still a thing, yeah. Library Things is still a thing. I actually just added, what did I just added to it? I just added to it a bubble machine, snowshoes, yep, snowshoes. Someone actually donated a crock pot to me that they basically hadn't used for it. The pack and play now, I still want to call it playpen, but baby jail, but playpen, pack and play, because you have those people who are visiting from out of town, and maybe they need something to be able to
Right.
have their baby in for a week. Something else, what did it do? Oh, makey. There's something else that I'm forgetting that I just ordered too, but But anyway, but yeah, so yeah, still keeping that up.
Right.
I'm always reviewing, because, there's only so much money you're going to spend on any particular thing. But, we have gaming systems, we have pickleball rackets, we've got, all sorts of things that are, ukuleles, guitars, tools, telescope, yeah, American Girl dolls, sewing machine, yep, like another crock pot, yeah, just what's that, the Instapot? Yeah, Instapot, yep, so we have all those, and they're out. like,
All right, that's
the
great.
time, yeah.
So kudos to you and your staff for kind of identifying needs and responding to the customers. So
Yeah, that's what
keep
we
up the
wanna
good
do.
work.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Select Board Member Bernard.
I just want to say thank you and welcome to the town of Danvers. I love the energy. I love collaboration and brainstorming. All I can say is, this library that for the town of Danvers, the services that we offer, it's superb. It really is to the children. During the COVID, I know myself too. My daughter-in-law used a lot of the services. You provided iPads, arts and crafts. I mean, everybody was just so accommodating. We have the best of the best. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Good, yes, yay.
Thank you. And I can appreciate, I'm happy that post-COVID numbers are rising. I happen to be one of those people who, during COVID, hunkered down, sheltered in. But I got a reminder the other day that my library card was about to expire. So I raced right in and I went on NobleNet and I got a book I wanted to read and I popped in the other day and picked it up and renewed my card. So hoping others do as well. I think we're all slowly emerging from the shell, and I think that more publicity for the library itself and including and especially the library of things. I think that's great. I think it's fantastic. You take that Instapot and bundle it with a cookbook and hey, go to town.
Yep.
So a couple of things I realize that your library calculator is something you got from someplace else, but I think two opportunities you're missing is community rooms, which is the use of the Gordon room.
We do have the meeting room on there.
Oh, do you? Okay, very good. You probably buried it under reference, but I'm going to make a pitch for the archives as well.
Yeah, that they don't include this. I didn't create this.
Yeah, I know.
Obviously
That's like I said. I'm
myself,
sure
but
it's boilerplate,
yeah.
but I think that's one of the
Yeah.
things that Danvers
that-
enjoys that other communities don't. The rich archives and history of the town and research opportunities for a number of even not just town-specific things, but a number of historic issues. And yeah, I have a bias, obviously.
Yeah, well, yeah. Obviously everybody's,
so-
but like I say, that archives is, it is outstanding, and most libraries have a room not even as big as this, with local history, maybe some local history material, like Tewksbury had a tiny little room that, well, not that tiny, maybe half the size of this room, that was not staffed and didn't have, regular access to it. You had to go and unlock the door and let people do things themselves in it. That we have what we have here in Danvers, and have someone like Richard Trask who can pop everything out of his head in an instant, and answer any questions. It's fantastic. His breadth of information is unparalleled.
Every time I go up the stairways, I always wonder what's behind that little gate in that room. All the secret documents.
Well, you could get lost back there.
That's all I had. Thank you very much. And I'll open it up. Anybody in the audience have any questions? Mr. Bradstreet.
Mine is a disappointment.
No.
Sorry.
When he started that, I wasn't going to put him on mic, but all right.
Bill Bradstreet, town meeting member, precinct 1. Mine is a disappointment in that the town doesn't have more room to store more books, especially the ones that the residents of town are willing to donate after they've purchased one because it's not in the library. So I'm asking for more space for more books.
Well, I think about a quarter of the children's room is currently scattered about my house, so we're providing a little bit of book space.
Thank you. Any other members
Every
of the
library
public?
wants more room.
Any other members of the public? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to send this forward to the FinCom with a recommendation.
So moved.
Your recommend-
Favorable.
Motion is made for favorable recommendation,
Favorable.
and
Oh,
seconded?
I'll second, I'm sorry.
Yep. So, motion made by Select Board Member Mills and seconded by Select Board Member Bernard. Roll call vote, Mr. Bennett,
Yes,
Mr. Mills,
Yes.
Mr. Duggan,
Yes.
Mr. Bernard,
Yes.
and yes for me as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks.
Up next, we got a little time before
Sure.
lunch break.
But we don't offer crock pots, but we do have audits and dog licenses if anybody's interested.
So much more exciting.
The clicker gone again?
Clicker's up here.
We'll move from the glamorous into the mundane, although some of us are very interested in healthcare plan design and casualty liability insurance. But I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Town Manager Jim Breaker to walk through this budget, which he's our in-house expert on, and as well as the human resources budget that follows.
Thank you. We'll start with the benefits and insurance budget, which has a very modest increase overall of 1.14%. This is the insurance increase is driven mostly by the success of the opt-out program and the renewal rate that the town manager mentioned earlier this morning of 1% for the employee insurance program. For the other cost drivers for this budget, there's really three factors with the property and casualty insurance. There was a comprehensive review of the property insurance this year that was a driving factor, along with bringing the Smith School online fully. It was not online in previous years. And additionally, just a modest overall increase to the property insurance line. That is the main components of the benefits and insurance budget, and we're happy to answer any questions.
And I would add, as we mentioned at the very beginning of the day, the increase in the workers' comp unemployment NOPEB was the ability to move half of our OPEB contribution this year out of free cash and into the tax levy. So this is where that appears. So this would have been a free cash spend, but instead we were able to move it into this budget.
Yep, but we're going rotation.
Jen,
We're going to go in rotation. Select Board Member Bennett.
no questions, thank you.
Thank you. Select Board Member Mills.
No questions, but to say that the Assistant Town Manager has managed all of these agonizingly difficult, sometimes emotional issues brilliantly, with good taste, and I have great confidence in her work product. Thank you.
Thank you.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Yeah, just a brief comment or question. So we're just talking about employee insurance line item right now?
We're talking about insurance and benefits.
Okay, but not the OPEB, right? Or-
Yes, that's
Okay.
part of the insurance and benefits
all right.
budget that's being presented.
All right. For the employee insurance, this is for health, and does it also cover workman's comp?
So employee insurance is for health and dental insurance.
Oh, I see, okay.
And then workers' comp is on the third line, workers' comp,
Oh,
unemployment.
yeah, I see
and
that,
OPEB.
right. So it's interesting to see that the employee insurance has actually gone down. Is that, have you required employees to contribute more to this?
We have not. This is still, we're still seeing the changes from our change 2 fiscal years ago, where we changed providers and we also offered a high deductible plan. And we rolled out a few programs with that, one being the opt-out program. And some of the success we're seeing in the renewal here is because of the opt-out program.
Okay. And that's opt-out, so for like a married couple, the employee could go on the spouse's coverage?
Sure, so the opt-out program is for anybody who can qualify for insurance somewhere else. And if they provide proof of coverage elsewhere, they can participate in a 1-year opt-out program.
Okay. And is that mandatory if they have the ability to get it somewhere else, or it's optional? for them?
It's voluntary.
Yeah, okay. And let's see. This high deductible, does it come with a HSA program, like a health savings account that people, employees can keep forever?
Yes, it does.
Okay, that's great. That's probably why it's attractive.
Yes.
Versus that flexible spend, which is you spend it,
Use it or lose it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, the HSA is a very attractive benefit for
All right,
employees.
well, I'm glad that that's available.
I want to kind of reiterate a point you made. When you look at the screen, it looks like the cost of insurance has gone down. That's not what's happening. The plan is 1%. We had a great renewal rate of 1%, which both the town and the employees will benefit from. But the decline is that most of the employees who were going to take the deductible plan did it 2 years ago, and there was a 2-year, a sizable contribution from the town for the first 2 years to help fund that. So part of the decline is related to that tapering off. And then as Jen was saying, I think most of the employees who were already here who were going to participate in the opt-out plan have done that. So that also is part of the decline here. But the plan itself is and will probably always increase.
Oh,
We're
sure.
seeing,
Yeah, that's
budgetarily,
right.
we're seeing some
Yep.
relief this year.
And for clarification, it's the contribution to the HSA that is phasing out. We're seeing that.
But it is,
I just don't think we were clear that it was the
Oh.
HSA contribution.
yeah.
So does the town contribute partially to the
So-
HSA?
The town makes a contribution for years 1 and 2 that somebody participates in the high deductible plan to their HSA. There is a contribution for year 1 and a slightly less contribution in year 2. And that's for any time somebody is jumping on the plan for their first year 1 or 2.
Okay.
So we saw a lot of contributions the first year we rolled out the high deductible plan, and now we're 2 years out from that, so we don't have as many contributions anymore.
Right.
And we'll just see a handful from new employees or during open enrollment if an employee decides to switch from one plan to the other for the first time.
Okay, so the year 1 and 2, that was more like an incentive to kind of have them transition into the high deductible plans.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, all right. And then the OPEB, I know Rodney loves to talk about the OPEB. Is that something he can?
He said I couldn't talk about it.
We have a slide later on that goes into
Oh, okay.
OPEB in
All right.
general, but yeah.
So, all right, so I'm all set, thank you.
Hi, good morning. We all know that insurance is very expensive, and we want to attract good employees, and we want to take care of our employees here at the town and offer them the great benefits. Do we, Jen, naturally, does the town have like a pool of insurance plans that they continuously look at? Like, I know like Mass Bankers, for bankers, will have a more attractive rate for health insurance premiums. Does the town work with other towns? Is it through Steve's group that whatever it is that, yeah. Is there a group that we shop it, year after year?
So we do, 2 years ago, we went through a competitive process to look at our health insurance. The way, when a town goes through a change for health insurance, it must be done through a process with our Insurance Advisory Committee, which is made up of union representatives and town representatives and retiree representatives. And the IAC becomes the PEC.
Okay.
Essentially the same exact group of people doing the same exact thing. It's just a change required by the law, but we must negotiate healthcare plan change, so it's not as easy for communities to switch year to year to year, and it's also a rather large undertaking. But we do work with our fellow communities to understand what rates they're getting for renewals. We work with Maya on understanding our loss run ratios, our medical experience, so that we know how our plan is performing. We work with Maya on offering wellness and fitness activities and initiatives to our employees to help us with our experience, which contributes to our renewal factors. So we do pay very close attention to what's going on in the marketplace and within our community, but it's just not as easy for us to switch year to year.
Right, so that's great. No, you do a great job. So would you say like every 2 years you would revisit that?
I want to take a little step backward and explain what MIA is and then answer the question. But the MIA is the Massachusetts Interlocal Insurance Association. Danvers was one of the founding communities some 30-odd years ago. And so MIA is a consortium of towns and cities. It's not a company. I serve on the advisory board for MIA. There's also an executive board for MIA that is made up of managers and mayors. And Maya is part of the MMA. They currently have a relationship with Blue Cross Blue Shield, which is the insurer that backs them. They're constantly doing the work that you're describing in terms of market analysis. And we left Maya maybe 10 years ago because at that time they were not able to provide a level of service that we needed with respect to a certain category of our retirees. A number of communities also left, and I think Maya at that time realized that this was a gap they needed to address. They put staffing in place to do that, so we were pretty happy to go back to Maya a couple years ago. We had been with Tufts, and our rates with Tufts were unsustainable, and our rates thus far with Maya have been very competitive. But they're doing a lot of the work you're describing
Okay,
on
good.
an annual basis. They have an entire, well, back when people actually worked in person in Boston, Maya had I think more office space than at the MMA because they had a team that was doing this actuarial work in-house. So.
It is a big undertaking. It's the insurance, it's the higher deductibles for people. But like I said before, we want to offer good benefits to our employees. And then just the other question that I had, I know, you know, as the insurance, it does increase for the employees. When you say it's optional, if say a husband or a wife has that, do we promote any benefit or give that employee, say, an extra perk or something to say, look, if you go on somebody else's plan and we naturally save the town money, do we compensate them or give them some kind of an incentive, a couple of days off or something like that?
So that is what the opt-out program is. We make monthly payments for the first year they opt out. We pay them money for a full year.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, that's good. Okay. All right, no, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's that?
Yes.
You know that when I look at the budget, I look for outliers, and you've described some of them here in this synopsis. So, a couple of questions. Obviously, as I'm looking at the actual budget items, the ones that stick out to me that you haven't explained is, so the health insurance opt-out. In 2022, it was 0, now it's 10,000. I understand that you're doing, you know, why you're doing it. You're putting money in the budget in the event that someone joins a high deductible plan and you're gonna participate in contributing. Why did it go from 0 to, is it just anticipating new hires or plan changes, or is it just budget insurance, as it were?
So when the reason it's broken out this year is that for the first, as we were implementing it, it was covered in the employee insurance line.
Okay.
So the wave has crashed. I think most of the folks
Okay,
are
so
going
it's
to do it.
moved from one funding source to another.
Now we're anticipating on an annual basis a number of, probably 1.5 employees, depending on the plan. We have 2 different plans. We have a traditional copay plan. We also have a high deductible plan, and you could choose individual or family. So that new line item would cover the ability to fund the opt-out on a moving forward basis.
Yeah, just to clarify, so the 10,000 represents outstanding opt-out payments we have to make. So these people already opted out, again, because it's not exactly on a fiscal year. There's a couple more payments they'll get in FY23.
So unlike sick leave, it's not an anticipatory amount.
No,
it's
because if we
actual.
budget them on their insurance and they decide to opt out, the opt-out versus their class of insurance, it's a net. It's going to be a surplus in the budget.
Yeah. Okay, it was.
And they can also opt out at any point. They don't have to opt out for July 1. It can be any point that they become eligible somewhere else. So we often see an uptick of opt-outs around October and November because private insurance typically renews for January 1. So that's when maybe a spouse is able to pick up coverage and somebody's going to opt out. So we do see that, if I said July 1, I meant January, sorry. Okay, that's where we see people come on more often than in July when we do our renewal.
Okay. As I look at the budget, the Medicaid surcharge premium went down by almost over 14%. Do we actually get charged less, or is it related to the number of people working for the town?
So that number will always go down. It's
I think in the insurance world, they call that positive attrition, but it means beneficiaries are dying.
Nice, people die, okay. Well,
sorry, Bill.
Don't add to that decline,
I couldn't
Bill.
think of a more delicate way to answer the question. I apologize.
Okay, is that the same answer for Veterans Aid as well?
largely.
Okay, sorry to hear that. And sick leave incentive, that's a anticipatory amount. You don't know that people are going to take it. Why was it 0 in 2022? And I don't mind the fact that it's $75K now because you're anticipating, but why was it 0?
We changed our sick leave incentive policies and union contracts through negotiations. So now that with the change in how those payments are made, we can better anticipate how much money we may need for sick leave incentive payouts. So that's based on historical data of how many people have retired and would qualify for the sick leave incentive.
Great, thank you. I have no other questions. Are there members of the public who would like to ask questions about this budget? If not, I'll entertain a motion to send this to the Finance Committee with a specific recommendation.
So moved. Favorable.
Second.
Motion made and second favorable. Select Board Member Bennett?
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills?
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan?
Yes.
Select Board Member Bernard?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we will move on to the Human Resources budget, which does show a rather large increase. Most of the increase is due, I'm going to start with the bottom bullet and move up. We included, as the town manager referenced earlier in his presentation, a line item for the new Director of Equity and Inclusion to be able to hit the ground running and do some work. So there is funding in the HR budget, a line created for the work they will be doing. And additionally, the salary and wages is up slightly due to the anticipated hiring of an HR director instead of the HR generalist, and the difference in the salaries for those two positions. We are happy to take any questions on this budget as well.
Select Board Member Bennett?
Thank you. Just looking through this, the medical exams is up 33%. Consulting services up 100%. Training services up 285%. Those are some pretty big numbers. General office supplies, 33%. Any comments on some of those line items?
The consulting services and the training services are the areas that we've included the funding for the DEI. That is the two spots for training, and then if they want to work with a consultant or something that would qualify for that, that is where we put the funding dedicated to the DEI work. The medical exams, of one budget cycle ago, we consolidated medical exams from across all the individual budgets into the HR budget, because HR manages the medical exams for new employees and for CDL licenses, and was being invoiced and then transitioning the invoices to the department. We found it would be easier to consolidate the budget. So last year was the first year we consolidated, and there was more funding needed than the consolidation initially showed us. Not every department had a clear line where they were paying for medical exams out of, so it wasn't as smooth of a transition. So that is the increase for medical exams.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Select Board Member Mills?
No comments.
Select Board Member Duggan?
I'm all set.
Select Board Member Bernard?
I'm all set. Thank you.
And I'm all set as well. Any members of the public? I'll entertain a motion for recommendation for FinCom.
Move to forward.
Second.
Favorable, Mr. Mills?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yep. So, all right, any questions on the motion? All in favor, I'm sorry, Select Board Member Bennett?
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills?
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan?
Yes.
Select Board Member Bernard?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Thank you very much.
The IT budget is next, and our IT director is once again lurking. I can see him behind the door, but I will do the overview here. It's a pretty straightforward story. We mentioned at the beginning of today, one of the goals last fall was to try to move some of the ongoing technology-related expenses out of the tech warrant, which is funded by free cash, and into the operating budget because it's a recurring expense. So $130,000 of the $150,000 increase in operating, which is most of the story in the IT budget, is actually, these are expenses that were moved from the tech warrant into the operating budget. So it's not a new expense, it's just being funded in a different place. If you back that out, the budget is about a 3.7% increase as opposed to the 25% that is glaring at everybody from the screen. Wages and salaries are up by and large level funded. That's in part, we had some new hires in that department, and so the starting salary for the new employees is slightly less than the old, so this accommodates for the COLAs, but it's essentially level funded. And any question you have on this, I'm probably going to open the door and bring Colby in, but I'd be happy to entertain questions.
Thank you. Select Board Member Bennett.
How many employees are working in this department currently, full-time?
5 full-time plus our director, so 6.
6 full-time, okay.
And that's-
And how many were there 3 years ago?
When, I think 5, yeah, the new employee is an administrator, so when I'm going to give again a step back and then a step forward. So Diane Norris, the former assistant town manager, used to oversee MIS. And when she announced her retirement, we did a study, and that study resulted in the hiring of Colby. Colby and his team have taken on a lot more work with the schools and the electric department and the police department. We've tried to consolidate IT rather than having departments managing their own IT. So we're up, our head count is up by 1, but I want to qualify that. One of the things that our network engineer was able to do when we hired him was work with the schools and identify, I want to say $60,000 in contracted services that the schools had been paying out, which we can now do in-house with our IT department. So when we hired Carrie, who is the administrative assistant supporting IT, her salary was almost fully funded by the savings on the school side. So we do have a robust IT department, which is how we've been able to bring on 6 or 7 small town partners in the regional collaborative that Colby has spearheaded. So we are up, yeah, I guess that's a long way of saying we're +1 in the IT department.
Okay. Very important to have the protections from hackers, virus, et cetera. So I think Colby and his staff are doing a good job. I don't think we've been held ransom, have we?
Colby has no comment.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Select Board Member Mills.
No comments. A nice job from everything that I see is so helpful to me. And as a slightly older person, I need all the help I can get in IT, and I usually get it. Thank you.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Just a couple of questions for the operating expenses. I'm not seeing any. I don't see a line item for actual hardware. Would that be categorized within this section?
Colby Cousins, IT Director. Our hardware is in a computer supplies line item, I believe.
Okay. All right, I see one there for.
There's computer maintenance and computer supplies, and that's where most of our hardware
So that was a static 15,000 from last fiscal year. That seems low.
Yeah, I believe computer maintenance is the
Okay.
one that's higher.
All right. Well, there's software maintenance. Maybe maybe it's categorized in there, and that was actually.
That's where we're moving our Office 365.
Okay.
into
So
this.
that was 87,000 for last fiscal year, and for 23, it's 144.
Thank you.
So so was it moved? You moved other areas for hardware into this maintenance line item?
The software maintenance line item is going up because we're moving Office 365 out of the tech warrant and into the operating budget, into that software maintenance
Okay.
line item.
So you've standardized, you're moving the software to the cloud, right? And trying to, does that result in lower licensing costs rather than having to go around, like in the past, Microsoft Suite was, on a CD or a DVD, and you'd have to go around or install it from over the network or whatever. So-
Yeah, so now we just download it. Our licensing costs are not lower, but we stay up to date consistently. Whereas before, we would have had the same version of Office for several years. Now, as soon as they release an update, we have the updated version. Everything is compatible and our operations are smooth because of that.
Okay. And that includes the monthly Microsoft patches?
Correct, yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
And is there a plan to kind of, I know you have a data center over on Borough Street. Are you planning to kind of migrate any of the functionality out to like AWS, the Amazon Cloud, to kind of only pay for what you need and not have to have servers sitting there with low utilization?
Yeah, so we've looked at that. We have some compliance requirements, especially with electric, that require us to keep on-premise equipment.
Okay.
So because we have an on-premise data center anyways, there are opportunities for cost savings with on-premise deployments. So we take advantage of that, but we're really a hybrid model, hybrid cloud, right? So we take advantage of the cloud where it makes sense for us. We take advantage of on-premise deployments where it makes sense for us.
All right. Well, that sounds good that you're flexible. And this model comes into play when you're still providing services for some towns that don't have their own IT department, like I think Essex is an example.
Correct,
So-
yeah. So, and we're planning to expand that program, so that will also keep us with on-premise data center
Right.
equipment. Will be essentially a cloud provider for the region.
Yeah. And I think that's a great initiative that I think that you kind of spearheaded that since you came on board here. So,
Yeah, that was a goal given to me by Steve, the town manager, and I did my best to follow through. As so far, it's showing some promise.
well, there's
definitely.
a learning curve there, and plus it's also a marketing challenge, right? So sometimes people, they don't want to give up their control. It's like
Yes.
their little kind of domain or whatever, so.
Yeah, but we're
keep up
very
the-
happy with the progress we've made so far.
Keep
so
up the good work. I
Thank
think
you.
there's opportunity there for additional revenue for the town. I mean, we have some fixed costs, and this is a way to kind of leverage that and kind of spread the cost out over different.
We're also seeing significant cost reduction by bulk purchasing as a region. So
Right.
our recent investment in cybersecurity, we saw a significant cost reduction by all going in on it together.
That's great. All right, well, keep up the good work, Colby.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Select Board Member Bernard.
Hi, Colby. I think you're doing a great job. No one likes to see an added position, but I think it's well needed. You came before us recently saying about all the work that you had to do at the high school, and I'm sure all that work at the Smith School. And folks that are listening, people don't realize the importance of technology. We need to be a step forward, always a step forward, and big with the cybersecurity, too. We don't want any cyber attacks, so we want to make sure that we do have all that software that we need. And I love the cloud, and I love hearing about it. I think you're doing a great job, and if there's anything that you could maybe walk us through. I didn't know that there was the data center there at Borough Street, so that's good. But compliance too, like you said, you've got to follow compliance rules. That's huge. So thank you for what you do, and I'm all for this. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions either. Are there any members of the public? I'll entertain a motion.
Move to forward with favorable.
And I will second.
Motion made and seconded. Any questions on the motion? Select Board Member Bennett?
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills?
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan?
Yes.
Select Board Member Bernard?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colby. We'll move into the management budget and some of the associated budgets. So we'll start with the management budget, which is the town manager's office. When you look at the line item version of this budget, you'll note two areas that are really driving the increase here. One is postage. Rates have gone up. And if you look at the actuals from fiscal year '21, we're trying to correct the budget to mirror what was spent. And then just general office supplies. And that's really the kind of the entire story, but I'd be happy to take a question if anybody has one.
Select Board Member Bennett.
I have no questions.
Select Board Member Mills.
Just one comment instead of a question is the management of our town during the difficult times just past that don't have to be enumerated, I just think has been magnificent. And I'm very, very grateful to our management team for keeping this town not only together, but working as a really productive, progressive, functioning, great organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Select Board Member Duggan.
It looks just some minor modest differences from last fiscal year, so I'm all set. Thank you.
Select Board Member Bernard.
I think it looks good. Some increases, decreases are good. Photocopy supplies, I mean, that's kind of up a little bit. I don't understand why that would be, but, and then, what is it, the sick leave incentive, they do not get that? Managers is,
Nope, so we, in the HR budget, we talked about the big increase, so we introduced the line there. You'll notice a trend across all the budgets. There's a decrease in the departmental budgets because that, as Jen was saying, when we worked through collective bargaining, we changed the way that that incentive works. So it's budgeted in one place now. So you'll notice in a lot of the budgets that's been zeroed out because it's being funded in a consolidated way now.
numbers are just really aligned with what we've had before, maybe a little increase, a little decrease, so it's good, looks good for me.
Thank you. Again, looking at the outliers, the highs and lows, you've explained away the highs. Advertising went up a bit too. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at postage, my mistake. No, advertising went up as well. But it's only $600. What consulting services are we not anticipating? Because that dropped 14%.
We've used that line in the past. We used it in 2017. We used it for the citizen survey. We've relied on that account. Like when we did our comp and class study, we funded part of that out of here. So it's not a specific item. It's just from year to year, more often than not, we run into issues where it's nice to have the ability to bring in an outside expert. We're just reducing it based on, trend.
Okay.
So nothing specific.
All right, and you don't anticipate, well, just a small decrease in conference fees. All right, I'm all set. So any member of the public on this one? I'll accept a recommendation.
Move to forward with a favorable recommendation.
Second?
Thank you very much. Any questions on the motion? Select Board Member Bennett.
Yes?
Select Board Member Mills.
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Yes.
Select Board Member Bernard.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the department head budget. This is the budget that funds the department heads. I guess it's a pretty self-explanatory budget. The increase, as noted in the bullets, this is where the new Director of Equity Inclusion position is funded. And so the 12% increase in this budget is really 3.84 when you back that new position out. And that 3.84 covers the anticipated compensation plan that the board will review in September and accommodates for 2 market adjustments that were approved by the board last September. Otherwise, it's a relatively level budget, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
I'll just open up in general. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question about the DEI position. That's a full-time position?
Yes.
Okay. And that's for long-term?
Correct. Yep. And actually, I had sent an email to the board. We did complete interviews. We made a job offer that was accepted. So we anticipate having the person on board by the end of April. So that is exciting news. D. Joko was here earlier, but he has since left. But he came in and helped us with those interviews. And I'm pleased that we were able to secure our top choice for the position.
That's great. Good to hear. All right, I'm all set.
Anybody else have questions?
Gardner?
Yep.
Thank you. Tuition reimbursements, it shows no increase, but actually if you look back to fiscal 19, it's up 73%. You're budgeting proposed the same as last year. Do you know what the actual last year was? And are you anticipating a lot of tuition reimbursement?
Yeah, so we budget that each year based on classes that members of this team would theoretically take. So currently, the assistant town manager is finishing her master's degree, and we offer the same tuition reimbursement to non-union employees that are offered to union employees. So across all departments, we work with the department heads each year to identify who's planning to take what coursework. So we budget this based on anticipated need. The zero, during the pandemic, nobody was finding much extra time to do self-improvement, so we weren't letting Jen out of the building very often, but she's hoping this year to be able to continue with her coursework.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Oh, yes, Select Board Member
Mr.
Mills.
Chairman, number one, I think that anything that Jen Breaker wanted by way of further training, she doesn't need. She does a superb job exactly as she is. My concern is not necessarily with Jen, but for any employee who is offered this benefit, do they have any commitment to remain with the town for a period of time after having the benefit of the educational stipend?
The short answer is no. I've never worked in an organization where there's been a clawback provision per se. We try to invest in the employees. We've had, Steve Poulos is an example. We supported, he was here 6 years. We supported him during his time here to earn his master's degree. We knew when he hired him he wanted to be a finance director. We got 6 quality years out of Steve, and he moved on to be the finance director of Marblehead just as designed. And philosophically, I think we want to be known as an organization that invests in employees because I think that helps us get people in the door. It is possible that somebody would earn a degree and then leave right away, but it doesn't happen very often. In fact, I can't recall of a time that that's happened, so.
Well, I don't like the name clawback, but I think a residual commitment to the town. I also understand what you've just said, Steve. I believe I understand and respect. Still seems to me that if you're going to take the benefit of an educational stipend, which could be in the thousands and thousands of dollars, that there should be a commitment to use that education for the benefit of the taxpayers. Just my thought, not a requirement, and I will support this budget.
Sure.
Anybody else? Select. Thank you. Anybody from the public? No? Mr. Bradsky.
As David said about us providing funds for education, is that a standard that most businesses require you to? If we're paying for you to go to school, you will have to remain with us for a certain period of time, as opposed to, it hasn't happened to us, but as opposed to paying for someone to go to school, if we don't know it, but they know as soon as they get the education that they didn't have to pay for, they're gone. Now, is it a business standard to have someone?
It depends in the business world. It depends on the education you're providing. Obviously, if you pay for someone to get a doctorate and you work in a hospital setting, or you're going to want them to retain, it runs the gamut. I don't think you'll find that it's far afield from anything else, any other municipality, to not require dedicated longevity based on training. The training often is not just a degree training, but it could be a certificate training. You could get someone to do a PMP training or some other form of training that actually is commensurate with their job, that helps further their job and their capabilities in the job. It's not unusual not to have the term that Mr. Mills doesn't like is clawback, or a requirement to stay a certain amount of time.
And I can offer some context too. So we don't allow people to pursue any degree that they want. Typically it's a conversation I have with the employee. I've had employees who wanted to get an MBA. We've talked about getting an MPA. Our assistant recreation director, I'm going to embarrass him a little bit. He earned his master's. He's been here, I think, 8 or 9 years, and he wanted to get a master's in recreation. And I convinced him to get a master's in public administration because I think his personality and skill set someday will make him he could be a town administrator somewhere if he wanted to be. So we work with each employee as they're thinking about what they want to do. There's certainly, I'm sure we could find examples of places where if you leave in a certain amount of time, you have to pay a certain percent back. That's not, I don't think it's common, but it's not unheard of. And then below pursuing, as the chair said, specific degrees, we push a lot of our employees through, Suffolk in partnership with the MMA offers several graduate level programs, leadership in local government. Some of these programs, as you participate in them, you actually earn graduate credits that you could then later use to get a degree. So we aggressively push people into those programs, in part because, you know, as they're taking those programs, they're developing skills and bringing back ideas that they can use with their divisions. So this is an organization that does invest in its employees. As I said, the tuition program we have mirrors what's in our collective bargaining agreements. So if we were going to have a change in policy, which I wouldn't push, we would probably start that conversation with the unions in a couple of years when we revisit the CBAs. But philosophically, I think we're doing it the right way.
Thank you for your explanation. I just want to make sure that the town gets its money's worth.
So there's also the concept in my business of over-engineering, which is to say, if you stop building programs or policies for things that aren't happening, it just becomes laborious and may set up red flags for candidates who are coming on board. I'm certain that if the HR administration or the town manager felt that this was a pattern that they wanted to stop, we would have different discussions. But there's, in some cases, no reason to develop policies and procedures when there's no true problem. So
My only concern would be, after what you said, would be trying to catch up as opposed to being current with.
And I think that if we saw a pattern of this happening, we would address that pattern and so that we got ahead of it when we saw it happening.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I unconditionally agree with this town manager's discretion on any personnel management issues, period. At the same time, I'm not comfortable with the concept of paying for graduate degrees, excluding anything having to do with Jen. Yeah, because people come and go and people take advantage of stuff. And this is a stuff that can be very expensive. And again, it's not the complete dollar value of it. To me, it's the principle. If you're going to get paid for some great benefit, what benefit are the taxpayers going to get out of it? I have heard the town manager say that it's important to provide this as part of the concept of who you're coming to work for. Okay. But unfortunately, in my tenure around here and watching the town, there are so many turnovers of highly competent, wonderful people that we were so excited to have them come here, and they have left for greener pastures usually because our pasture isn't green enough. So don't you leave for greener pastures. Enough. That's enough. My message is across, and I'm concerned about the program.
Thank you. Any other public questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion with a recommendation.
A move to approve, move to forward with approval.
Second?
Motion made and seconded. I'm presuming you mean with a favorable recommendation?
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion? Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills?
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan?
Yes.
Select Board Member Bernard?
Yes.
And I am a yes as well.
Up next is our legal counsel budget. You'll notice a reduction here. David DeLuca and his team have not dropped their fees for the coming year, but just looking at recent trend, and these may be famous last words, but we haven't been utilizing our full general fund supported legal budget, so we're kind of recalibrating that. So you'll see there's a decrease here. We also provide on the screen, because we do budget for legal services across the utilities as well, and they pay for the services that they consume. So the electric department and the water and sewer division are not funded through the general fund legal budget. They have their own legal budgets. So just the table kind of gives the context for the overall organization. But by and large, we have about a $200,000 legal budget, which in an organization of $175 million is pretty good. Again, knock on wood, we have a good relationship with the firm. They provide us the guidance we need, and we're often able to handle issues very quickly with them because of that familiarity. So happy to take any questions you have, but this is pretty straightforward.
Thank you. Select Board Member Bennett?
No questions.
Select Board Member Mills?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve, is the total here paid to the Toomey Hesse, is that all David DeLuca's firm?
Not necessarily. Some of the electric department, so electric relies on some expert counsel that Murphy Hesse does not have pertaining to utility, so DPU and FERC accounting law. And I believe, sorry? Planning will sometimes, so we'll work through David DeLuca, but the planning department, for example, may require expertise on a matter that Murphy
And
Hesse.
Cable has counsel.
Use KP law, so it's not all Murphy Hesse.
I just want to say to the board that I have watched the quality of legal counsel and the cost of legal counsel for more than 50 years for this town. And I think that our current firm does great work. I'm really comfortable with the fact that our management is really comfortable with them. And I think that their prices have always been fair and within very conservative markets. So I have no problems whatsoever with this budget.
Thank you. Select Board Member Duggan?
All set.
Select Board Member Bernard?
No questions?
And I am all set as well. Any members of the public have questions? Mr. Bradstreet, please.
I try to attend as many board meetings as I can. It bothers me that at some of these meetings, a question comes up that requires a legal opinion, and the board has to delay an answer for the future because it takes time to contact our legal experts for them to get back with an answer that then can be passed on. I don't know what the cost would be, but I find it disappointing that on some of these boards, there isn't a legal person there to answer these questions. I also find it disappointing that the applicants give a legal answer to me that serves their purpose, and perhaps, but not always, the town's interest. I don't know what the cost is, but I personally find it disappointing that we're relying at some of these board meetings on an applicant as opposed to someone who represents the town.
I can't speak to that piece, but I would say, and we agree on most things, I'm going to disagree with you here. It would be inappropriate for David Mills as an attorney to be offering legal opinions on things before the board.
I'm not asking that.
Some communities still have in-house counsel. I can tell you that the salary for that one person would be more than we spend across all of our departments. We have access to a broad team of attorneys. And if David DeLuca were in the room today and you asked him an opinion, he probably wouldn't give you an opinion on the fly. He'd want to do his diligence and make sure he's giving you the right answer. With respect to an attorney who's representing an applicant, David Fields is working very closely with the boards to make sure that when there are complex questions that are asked, they're either relying on staff direction, which would have, in some cases, already had dialogue with the attorney, although you can't if it's an unanticipated question, or using the time between meetings to vet those things. I think it should be deliberative. I don't necessarily think that we would, if we had an attorney attending all of our regulatory board meetings, our legal budget would multiply by several factors.
I understand your words about it being cost effective. Personally, I just find it disappointing that the time delay to pay for a expert opinion at that time. I don't know how many lawyers you'd have to hire or pay them. I just find it personally disappointing. Thank you.
Select Board Member Mills.
May I comment that I agree with very much with what Member Bradstreet has to say. And I think that currently, because David Fields is on staff, we are covered. And I also respect what our manager says, that if we wanted to have house counsel at every meeting, that budget would be doubled. And I think that it is important as a matter of philosophy and policy that our boards be instructed to not believe that the attorney for an applicant is speaking as the legal opinion of what the law says, because my experience is that the misrepresentations and advocacy interests of attorneys and developers are hardly consistent with what the law requires. So I hear you, Mr. Bradstreet. I certainly hear the town manager, and I also applaud the town manager and management for having someone of the quality of David Fields. Let's do everything we can to keep him here, because he is a very, very competent fellow in these matters, and I just applaud his work and changes that have taken place in regard to our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions from the audience? I'll entertain a motion with a recommendation.
Move to forward with approval.
Second?
Motion made and seconded. Select Board Member Bennett, your vote.
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills.
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Yes.
Select Board Member Bernard.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well.
Bringing us home, I think in the pre-lunch portion of the event today, we have the moderator budget, the select board budget, and the finance committee reserve budget. Not much to say here. The town meeting approved modest adjustments last year to the stipends for these positions, but it's essentially level funded this year minus outside of a modest increase for operating on the select board budget.
You've got moderator, select board, and what was the third?
We'll do the FinCom reserve. It's on another slide.
Okay, all right.
And Ronnie just reminded me that the operating cost is associated with the MMA fees. So
Thank you. Select Board Member Bennett, do you have any questions on moderator or select board budget?
Nope.
Thank you. Select Board Member Mills.
Yes, the moderator is definitely overpaid. I do have a comment on the select board. After Mr. Bennett finished his first recent tour of duty as chair, I requested that he consider being available for a second tour of duty, which he accepted. I never expected that it would be the year of horrors. And I have watched Gardner especially and Dan acting as chairs, not me, doing not just heavy lifting, but heavy lifting day after day after day. I think eventually there should be consideration to the payment of the chair of the Board of Selectmen of a much larger stipend, and I'm talking in terms of $20,000 or $25,000, which would still be a bargain at hourly professional rates, because the amount of work that the chair of the Board of Selectmen puts in, and I'm not going to be, I hope I get reelected, but I will always hope that I'm not going to be chair, because frankly, it's too much work, which has been beautifully done by both Gardner and Dan. And eventually, I don't know, it should be more. It should be a substantial stipend for chair, and otherwise, this is the same budget that we have been looking at for certainly all my time on the board, and I think for the last 20 years, there's never been a change. And I don't think the moderator is overpaid. And that's it. Because she's in the room, you know.
Select
That's
Board
it,
Member
thank
Duggan.
you.
All set.
Select Board Member Bernard.
Pat, you do a superb job. Thank you.
And I have no questions. I'll entertain a motion, please.
Move to forward with approval.
And I'll
Recommend.
just state moderator and select board.
Yes.
Thank you.
Second?
Motion made and seconded to move both the moderator and select board to FinCom with a favorable recommendation. Any discussion on the motion? Select Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
Thank you. Select Board Member Mills.
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Yes.
Select Board Member Bernard.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well.
Finance Committee Reserve, this is an amount each year that is appropriated that the Finance Committee by law is authorized to access for unforeseen needs. This is per statute, this number can be budgeted in the millions. We have never done that. It has historically been set at a relatively low amount. Historically, it's for the period between town meeting and the end of the fiscal year. If something unanticipated happens, you have the ability to make the books close in the black without having to reconvene town meeting. We've used it in years past for overtime excess or health insurance where we've had budgetary deficits. Years ago, I believe it was used by the board after Wayne announced his retirement. That's where they went to cover the cost of the recruitment. Actually, just this past December, Colby's no longer in the room, but we had an opportunity to, as a region, secure our cybersecurity technology before the end of the calendar year. And the Finance Committee came together on short notice and approved using a portion of this so that we could secure about a 35% discount on the project. So it's a modest amount set aside each year for FinCom. There's no change recommended to that amount this year.
Thank you. Select Board Member Bennett, do you have any questions, sir?
None?
Select
Thank
Board
you.
Member Mills?
No, thank you.
Select Board Member Duggan?
All set.
Select Board Member Bernard?
No questions?
And I'm all set as well. Yes, Mr. Bradstreet, please. Welcome.
I know the money's set aside for unexpected issues. Is there a list of over, I don't know how many years you would do it? This year, this was unexpected, this was unexpected. The following year, this was unexpected, this was, or it wasn't. Is there a track record showing what has shown up too many times as unexpected that perhaps should be put in a certain budget?
No, because I think,
That's why I know.
yeah, I think so. I mentioned that the year before I got here, the board had to access those funds in the late spring after Wayne announced he's retiring. In the 7 years, the 3 instances I'm thinking of, we had a year where the health insurance budget, the claims ran incredibly hot, so the Finance Committee was able to appropriate into that budget after town meeting so that we could close the year. As mentioned here, we had an issue. Town meeting did, I believe, the year we had to use it for overtime. We actually did a budget amendment at town meeting. The trend continued, and we had to do another adjustment before the end of the fiscal year. And then this year for cybersecurity. So I don't think we've had to use it for the same reason twice, so it would be hard to try to predict a particular budget to adjust. It's really, it's very flexible by design.
Okay, one thing that sticks in my mind is that I believe it was the police department lost a vehicle during the year, and one had to be replaced. That's the police. Any of the other unexpected, say, public works or electric, that you wouldn't expect them, they show up. And I guess I'm still laboring under the period that they might show up. I mean, to replace a piece of equipment shows up because you know their lifespan. But it's the unusual vehicle that you bought something, it's supposed to last 10 years, it lasts a year. That's the unexpected. But
Well, in Danvers, they're supposed to last 10, and we get a 15 out of them. We don't.
we try our best.
Yeah, I mean, to lose a vehicle mid-year would typically be an accident, in which case insurance would cover the replacement.
Okay.
When we're talking about sort of end of life, David and Phil and their teams, we know every year which, there are years where a truck is scheduled for replacement. Phil will give us his opinion whether we can get another year out of it or not, but he's never going to say we'll get a year if we don't have a contingency plan. So we would never be in a position where we'd have to replace a pickup truck mid-year because it died on the street.
As opposed, say, repurposing it to a different department that doesn't have a specific need but can use it.
We do that with all of our fleet as we might, the example we point to always is the pop-up library van. So the school department had a special needs van that they no longer, it had reached the end of its useful life in terms of transporting kids, but it was the perfect vehicle for the library to take to do events throughout the year where they bring their pop-up library. So we've had electric department vehicles repurposed to go to Endicott Park for work there. So we're constantly looking at that.
The library's pop-up, well, the library's vehicle doesn't answer my needs for additional space for enlarging the library.
Well, now that I know the value of a children's book, I'm awfully nervous about how much we have sitting on the floor in our house. I'm going to be back there tomorrow to return them all.
Thank you for the consideration. Thank you.
They're hoping on late fee funding.
They don't charge us anymore. That's the problem.
Oh.
That's right.
All right, any other questions on this budget? I'll entertain a motion on the FinCom reserve.
Move to advance with approval.
Second.
Motion made to advance, I'll paraphrase, with a favorable recommendation. Select Board Member
That's what I
Bennett,
meant. That's what I meant.
Yes,
Select Board Member Mills,
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan,
Yes.
Select Board Member Bernard.
Yes.
And I am in favor as well. It's up to you. I'll ask the board, do we want to take a 15, 20-minute break, get some lunch, and then have a working lunch and try to move on
Yeah.
through? All right, to DCAT in the back and to the members of the public, we will take a 20-minute break to resume by this clock at 1:15. as we continue to work and eat. It's a long day, and personally, I don't want to have to go too late into it, so let's, the town manager walked out. He usually introduces the next budget item. Where you go? Rodney, would you like to kick us off?
I'll jump in. So
Great.
nothing after eating a couple sandwiches and talking about the accounting budget. So here
There
we
we
go. So accounting, again, not very minor increase on the operating expense side. Most of that is tied to our going out to bid for an actuary for our OPEB, which we do every 3 years. You'll also see within the line item detail a shift from tuition to training. So again, as we talked about earlier with tuition reimbursement, we don't have anyone taking specific college or post-grad classes right now, but there is a need for training as we have 2 new staff members in that office. So again, we just reallocated those resources to some training services, whether it's some UMass accounting classes or whatever the department feels it needs to get those people to hit the ground running. With that, I'm happy to take any questions on the accounting budget.
All right, I'll reverse the order. Select Board Member Duggan.
All right, thank you. Just a comment on the training. So I'm in favor of always training our staff. If they decide they want to leave, I mean, that's incumbent upon us to keep them, to provide competitive salary or whatever's necessary. I think during the job selection process, if you told someone that you wouldn't provide training unless there was some type of caveat that they had to stick around, I think you would lose some of the best candidates. So I'm in favor of training. Doesn't need to be a master's degree. Any type of training that enhances their skill set, I think, is a benefit not only for the employee but also for the employer. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Select Board Member Mills.
My same comments on the training. I trust our manager's discretion. I actually think that the administrative people in our town are committed. I'm uncomfortable with paying tuition for somebody's master's degree if the town, not along while they're going to school, is not going to get some benefit out of it in the long run. It just, I'm uncomfortable with that, and but I trust this process. I think that this budget is beautifully put together with a lot of hard work, so I'm going to support this, but that tuition thing troubles me. Thank you.
Thank you, Select Board Member Bennett.
No questions.
Select Board Member Bernard.
No questions.
I have no questions either. Any members of the public with questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to advance with approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to move with a favorable approval. Select Board Member Bernard? Vote, you vote.
I vote favorably, yes.
Select Board Member Duggan?
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills?
Yes.
Select Board Member Bennett?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm reversing the order for this one.
That's okay. Fine.
Next in Administration Finance, we have our assessing budget. You'll see a notable increase in the operating expenses, and there's a variety of factors that go into that we can walk through. First is an increase in consulting related to some new DOR requirements on some valuation processes. So as you see that consulting line of $60,000 going up to $67,000, that's predominantly Patriot, who does a lot of work for us, and this will be a new valuation model that the DOR is requiring. So again, Patriot will pick that up for us as we go through learning the new requirements. Further down, we have 2 new subscriptions, that 2,000% increase from a $535 budget to $11,000. That's 2 different programs. One is utilizing CoStar for some research on commercial valuation to help in both our valuation and any abatement processes. And the other is some flyover technology. So this will give us some flyover mapping technology that allow us to capture some projects that would otherwise fly under the radar. So both, I think, will contribute to new growth. So I think while it's an increase in the assessing budget, I think overall the town will benefit financially from these systems being put into place. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Select Board Member Bernard.
Patriot Properties is great. no, that's great, I think, and our newest chief assessor seems to be doing well.
He's
So
doing
thank you. No questions.
Select Board Member Duggan.
I'm all set, thank you.
Select Board Member Mills.
No questions, thank you.
Select Board Member Bennett.
Thank you. Rodney, can you go a little bit more detail on the flyover technology and why it's necessary?
So this is, for example, when we have trouble getting access to property, whether they're building a new deck or whatever it may be, we're able to capture some of that new growth by seeing through a flyover, essentially.
I mean, you can walk down the driveway and see the work. You can see it from the street. I just don't understand why you got to fly over and take pictures of our houses.
There's some potential here.
So when we reviewed this, Dan, the two things we talked about, first is the ability to have regular updates to these maps. You know, we've done flyovers in the past where we may go 10 or 20 years between a comprehensive flyover. And there's also potential benefit for the engineering department, which utilizes a lot of the aerial information for our GIS systems. The service that the assessor is recommending, which is in use elsewhere, historically, rather than hiring somebody to do a flyover of the town, which is a large fixed cost, communities are, essentially these companies are collecting smaller fees from a number of places and doing these on an annual basis. So your information is much fresher. You're not going years and years between analyzing the data. So I think, you know, catching the deck is one example, but I think more globally to have fresh information for the assessor to be using in partnership with Patriot, it's going to lead to more consistency as well. And the annual cost of this is as opposed to funding a one-time expense on an irregular basis.
So if I may, the discrepancies in the valuation on properties is driven by the assessors putting a value on the property based upon condition. And to an untrained eye, or even a trained eye, you can't tell how old the roof is, maybe the windows, the foundation needs to be repointed. And those things all play into the overall condition of the property. And I urge homeowners to look at their condition assessment and see if it makes sense. And I don't think a flyover is going to be able to find that same information out. So yeah, I'm not sold on them.
I just want to, for anyone who's watching, this in no way would this replace the human element of this work. If a homeowner does, I mean, you're also opening the door. If there is a homeowner who disagrees with their assessment, they should be coming in and having a conversation with the assessing department staff. The flyover would not replace the work of our assistant assessor or Patriot Properties to be doing the type of analysis that you're describing.
All set with the questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And I started with you. I have no questions. Any questions from the audience? Mr. Bradstreet, please.
The assessing department assesses property. Does it also assess town property? And what I'm getting at is we have a list of unaccepted ways, streets in this town. We periodically go through the expensive process to get to the point where the town accepts these. The last time, I forget what the number of streets and ways, there was a list. And I was told the approximate cost was $6,000 to go through the process, to bring it to town to accept these streets or ways. The assessing department, are they part of this system, or can they assist the town with the accepting of the cost-wise, I guess, accepting the streets and ways?
Yeah, two very different processes. Stephen's work on the acceptance of roadways is a lot of deed research and legal documents, as opposed to the appraisal or the assessing process for the value of a property.
I was just trying to save some money for the
Appreciate
town.
that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the public? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion on this.
Move to forward with the approval.
Second.
Motion made and second to forward with a favorable recommendation. I'll start with you, Select Board Member Bernard.
Yes,
Select
favorable.
Board Member Duggan.
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills.
Yes.
Select Board Member Bennett.
No.
And I will vote yes. Thank you. Next up.
Next up, we have the treasurer collector's budget. This is the second year as a standalone division. If you remember a couple years back, we turned administrative services into distinct divisions. For the treasurer collector budget for this year, you see a salary and wages increase. It's driven primarily by converting a vacancy that we had in the office to an assistant treasurer collector position. There's no change in overall FTE in the department. Again, it's just transitioning one of those clerk's positions to an assistant treasurer collector, which will free up the treasurer to take on more of the work that we do with debt and some of the higher long-term vision of the office, as well as provide a statutory backup. So theoretically, right now, when the treasurer goes on vacation, no one can sign in her place, whether it's an MLC or the documents transferring money. They are all statutorily required to have an assistant treasurer collector as the only other person who can do that duty. So this checks that box as well and allows Jill to travel to Myrtle Beach without worry of me calling to bother her. So,
Thank you. Select Board Member Bernard.
No, it looks like she's done a very good budget. I really don't see a lot of increases. I mean, we did fill that assistant treasurer position, Rodney?
yes, that position's
Okay.
been filled. Yeah.
Good, excellent. No other questions. Thank you.
Select Board Member Duggan.
All set.
Select Board Member Mills.
No, thank you, nothing.
Select Board Member Bennett.
All set.
And I am all set as well. Please, Mr. Bradstreet.
I know it's come up in the past, not everybody pays their taxes, not everybody pays their taxes on time. Is there a better system for helping people to pay their taxes, keep them from being in arrears to the point where perhaps the town takes the property because of taxes owed?
So I'll let them answer, but I'll ask the question because I think I know the answer, but the town is hyper reluctant to ever take a piece of property, and I can't remember the last time we have that it wasn't abandoned. I'll ask Rodney or the town manager to actually answer that, because I don't want the impression out there that the town is out trying to grab land. Yeah?
That was not my...
There's a variety of tools related to payment plans and before you get to anywhere near the step of us taking a property. So I'd encourage anyone who finds themselves in arrears to reach out to the treasurer collector to work through it.
Now, they have to reach out. Are they given information that if you have a problem, please come in and talk to us? It's been a long time ago. I just recall in my mind that the town, and I don't know how long ago, took somebody's property for non-payment of taxes. It was so long ago, it would be pocket change to someone today, but the idea was pay your taxes or lose your property and help the public so they don't lose their property. That's the only point I'm trying to get across. Thank you.
Any other questions from the public? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
To forward with approval.
Second.
Made and seconded forward with a favorable approval. Select Board Member Bernard.
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills.
Yes.
Select Board Member Bennett. Who appears to be frozen. Select Board Member Bennett?
Didn't hear the previous comment.
I'm sorry, the
Do you have a
motion was
motion?
made to forward this with a favorable approval.
Okay, and just there you go, everything's back on track now, thank you. Yes, I agree.
Thank you, and I do as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we have the town clerk budget. Again, the second year as a standalone division. Salary and wages increase driven by converting. We have a current part-time position that'll move to an assistant town clerk position in the coming year. We also have associated operating costs and salary and wage costs with the fact that we'll have 3 elections this fiscal year versus 1 in FY22.
Any questions, Select Board Member Bernard?
Budget looks good. So we are hiring an assistant town clerk? And when's that, this year?
So that is proposed as part of the FY '23 budget. So.
Okay, good. And so that will reduce the overtime a little bit?
Yeah, we don't really have too much of an overtime
no,
budget, yeah.
no. And then the only other thing is, I know we have some elections coming up too, and I know Kathy does a good job with reaching out for the high school or even the tech students, to do some community service that we wouldn't maybe have to pay them. They just get the credits or pay them minimal. That would be great. All set. I think it's a good budget.
Thank you, Select Board Member Duggan.
I'm all set.
Select Board Member Mills.
Thank you. No questions.
Do you have questions, Select Board Member Bennett?
I do not.
The only question I have, and this is a general question. We have software maintenance here. It happened to go up by a large, it went up by a large percentage, not necessarily a large number. Is there any discussion about consolidating all software maintenance under IT as most companies would? I work in a company that centralizes IT, centralizes hardware, software maintenance, hardware maintenance, everything related to the computer systems, where there wouldn't be necessarily a chargeback. It's not like telephones or postage where one department uses more than another, but in this case, it's support. Is there any thought of doing that?
It's something we look into, telephone section example, where we did pull those lines we reduced those lines in division budgets and put it all in IT. I think software maintenance, if I'm correct, I believe this is dog license, so that's another one that in the coming years, as we go to e-permitting, we'll probably end up pulled out of these budgets and in the IT budget. Philosophically, the general idea is if it's something that IT is managing amongst a variety of different departments,
Yeah.
we may try to consolidate it under IT's budget. If it's a software that really IT doesn't touch, that the division, whether it's treasurer or town clerk,
Okay.
handles the contract, handles the vendor, handles the software, then that may or may not be. They would still coordinate with
Makes
Colby
sense.
and his team, but that wouldn't necessarily be.
If there's no
floating.
consolidation
Yeah.
of the IT systems.
And this is poll pads as well in
Okay.
this software. Yeah.
All right, thank you. That was my questions. Is there any questions from the public? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to forward with positive recommendation.
Second?
Motion made and seconded. Select Board Member Bernard.
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills.
Yes.
Select Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is our debt service budget. As you can see, a lot of red, which is good news. This is a combination of a variety of factors. We got a great rate on the second piece of our Smith School funding based on the market conditions and the AAA rating. We had that a successful refunding that we talked about a few months back on the high school and some other debt that was able to reduce our annual interest costs on that as well. And as you can see in the table, we are level funding the use of debt stabilization this year. That's in line with our 6-year plan to phase in the full debt onto the levy related to the Smith School project. We also see the reduction of overlay surplus as a one-time funding source. So while the budget's going down, the net debt service is increasing slightly to the tax levy.
Thank you. Questions, Select Board Member Bernard?
Just to congratulate the town and the management on the Smith School project, and then to, keep that right on budget, and then get the state funds. I think it's shows great management skills for the grants and everything. The AAA rating, we always want to keep that, so thank you. No other questions.
Select Board Member Duggan.
I'm all set.
Select Board Member Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What are slip fees, Rodney?
Those are the fees related to the slips at the harbor that helps pay for some of our harbor-related debt. Boat slips.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is revenue that we get from people who use the slips.
Correct. And some of that is used to offset debt we've issued associated with the harbor. Dredging.
So if I might, I'm on the River Committee. This is, people rent spaces on town slips. They rent spaces in the waterways where we have landings. The money is considered revenue. It is earmarked for river use. In the past, we've used large chunks of it for dredging that comes up every 4, 5, 6 years. So it's money. It would be like a parking fee if we had a parking garage.
Okay, I just wondered because many years of my life I've had a boat. I love boats. I've moored in the Danvers River for a while, but I don't like paying for anybody else's recreation. I pay for my own, and I don't want to pay for somebody else's.
No, so the people who you have boats pay their own fees.
Okay,
It's a fee they pay to dock.
okay. Thank you. No other, I have no other questions.
Thank you, Select Board Member Bennett.
Thank you. Why the anticipation and a drop of the slip fees of a third?
And that's just based on actual collections over the past few years, so
People are giving up their boats?
I do not know if they're giving up. I think we might have, a couple of years ago, we might have tapped it a little bit more than we're annually bringing in. So we drew down what was a healthy balance, and now I think we're right-sizing it to what we're actually bringing in each year.
Okay, thank you.
I have no questions. Is there any member of the public? Mr. Bradstreet, please.
The slips fee that's collected, could you explain to me what some of that money can be used for or has been used for associated with the river?
So all of the fees collected are reinvested in work down there, whether it's probably everything from wages to equipment. But because the dredging projects, which we do every 20 years or so, are sizable and expensive, we do tie some of the debt service, we offset a small portion of the debt service cost with the fees that are collected from that source. But you wouldn't take slip fees, for example, and spend them at Endicott Park.
Okay, I guess my question I'm leading up to is, I think I or others have asked, the town either owns or has access to the river. Has money from this account been spent to clearly identify these locations? At the end of Bradstreet Avenue is a Bradstreet Park, a section that goes out into to the river. The town can use that. Sometimes signs are put up, the access is there, they sometimes disappear for whatever reason.
If I might.
My point was just, are all of these spots somehow recognized by anyone, identified? Is that where some of that money is?
Allow me to answer. So on the River Committee did go through an extensive process. We received a grant. The River Committee received a grant. And I don't want to steal anybody's thunder, but they'll be coming back to you. They've held the last 3 River Committee meetings were public meetings to talk to the abutters of the properties you're talking about. There was a list of, I think, approximately 10 that were in question. And the issue is whether it is actually town-owned or not, and what the parameters are of that. The grant went to getting surveyors and assayors to come out and look at which we have rights to. Some we have absolute rights to, some we have rights of way to, as opposed to the right of ownership management, and some we don't. A report is coming out by that committee. We've met with the abutters of the ones the high-profile ones that have been identified. There's been remediation to several of them with the neighbors based on this discovery, and that will be coming out shortly, being presented back to the selectmen in the upcoming meeting. And they used the slip fees, portion of the slip fees, to pay for that work, along with the grant.
Again, only because my last name is the last name that's used for that piece of property at the end of Bradstreet Avenue. I was just concerned. It had been brought to my attention. I've been down to view the piece of town property. Looking at a map, I see the encroachment that's taken place. Perhaps in the past, before more attention was paid to what was going on. Just disappointed that it did happen. It's late, but I just, that's
Bradstreet has been addressed successfully to stop encroachment and clearly identified which is town property and which is not town property, and delineate that. And you'll hear that in the presentation.
Okay. And put signs up that can't
There are signs up
disappear?
on the ones that we control wholly. There are signs.
That don't disappear.
Can't guarantee disappear. We put up signs and hope for the best. Can't help vandalism.
You're working on it then.
Working on it.
All right.
You'll get a report.
All right, thank you.
We've worked on it. We have a solution. We have answers, and we'll be presenting to the board.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Any other members of the public? I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to forward with approval?
Second?
Motion made and seconded. Select Board Member Bernard.
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills.
Yes.
Select Board Member Bennett.
Yes,
And I'm a yes as well.
And we have to spend too much time on this, but this is just a debt graph for the next 15 years showing our existing debt, a small piece we have remaining on the Smith School, and then our projected, as we usually do, a placeholder of $1 million per year in unexpected, whether that be every couple of years if it's a school roof or some other a fire truck, whatever it could be.
Yep.
So that's just our long-term outlook for now.
So the red is just forecast.
Yes.
Okay.
The blue is real, the green will be real, the red is projected.
Thank you.
And we had this discussion at a recent board meeting, but the concerning aspect of this particular graph is that, that piece at the very end beyond FY35 that is flat, because that indicates, is there a laser on there? So what this tail here is telling you is that this entire piece, this rectangle here, the 3 million across,
Yep.
is all level funded debt. So you would much rather see the majority of your debt service declining and continuing that downward trend, because this block here is what will limit future boards and town meetings from having the flexibility that they might otherwise have to layer their debt. That isn't to say there won't be opportunities like we had this year to restructure some of this debt, but it's hard to restructure debt from level debt to declining debt because of the impact that would have on the annual amounts you'd have to pay in the early years. So we talked about that a little bit during the audit, that the amount of our debt, the percent of the percent of debt we are retiring in the next 10 years is slightly behind where we would like to see it, just based on guidance from the regulatory and credit rating bodies. So.
However, we've set a budget target of no more debt than X percent. Are we at 8 or 10?
10% is our formal policy, 6% is our general policy.
Okay. But if you were to project out 6% on this graph, it would be an upward trending number because we expect more money each year after year after year. If you were to refinance, and even if there was a bubble at the beginning, I think that as you show tail off further down the road, I think that would be acceptable as an opportunity to, and I know you're already trying to refinance. I see it all the time when you do it. And I understand the perception you are concerned about is all of a sudden you're down here, you have to go up to go back down at a much more accelerated rate. As long as we stay below the 6%, I would think that would be a consumable or understandable position to be in.
Well, the issue with that is twofold. We're well below our debt policy, but we're at our levy capacity. So in order, you would either need a debt exclusion to chew off the spike, or you'd have to have adequate resources in the debt stabilization to buy that down. And the challenge there is that Public Works is staring at us, and there will be a school staring at us. So it's hard to ever build that account to a point where you could use the surplus just for the purpose of restructuring the debt. But it's a conversation we'll be having on a regular basis on a moving forward basis as well.
Thank you. All right.
Next, we have our Danvers Retirement System pension contribution. Again, this is part of our actuarial outlook. We still expect to be fully funded by 2035. Our current assumed rate of return is 7.5%, but I believe with our January 2022 valuation, that assumed rate of return will probably be reduced just to get in line with peer communities. A couple years ago, 7.5 was right in the middle. Now it's on the higher side. Lucky for us, the past couple years, we've exceeded that. Most of the budget, as expected, is the contribution to the retirement system. We also budget separately for the salary and wages of the 2 staff members, as well as operating expenses. Yeah, we're 60.3% funded, which is good news. Our current net liability is roughly $75 million. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Member Bernard?
I mean, we're doing the best that we can do, and Ronnie continues to invest properly. I mean, there's nothing that we can do. I mean, no other, I think it looks good. No other questions.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Rodney, can you just delve in a little deeper on how we compare with other local communities that are similar in size and in terms of like population? You talked about we were doing better than most, and now we're falling behind, I think is what I understood you to say.
So, yeah, no, specifically for the assumed rate of return. So that's when they do the actual study on what our liability is. They used what we assumed to generate in returns on our investments. So ours has been 7.5. It was higher before. I think it was 8% less than 5 years ago. We brought it down to 7.75. Now it's at 7.5. Really common in comparison to other communities. Other communities are starting to bring that down to whether it's 7.25, 7, 6.75, which is the wish of ratings agencies. It's the wish of PARAC, who oversees statewide retirement systems. So it's just something that as we go into our next valuation period, which we're currently in, to think about.
So is it an anomaly, or is it just kind of it fluctuates over time, this disparity between ourselves and these other communities?
So you can reset it every 2 years when you do your valuation. So a couple that maybe had to reval back in 2021 because they're in the off cycle as us decided to lower theirs.
Oh, I see.
We just
Okay.
haven't had a chance to. So every 2 years we have the opportunity to adjust it. We just haven't. Now it's our opportunity.
Yeah.
They just had theirs last
Okay,
year.
so it's like a dynamic environment, so it's kind of like the tide
Yeah.
kind of goes in and out. Okay, all right, that's all I have, thank you.
Thank you. Select Board Member Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You may have already answered this, Rodney. The current rate of return, that's a whole lot more than I'm getting on my checking account. Who's responsible for getting money invested to try to get that kind of a return? And are we getting that kind of return? And is it the retirement board having nothing to do with us, and so they're doing whatever their job is?
Yep. So the
Just
retirement board
that
has.
looks
Yeah,
great.
the retirement board has an investment consultant that oversees the investment in various strategies, the breakout on which sector of the economy to invest in, et cetera. And it's had a couple of years, 2 or 3 years ago, we actually had a net decrease, but past couple of years have been decent with a strong economy. But it's something that every month, our investment consultant prepares a statement to the board looks through it. We bring in our managers who manage different aspects of our investment each month for interviews and to see where they're at, see what their trends are, what they're looking for.
And like last year, for example, what was the rate of return on the investment monies?
I had that number somewhere, if you
Just
bear with me. I'll bring it.
ballpark, I'm just wondering.
It was a double-digit return, yeah.
Wow, how can I sign on for that? It seems excellent. I just can't understand how that can happen when the rest of the world is in negative figures. But they must be a very competent investment advisor. I just want to get their name and number after the show. Thank you.
Thank you. Select Board Member Bennett.
Yes, thank you. Just help me understand a little bit about the investment piece. We have somebody that gives us ideas and thoughts on how to invest the money. Are we strictly into USA stocks, bonds? Do we have exposure overseas? What is the philosophy?
We have, and I think that might be on the Danvers Retirement webpage, but we have an investment policy statement that details our guidelines of what % we want to be invested in, whether it's value stocks, growth stocks, whether it's emerging markets and international. We've developed a strong presence in private equity over the past few years, which we continue to increase. But yeah, we have strict guidelines that we want to hit. As our portfolio adjusts, as one sector goes up and one comes down, we may reallocate resources on a monthly basis. But the investment consultant, yes, is our person to handle all of that and to provide guidance to the board. They also help prepare RFPs when we go out for different segments of our portfolio as well.
So that's available online?
I believe it is, and if it is not, I can send it.
Well, David was looking for that information, so maybe you can go online and get it. So, thank you.
Thank you. And I'm all set. I have no questions. I'll entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there questions from the public? Mr. Bradstreet.
I believe it's through your due diligence, when we started this process many years ago, I thought you said 2035 is when we'll be up to snuff. I don't remember the year that we started it. It's now 2022, and it's slowly come down from, I don't know, 2039 perhaps was the year that we would meet our goal, and it's slowly coming back. And again, that's because of your due diligence in investments.
I will take no credit for the due diligence, but yes, it's strong investment returns, and again, structuring so part of us getting fully funded by 2035 and realizing these gains and putting ourselves in the best position to move forward is, it requires, as you can see, 8% increases in our contribution to the system. So it requires an investment in our budget to, well in excess of Prop 2.5 to invest for the payoff, and I think we're starting to see some of that payoff. As you mentioned, the year, I believe, was at one point it was probably 2042, then 2040. Now Danvers is 2035, which is great news, because the quicker we get that funded, the quicker it becomes just the normal annual cost that we're paying, and there is no liability.
Okay. I also, as David, I want to know where I can move my checking account. So 0.5% or whatever it is not very much. 5 cents on my small checkbook is not very encouraging.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to forward with approval.
Second,
Motion made in second. Select Board Member Bernard?
no questions.
No, yes.
I mean, yes,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
Select Board Member Duggan?
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills?
Yes.
Select Board Member Bennett?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And lastly, other post-employment benefits. So this is a look at our scheduled contribution each year, projected interest, which we do better than 2.23%, which I can touch on in a second, and then the projected balance with returns. So as you see, the top graph shows historically where we've been. In around FY16, FY17, we established the trust, and we made a continued effort to invest in it, and you've seen the result of that. Strong returns have boosted that. In terms of the overall liability, though, Danvers, like many peer communities, is well below funding on OPEB, as it is with pension. Our OPEB liability is over $200 million. Again, it's a long-term concern that we'll have to address through our continued increase in our scheduled contribution. The projected interest, so as part of the valuation process, OPEB functions with what they call a blended rate, a discount rate. So we get credit for the money we have in the bank on what that's earning. So for example, we have that $10.8 million. We're gonna, knock on wood, we're gonna generate around 6 to 7, 8% in investment returns on that piece. However, for the other $190 million worth of liability, that's based on a municipal bond rate. And so I've mentioned this before in previous years, when the municipal bond rate is low, it's great when we're building the Smith School. It hurts us here when they're looking at our liability. So that's why the 2.3, again, we will, knock on wood, far exceed 2.23% most years than not, but that's the number we use just to show it matches with our valuation.
Very much. Questions, Select Board Member Bernard?
No questions.
Select Board Member Duggan?
Yes, on the target, is that 2035 that we're, or what's the magic number that we're trying to get to, that 190 million?
So yeah, reducing that 190 million to zero. Currently, OPEB, unlike the pension system, has no set guidelines to be fully funded by a certain date. That probably will eventually come to fruition, but it hasn't happened yet.
Right. So we're doing this just to be proactive in the sense that at some point in the future, there could be some type of legislation that would require us to contribute even more than what we're doing today?
It's possible, yes.
Yeah. All right. And this is similar, the situation that other towns are in? Is this kind of a common situation for most towns in the area?
Yeah, I mean, as Rodney was saying, I feel like a broken record. I like to take the step back and then the step forward. So on the pension side, when we have a defined benefit plan, it's very easy for the actuaries to sort of calculate out what your liability looks like, because the benefit that you're going to be paid is defined. Obviously, inflation and adjustments will be made, but It's very different on the OPEB side, which is really just retiree health care. If anybody knows what healthcare is going to cost in 15 years, they would be the first person to be able to project that out. So the liability, the $190 million that Ronnie's referencing, is based on a lot of actuarial assumptions at this point. This is never going to happen, or I shouldn't say never, but if the federal government instituted a single-payer health plan, that would completely turn on its head all of the OPEB actuarial work across the country, because that would have a profound impact on future liabilities with respect to retiree health care. Because something like that doesn't exist, I think it's highly unlikely in the short term that the state would come in and commit towns and cities to a funding plan, because we don't have a high level of confidence in what that liability actually is going to be. One of the steps we will probably be talking about with this board moving forward is bringing into greater focus what our policy is going to be when the pension plan is fully funded. Because if we have a written policy stating that the dollars that we had been allocating to pension are going to be allocated to OPEB, the actuary would have a profound impact on the out-year liability for OPEB. That single policy decision could have a big impact on what our liability looks like. So we're taking the necessary steps by growing this. Importantly, we could access this trust fund if we needed to. So the question might be, well, if there's a single-payer health plan that comes along, what happens to all the money that's now locked in a trust? Because trusts are very specific. You can pull that money back out to pay for your actual costs. But to have credit for it, you need to have the trust in place. Right. So this will change 50 times between now and 2050 before we really get to the end, whatever that looks like.
No, I agree with the policy. I think down the road, years from now, people will look back and think that you had the forethought to kind of set this in place and assign monies to it. So I think we're on the right track. Like you say, it could be very dynamic in the future. Things may change somehow, but appreciate the work that you've done on this. That's all I have.
Thank you. Select Board Member Mills.
No questions. And yeah, I do have I'm not too good at this, so if I fumble around, it's because that's where my brain is. This has projected interest at 2.23%. And projected means we really don't know what it's going to be. Why can't we, I'm just comparing it to the other interest rate that we just talked about, and why are they different?
So again, we use the 2.23% because for the OPEB valuation, that is the projected interest rate that the actuary is using. In reality, our internal assumed rate of return on the $10 million we already have in the trust is closer to that 6, 7, 8% that you see on the pension side.
I just think that's wonderful. Yeah, okay, thank you. No other thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Select Board Member Bennett.
No questions.
And I have no questions. Are there questions from the public? I'll entertain a motion.
Move it forward with approval.
This one actually it won't require a vote. There'll be an OPEB contribution on the warrant list, but this one, yeah.
Thank you very much. Oh, I didn't realize we were supposed to have the.
We're not getting our second lunch today?
All right.
So we'll move into public safety, and I will start with a high-level overview, and then the chief is here incognito today. I didn't recognize Jamie and Bob in the hallway because they're wearing their Sunday's best today, but I'll provide the very high-level overview, and then we have the chiefs here to get into the details if there are questions. The police budget recruitment is and will remain a focal point for us moving forward. Some of the operating increases in the budget this year are related to the recruitment processes that we're going through to fill vacancies caused by retirements and transfers. The police contract is the only contract of the 7 that remains unsettled at this point. So we are carrying in this budget some assumptions based on the other contracts that we settled back in July. But again, by and large, it's a level service budget. Jen and Jamie are working closely to get the recruitment process moving as fast as we can within civil service to start to bring reinforcements in for the department. So Chief is here, and we'd be happy to take any questions that you have about the police budget.
I'll start with Select Board Member Bernard. Unless, Chief, did you want to offer anything before we open questions?
I'm ready for questions.
Thank you.
Hey, Jamie.
Afternoon.
So I just see that we have temporary positions, which is up, but like they just said, you're going to be hiring
Yes.
more, so that
Yep.
will keep the balance of the budget really good. No, I think, I mean, I like to see the training and all that for the officers and yourself. But no, I think it's a great budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Select Board Member Duggan?
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple of line items here. So first is the overtime.
Yes.
So that seems to be fairly consistent year over year. Is that just based on like a flexible scheduling policy that you have, or is it due to injuries, or?
It's due basically to a combination of injuries we've had. We've had some long-term injuries. Some are coming back, some are still out. We have numerous openings that we're trying to fill. The process is a long process to actually go through the recruitment process. Once that's done, then it's trying to find an academy that's accepting recruits. Once we get some recruit into the academy, it's a 6-month academy followed by 2 months of field training. So it prolongs us filling spots. So we're doing the best we can now to fill those spots and get those recruits in the academy as fast as we can.
But there's a concerted effort on your department to kind of bring this number down when it's possible?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. I'd rather see bringing in new staff rather than rely on the overtime to fill those gaps. On vehicles, I noticed recently that Topsfield bought an electric Mustang as a patrol car. That sounds be like a fun thing to drive while you're out on patrol. Is your department considering purchasing any electric vehicles?
Not at this point in time. If we were to go to electric vehicles, it would probably be more of an administrative vehicle. We're not really sure how they would stand up to the day-to-day cruiser
Right.
operations. As you said, Topsfield has a vehicle right now. They were one of the first in the state to actually purchase one. It'd be interesting to see how that car lasts and how it holds
Yeah.
up to the conditions of law enforcement and police responses. Chief Hovey is a good friend of mine, and we'll be talking about it, so we'll keep an eye on it. It's just more seeing how it works with all the departments first.
Yeah. Yeah, better to have another town actually be the guinea pig and find out. Okay. And I'm not sure a Mustang is actually, it might be fun to drive, but I don't know if I'd want to spend like a long number of hours and
It's actually a four-door sedan. It's a Mark E, so it's not the traditional two-door Mustang. It's
Oh,
actually a
okay.
four-door
Yeah.
sedan.
Well, I'm glad that we migrated to those Interceptors, the Explorers, those compared to what we had a few years ago. We had like some Chevys or sedans or whatever. So
Yeah,
I think the SUVs have proven to be much more useful.
absolutely.
And then just one last thing on body cams. Do we have body cams in Danvers on the patrolmen or the patrol
we
officers?
do not. Town manager and I discussed this numerous times. There is as part of POST, there is a commission for best practices on body cameras. We've discussed that, and we want to see what those best practices are before we invest in a program. We have had at least one or two companies come out and give us demos. There seems to be 2 or 3 major groups in this area who are supplying body cameras to this area, G-Tech, Body Worn, and Axon Taser. So again, with the hybrid car, it's kind of nice to see other departments kind of go through the growing pains first. We can learn from their efforts, and once we get some more guidance from the state as far as what they're going to recommend for policies, procedures, retention, we'll be looking at them. It's something
Okay.
we'll definitely have in the next few years. It's just waiting for those guidance first.
Yeah. I think I'm in favor of them. I think that they benefit, they protect the officer, and then they also protect the public. So it's kind of like a two-way thing. I don't think the officers should think it's a way to kind of be looking over their shoulders all the time. I think it's a proven piece of equipment. We see it used across the country in a positive way. I'm sure there's some challenges perhaps with contractual perspective. I know some cities and towns have had to kind of negotiate their use. So I know that would be a challenge. But other than that, I think the rest of this looks fine to me. So I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Select Board Member Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, I think that you present yourself really well for the Danvers Police Department, and I appreciate that. I'm also concerned, I guess it's Steve's problem and yours, difficulty finding recruits these days?
Yeah, there's been a reduction in the number of people taking the civil service exam. So we're definitely seeing a smaller list. We're seeing candidates go through the process and then at some point withdraw. So, we were hoping to hire 5 for a January academy. We lost 1 to our friends at the fire department, unfortunately, at the last moment. And one officer had an issue with one of the conditions, so we're just working with that candidate and hope to have that candidate in academy next month, hopefully. From there, we'll probably be looking to hire probably 5 to 6 more officers in the next few months.
Have you experienced a reluctance of young people to want to get into police business these days?
There's definitely been a change. When I came on 24 years ago, the list would be 40, 50, 60 names. Now we're seeing 30 names or so. And then, even those who are on the list who take the test, when it comes down to saying, yes, I'll take the position, we're seeing a lot of people not sign that list and not going
They
forward
want
with
to
the
go over
process.
the fire department.
Some do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Select Board Member Bennett.
All set, thank you.
Thank you. A couple of quick questions, Chief, about the budget. You've explained most of the outliers I saw. One that kind of stuck out is you've dropped ammunition by almost 25%. Now, I know ammunition is important for training purposes and keeping up your skills. Why the drop?
We're in a good position this year. We're in a position coming into this fiscal year, FY22. We have a decent allocation that we're doing some purchases the next few weeks of this year's budget. We felt confident that we could, between purchasing through this year's budget and next year's budget, we could do okay with that, and that was kind of a way to kind of save some money and to, offset some of the expense that went up this year.
Okay. And I'm not going to steal the thunder of a question I think is coming from the public about gas. So that's all I have. Are there members of the public who have questions? I'll start with Mr. Duggan. Tim first, and then Mr. Bradstreet. Mr. Donahue.
Thank you. Tim Donahue, meeting member, Precinct 4. This is actually something I've got across the board for police, fire, public works, is fuel costs. A lot of us in the industry who do have large fuel bills are anticipating a 100% increase over last year. That's what we're planning for, and that's what we're already seeing. And for public knowledge, it's how is it that we've only got this slight increase that we're seeing in, we'll start with the police.
Yeah. I would actually ask if David Lane will be joining us in a little while, and I would much rather let David talk about the futures and how they negotiate and purchase their fuel. I wouldn't do service to the explanation.
Perfect. The other thing is Mr. Duggan had mentioned the overtime, and that has been something that over the past few years I've heard quite a few board members question. Now, it seems very, very consistent. About 20% of what we're paying for salaries is overtime, and that almost seems like it's a pattern that we can anticipate at this point. I've heard the hiring practices, unfortunately, where it is a less desirable thing for people applying to, especially where support of the police can be described as an insurrection. That is really tough to accept as your job title, where somebody's trying to support you and being thrown down at the same time. So I understand that's not great. However, looking at this, it's a very consistent pattern that we do look at about 20% overtime in this budget. Should we be trying harder to offset that overtime?
I can speak generally there, and then I would invite the chief to join me. But I think I don't think that we have been fully staffed in the 7 years I've been here because of the time from the moment that you request a list of names from civil service until you get through the vetting process, trying to get folks signed up for academy, the amount of time before they can take the street. You ask for a list of 4 or 5. you're 50% of the way to getting them on the street, and you have 2 more vacancies occur, so now you're starting to request the next list. It's a tedious process. And I think the increase this year, interestingly, if you look at the trend the last couple of years, this is an above-trend increase, and then that is in part because we have quite a few vacancies right now due to retirements and injuries and other things. So,
And I understand the hiring process.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
my
it's-
brother-in-law just went through it. It
Yep.
was about a 2-year process, so.
correct. So, Jamie and his, captains are constantly, we get a very detailed overtime sheet with the budget each year, and they're projecting out how much overtime they are projecting by each category, whether it's training, backfill associated with training, injuries, things like that. It is pretty consistent. Adding more officers it's counterintuitive, but it doesn't necessarily reduce your overtime because contractual obligations are retired police officers nodding in the back. You hire somebody and they're going to take vacations, they're going to get time off, they're going to get hurt, and so there's overtime associated with that. So it's a constant battle. I think Jamie and I both love to be able to request a list this year of 6, get those folks all on board without any retirements, and see what it feels like to be fully staffed for a little while. Now I'm getting a thumbs up from the corner over here, so it's tough. I don't know, Jamie, if you want to add anything to that, but.
As Tom just stated, I think in the past 7 or 8 years, we may have been full staffed for maybe 6 months, and then we lost retirements or injuries or, transfers up to other departments. So at this point in time, I think we'd all be very happy just to actually get to our full staffing and then kind of reevaluate once we get to our full staffing, where we go from there. So our first priority right now is just getting our full staffing for existing numbers and go from there.
All right. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Mr. Bradstreet.
A question from past experience. Majority, if not all, of the cruises work 24 hours a day because of the 3 shifts. My question would be if we went to, or the departments having an electric powered vehicle, how would that work for us? There'd be additional expenses for charging equipment and what have you. Would an electric, not a whole fleet, but would some vehicles be beneficial if they were electric as opposed to gas powered?
I'm not qualified to answer that. I will say what I have seen across the Commonwealth is a lot of the departments that have had electric, it's been the administrative vehicles that have been electric. I'm sure there are some patrol. It sounds like maybe one in the area, but I couldn't give you a good answer on that. We'll give Dave Lane a long list of things to talk about when he gets here later.
You're working on it.
I'm actually not working on it, but I will start.
Just tell me you are. Thank you.
Fair enough.
I think, anybody else in the public? No. Then I will entertain a motion to move this on to the FinCom.
Motion to forward with approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Select Board Member Bernard?
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan?
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills?
Yes.
Select Board Member Bennett?
Yes,
And I'm a yes as well. Thank you, Chief.
And while the chief is still on his feet, and as part of the capital outlay, which we, if time permits, we'll touch on at the end of the day today, there is a recommendation for replacing 5 cruisers and the technology associated with those cruisers. I'm not going to flip to slide 74 from wherever we are now because my thumb will get tired, but $268,000 is roughly the cost of the vehicles, and then an additional $40,000 for the technology. So each year we try to replace 4 or 5 vehicles depending on where we are. The police vehicles would be one of the perfect candidates when we start to think about transitioning capital outlay into the levy, because we are always buying a certain number each year. So to be able to build a base of 4 into the levy would make a lot of sense, because then we'd be talking about that 5th car from time to time. But if there are questions about the fleet or the purchase, while the chief is on his feet, I thought it was a good time to at least mention that.
Board members, any questions about the fleet? Hearing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Steve, is that 40,000 per outfitting?
Yes.
Thank you.
Trying to skip fire. Floor is yours. So yeah.
Tease me like that.
Sorry, Bob. So the fire budget, Similar story here, we've settled, the fire contract is settled, so the salary and wage increases are all related to the collective bargaining agreement that is in place. There's a decrease in the operating for tuition reimbursement, and that is based solely on the number of firefighters who have expressed an interest in pursuing a degree. And the new bullet this year, the board received the announcement last year. The town was successful in obtaining a SAFER grant to fully fund 3 firefighter positions for 3 years. So we're in the first year of that, and Bob and Deputy Chief Barry are working very closely with Rodney so that we're preparing I believe it'll be the FY25 budget, but maybe the 26 budget, when that will come online. So we're looking at ways that we'll be able to offset most of those costs when we get to that point. But the chief is here, and if there are questions about the fire budget, he and I would be happy to take those.
Chief, did you want to say anything before I open it to the board?
No, I'm ready for questions.
Thank you. Select Board Member Bernard.
Hello, Chief. How are you? Good. Good to see that 3 additional firefighters granted, through the grant program. That's great. Your budget looks great. I really have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Select Board Member Duggan.
All right, thank you. So, same question for overtime. I assume that this, with the fire department, I think they have not a lot more injuries, but I think ones that kind of last longer. So can you just kind of speak about OT?
Absolutely. In addition to injuries, and Steve and I have talked, Bob Pyburn, when he retired, he retired disappointed because his goal was, when he took over as chief, was to go 1 week without somebody out on injury, and he was unsuccessful, not through his fault. And I'm in the same boat. We constantly, just as such a physical, demanding job, guys get hurt, and they're out long term. It's usually something pretty serious. So there's that, and that happens all the time. And then for the past year plus, almost 2 years now, we've been very strongly telling our members that if you don't feel good, don't come to work. We don't want the virus spreading through the fire department, because once it hits a department that we work so closely with each other, like physically closely with each other, it's going to run like wildfire. So, so you should see a decrease in some of those with the additional the grant firefighters. That puts us to a level of 48, which is 12 people per group, we haven't been that way in 15 years. So that should help see a decrease eventually when we get everybody through the academy and trained and everything like that. But much like the police chief said, we just hired 5, and they're in various stages of, they've all started. But while we were vetting those 5 and going through the recruitment and selection process, we had 3 more retirements. So on Tuesday, the new civil service list comes out. And our great HR department is going to call for a list of 3 more names, and we're going to get that process going, and so that ball rolls as quickly as possible. It's just a constant fluid thing, the manpower. There's just always somebody hurt or retiring.
Yeah, sure. I understand that, and kudos to you for kind of still providing top-notch service. I never hear anything negative about the fire department, as with the police department as well. So, I mean, that's I think a tribute to the leadership there. I don't really see anything on here about training, other than up on the slide, the second bullet item talks about tuition reimbursement. So is that kind of like a college type of tuition?
Yes. Yeah, so before we put this budget together, we basically take a straw poll or we put out a memo to everybody. If you're considering taking college classes, you need to let us know by December 1st that it's where you're going, how many classes you're taking, and what the cost per credit is, so that we can budget for it. So it's really still kind of it's more of not every person that says they're going to take classes or either does or takes as many as they think they're going to. So we always seem to come in underneath that line item. So that's why when we were looking for a place to chop down a little bit, that was a logical place to do it.
And these would be courses that would allow them to get promoted, that it would increase their skill set, or is it more kind of like management courses that they could also?
Most of them take it. Most of the bachelor's degrees are in fire science, so it's direct job related. Some of the master's degrees move up a little bit further into public administration, that type of thing. But it's all definitely job-related, and we benefit from it as a department. You know, the better educated members we have,
Oh, definitely. I'm not questioning that. I think anything that we can do to improve the educational background, you know, if they stay with the department here, then that's an excellent investment. And then just one last thing on the equipment. So specifically the trucks and the cars that you have. Do you anticipate any like big budget item in the next maybe 5 years or so that we should start to be thinking about how we're going to fund it, like another engine truck or a ladder truck?
So our frontline fleet is in pretty good shape as far as age goes. The oldest truck front line that we have is our engine 2, which is a 2012. So those trucks are usually good for 10 to 15 years. So we're there at the 10. We're at the beginning of that threshold. So in my 5-year capital outlay forecast plan that we work with Rodney, it's in there. But luckily that can is a little bit further down the road. So
Okay, but it's important to kind of think about what, how many more years you're going to get out of that vehicle, so we can kind of plan for it rather than just kind of suddenly have it thrown in front of us.
Yep.
So
It's on the
appreciate
radar.
that. Okay.
That's a good answer, Bob. Chief Pyburn promised 2027, so you're close. That's a good answer.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Select Board Member Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chief. I'm very fond of the Danvers Fire Department. 5 years ago, when I was out of town, I got a call. I was actually on a treadmill in Linfield doing exercise. Someone said, "Your house is on fire." I said, "Holy shit." So I called the Danvers Fire.
We have a 5-second delay on weekend.
Too late.
So I called the police department. I said, "Is my house on fire?" They said, "No, it's the house next door." I live at 10 Sylvan. It was the house at 8 Sylvan. When I got here, of course, I was fine. Not one spark came onto my property, and our fire department handled that fire so beautifully. It should have been on videotape as a sample of grace. At the same time, I have received some inquiries from not necessarily town meeting members, but other people who have made the allegation that some of the supposed disabled firefighters are phonies. My question is, what kind of certification must a fireman in Danvers provide in order to be entitled to paid off leave to recover? And what kind of records are kept to document the claimed medical disability?
That's something that is through whatever branch of the military service they were in, that they get that designation there, not from us. So that designation for being a disabled veteran comes through the military, not through us.
But you said, and other people have said, the worry on overtime is people calling in not being able to work because of some disability. Now, is that a military disability?
I misunderstood. I thought you said a military veteran.
Oh,
no,
I'm sorry, Chief.
No, it's just a long-term injury. It's just, most of the time it's long-term injuries, and we work with HR, and they work through our workers' comp company, and they stay monitoring what their medical condition is. Through HIPAA, we don't get a lot of that information, but it's monitored through HR and
I suspect, I don't know, but from time to time, citizens will see firemen doing carpentry on his house or somebody else's house when he is out on disability and being paid by the fire department. That is a concern that I have heard, and I haven't witnessed it myself.
I would be concerned about that as well, and I would like to be told when it occurs, and we would absolutely investigate it, because it hasn't come across my desk.
If I get another inquiry, I'll suggest that they call you, Chief.
Sure.
And just, I will say generally, when injuries occur, it's a close working relationship between the employee, the town. We use independent medical examination. So I don't believe that, as you're describing it, would be widespread per se. But as the chief said, if somebody has a concern, they should share that concern.
It's not,
But it's a very prescribed process, and it's we work very closely with the individuals.
Important to remember that citizens are watching. Citizens are watching if a police officer is having a cup of coffee and he's worked for 6 hours, but he's over here having a cup of coffee, or is on his or her cell phone while on duty, or having a nap in the car. People watch, and people don't like that, and they are the paying citizens. And this is the season to complain about everything, especially people in government who have to make a decision every day, and no matter what it is, half the people think it's wrong.
I emphasize pretty often to the members of our department that somebody is always watching.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Select Board Member Bennett.
Thank you. Really no questions. I'd like to make a comment, Chief. Last year, your increase was 6.26%. This year, it's 2.39%, so that's a great trend. I wish other departments would go in that same direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, I just have a couple of questions on the numbers. You answered most of them already. Why did the protective clothing allowance get cut in half?
We got a grant. We got 2 grants,
Perfect
actually.
answer. And I noticed your ammunition hasn't gone down at all.
Haven't increased or decreased that in
That's all I had. Is there any member of the public? Mr. Bradstreet, please.
It's not a complaint, it's just more an observation. Dalmatian at Central Fire, and if not, why?
Because the chief's allergic to dogs and cats.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public members? No, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to forward with approval?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Select Board Member Bernard?
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan?
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills?
Yes.
Select Board Member Bennett?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And while the chief is here, similarly in capital, we have, there's a proposed replacement of one of the administrative SUVs. So the chief can either speak to that proactively if there are questions about that. We have a couple of admin vehicles that the chief and the deputy and the fire prevention officer would drive. So we do need to replace one of those this year.
Yeah, in addition to getting the 3 firefighters with the grant, we're also adding a second person in fire prevention because that office is overwhelmed. So having a second fire prevention officer, we needed a second vehicle for them. So the chief's car was actually due for replacement last year. The main fire prevention officer's vehicle was in such bad shape that we flip-flopped it. So the chief's car is getting replaced this year, and then we'll bump down, and the second fire prevention officer who starts in April will receive that bumped down vehicle. We're trading in the old Squad, the old Chevy Silverado, getting traded in to defray the cost of the new vehicle.
And just for clarification, we're not adding 4 new we're adding 3 firefighters, and we're going to convert one of our existing positions to an FPO.
Right.
Not 3 plus 1.
I like that.
Good try, Bob.
Thank you. Board members, any questions on the vehicles? Yes.
So can you just explain again how the vehicles are going to be used? You said fire prevention. Is that for like inspections and for like certificates of compliance or whatever? I know that you go out in the field every day and you visit usually commercial sites and do inspections. Is that what this vehicle will be used for?
Absolutely. So the 2 fire prevention officers one will take care of all the commercial properties being developed, and the other one will be mostly residential. There'll be some overlap, but they go in separate directions fairly often. So that's why the need for the second vehicle. And yeah, it's mostly just inspections, and there's enough construction in Danvers to keep them busy, as you might imagine.
And also, I think alarm boxes, right? Master alarm boxes. Because my concern is, I don't know if this was just an observation that wasn't completely accurate, but I think sometimes it seems like trucks, like engine trucks or whatever, actually go out and perform those activities, and that doesn't seem like a good use of the truck. I think like a ladder truck going to do an inspection, the cost per mile for that vehicle is much, much higher than a small SUV.
So for the most part, the in-service companies, the ones that the firefighters are going to be doing those inspections in the trucks, a lot of those inspections are have dual purposes. In addition to doing a safety inspection, it's building familiarization. With the amount of building and the renovations of the older buildings, it helps our firefighters to stay familiar and get to see what's inside of a building, especially when it's being constructed, because then we get to see what the type of building construction is. So there's a lot of value in them being in those buildings. I understand, you know, we've actually shifted. So they used to do the residential smoke detector inspections in those trucks. We shifted that 2 years ago to the fire prevention officer doing those, so the new fire prevention officer, that's going to be under their purview. So you will see a reduction in our trucks being out there. But there is a lot of value in it.
Sure, I can appreciate
Other than
that.
money.
Yeah, I can appreciate it. It's just, you know, with the, you know, if you look at Tower 1, the cost of that vehicle to purchase that and to not only purchase it, but the annual maintenance and verifying that all equipment is up to par, to see that actually driving around for these inspections, there doesn't seem to be a cost benefit there. It's very expensive. Then we're forced to replace that vehicle perhaps sooner than would otherwise be necessary. That's the only reason I bring it up. So I appreciate the fact that familiarizing like a large commercial building, have the firefighters actually go in there and see the layout is definitely beneficial in terms of in time of emergency, that they kind of already know their way around, especially not just what the public might necessarily see, but like the back of the house or perhaps up on the roof, that kind of thing. There's definitely value there as well.
And we learn about what hazards are inside too, like, you know, whatever that building or company tends to store or manufacture. It's helpful to see the process and to know what we're up against if the place is on fire.
Okay. All
Right after the port, to build on that, right after the port explosion 16 years ago, I remember one of the efforts was to maintain a database of buildings, contents, structure. Do you still maintain that?
Sure. The Fire Prevention Office works very closely with inspectional services, with the building department, and we maintain it, and it's actually getting better with the new software we're about the permit, online permit thing, where we can link together, and we can kind of steal from each other's database a little easier, and we maintain it. Yeah, it's the occupancy database is very, and that's something, so we have iPads on the trucks too, so when they do go out and they do those inspections, the officer on that truck has the iPad, and he's typing in information, letting you know where, you know, hazards are, where like gas shutoffs, electrical shutoffs, water shutoffs, things like that are, and that's all information that we will have prior to arriving at an occupancy.
Great. And Dave mentioned perception, public perception, and Mr. Duggan also mentioned the trucks on the road for what would appear to be less advantageous use of their equipment. But I happen to know, because I grew up on a farm, and people who work with heavy machinery like Mr. Donahue will let you know that those machines actually are clocked by engine hours, and you need to keep them going. You don't want to rely on a fire apparatus not having been out of the station for 3 days, because it's actually when they sit that things happen.
It's worse.
It makes it worse. You want those constantly being worked and tested and driven and out there on the road, just to make sure everything's going to work when you need them on an emergency basis.
I agree.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's it. Thank you very much, Chief. Both chiefs, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Bradstreet.
I was glad that you asked the question about, because they're diesel powered, they need to be run at odd times of the day or weekly, daily, or what have you. And that was an understanding I had. I'm glad you asked that. Is there a fire department that might be using an electric powered vehicle, like the police department, that could be used for a vehicle that isn't fighting fires, maybe driving to do an inspection, or say motor the chief around or what have you? Is there a department that might be using, just like the police department is trying out?
Certainly it's a thought. I don't know if we know of any. I think there's a slow adoption of electric vehicle for public safety purposes, just because you want to make sure it's a proven technology.
I do think when Dave gets here, we could have a conversation or start a conversation about administrative vehicles, because I know the electric department has made a concerted effort to make owning an electric vehicle in Danvers more attractive, and there's no surface reason why, as an organization, we wouldn't start to look at introducing more electric vehicles. The town already uses some electric vehicles in the electric department, but especially for administrative type functions that don't require, carrying heavy equipment or public safety response or things like that, it's certainly something we should be thinking about.
Well, that was what I was thinking about. The car, electric powered, wouldn't necessarily be loaded down with turnout gear, because that would be not its intent. It would be for other reasons. We're just trying to save money.
Mr. Henry already drives an electric vehicle, so he's the trendsetter on staff. I'm thinking a blue and a red Chevy Volt for these two, maybe, that they could drive around town.
Oh, blue bottom, red top, interchangeable. There you go.
I'll take the Ford F-150. The electric one.
Thank you. Up next.
Next, we're going to start Land Use and Community Services. Mr. Henry, who is our Director of Land Use Community Services, is here. This shows kind of the summary of the divisions that fall within. What's missing here is recreation because of the large amount of revenue that department works with. We typically break that out and treat it separately. I'm not going to spend time on this slide, but this just kind of gives the snapshot. When you look across the divisions, it's about a $2 million department. And the increase, blended is about 2.5%, but we will go into each of these in order. So first up is inspectional services. This time last year, we were working through the reorganization of some of the staff positions within the Planning and Economic Development Department and the Inspectional Services Department, with staff support of the ZBA going upstairs to the Planning Department. Some of the administrative function that went with that went upstairs. We also used some part-time vacancies in this department to create the planning tech position, which was a new position that was highly successful in the first year. Where there's actually a proposal in the planning department budget to increase those hours because of the utility that we found in that position. So this budget represents, the department is fully staffed. Our new building commissioner, Jim Butler, has been on board now for some time. His assistant building inspector, Tim Hudon, is on board. Kevin Dash is our new plumbing and gas inspector, and Mark Filkowski is the steady presence down there as our electric inspector. And then we have Shannon Cathley out front, who herd the cats, for lack of a better term. They keep everything moving in the right direction. Essentially a flat budget, but that's because there's been a lot of moving parts in the last 2 years, but things have stabilized. And Aaron and I would be happy to take questions about the inspectional services budget.
Select board members, Bernard, would you like to start?
Hi, Aaron. Good afternoon. Looks good. I mean, building permits are up. Are they coming in right now?
Strong.
Yep, strong, which is great for us. And Jim and everybody's settled in. It's nice to see that everything's going funneled to you, So, no, I have no questions.
Thank you, Select Board Member Duggan.
Thank you. So on this specific slide, I'm just breaking out the role of the building inspector and kind of moving some of that functionality up to the second floor. I was kind of leery about how that was going to play out. So I think it's been maybe close to a year now that process has been in place. Can we just get a little bit of update on how that's working out?
Yeah, absolutely. And that is a great question. I think it was about last April when the Zoning Board of Appeals moved upstairs to be staffed by the planning office, along with some related changes that kind of had to follow that change. As Mr. Bartha mentioned, I think we've been really successful in the past year. We've certainly have a much more attention to enforcement and through the field technician position. So we have a dedicated person now that spends a lot of their time in the field, kind of chasing down some of the items that before were we always wanted to get to but didn't have the personnel deployed in the right way to get after some of those issues. So I think we're just now kind of starting to hit our stride with that. So I think the staffing to the ZBA being led by David Fields, the Director of Planning and Economic Development. I think they're starting to really, that's starting to come around and mature, and the staff support they're receiving. Again, no disrespect to the past, but I think we're starting to see that now start to have some benefits. And similarly with the enforcement issues. And I know, I don't want to say we're issuing more tickets and that's a good thing per se, but I think what it also, that is true in part because, again, some of those things that before we would get to as catch can, we're now able to get after before they turn into a larger problem. So I do think that that model's been very successful, and we're looking forward to kind of that maturing over the next year.
All right, thank you for that update. And it's important to have those boots on the ground because I think in the past, the code enforcement kind of relied heavily on residents to kind of call in and report, behavior that wasn't allowed by right. And so I think if you see an increased amount of enforcement, it's not because there's suddenly an increased amount of violations. I think the violations have already been there. It's just you're just capturing more of them. Either, whether it's just work that's being performed without permits, or whether it's out and out violations of taking like a single family home and surreptitiously converting it into a two-family. I mean, I think, you can't have some people following the letter of the law and then other people breaking it. I think that's, it creates a bad environment, and we want everyone to play by the rules, especially when it comes to safety. You have these building projects that are happening without being inspected. I mean, those put people's lives at risk, and so it may seem like we're just chasing after them for the financial aspect of it, but really there's a bigger role that the building inspector. It's all about safety, and I think that's one of the primary roles of government is to protect people. Right. So I think that if you have enough staff to do that, then that's great. If you need additional staff, then you should make that known.
We always need more, but no, I think the current model has been very successful this year, and again, like every other department, every other employer, public, private, recruitment and retention has been an issue throughout the last few years, but we've kind of, like I said, I feel like we're kind of hitting our stride, and hopefully we're going to have another person coming on board soon to fill a current vacancy. So again, I think there's kind of the light at the end of the tunnel finally with all of the COVID-related great recession or whatever, great resignation. So we're looking forward to the next year.
Okay, and one last thing. So on this slide, it's just the expenses. What about and I know Mr. Bartha loves it when I say this is the department that runs in the black. But
we have a few of those.
Yeah, what about the actual revenue? Because this inspectional services generates a considerable amount of revenue for the town, right?
Yeah, and as we hinted at the beginning, building applications continue to increase. I would say, as an aside, one of our principal objectives for FY23 through the Arpa plan funding was implementing an organizational-wide, not just in land use, but organizationally, an e-permitting system. And as part of that deployment, we will have to look at fees and what we're charging as we digitize our permitting environment. One of the inputs you have to put into that is how much are you charging for your fees. And generally, like you said, we're not after the revenue, but we do need to regularly ensure that the staff time that goes into the cost of monitoring development and enforcement activities related to that development are commensurate with what it costs the taxpayers. And so I suspect over the next 9 to 12 months, we'll be conducting some reviews of our fees. I know the planning office has already done that over the last few months, but I know the building office is looking at their fees right now as we deploy and implement the e-permitting system.
Right, and that makes sense, and I think that's a kind of a standard process, right? You compare what your fees are and with those that are in surrounding communities to make sure you're kind of, within that bell curve, that you're not like undercharging or overcharging.
Right.
You want to kind of be in the norm there.
And it's also related to the amount of time you put into that, right? I mean, there's certain permits that are intensive, labor intensive for staff, and there's other permits that are not, and we want to make sure that we're, understanding where we have to put our time in, and those fees should reflect that, whereas other fees are fairly easy on staff, and we should make sure that the fees aren't exorbitant in those cases.
Sure, it needs to be equitable, right? So, all right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Select Board Member Mills?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Aaron, I think that you do a superb job in this department. And I think that you and Steve and David Fields have done a superb job of fine-tuning and tightening up the observation of land use in the town. And everybody's heard how old I am, and I've been a lawyer 52 years, and I used to teach zoning. I'm not mentioning you, Mr. Bradstreet. You complained about my age reference. My own belief is that citizens rely upon the law and the zoning law and the inspection laws to, number one, feel safe, but to feel secure in the use of their property, to feel secure in the use of adjoining property, and to believe that they are being treated similarly as everybody else. There was a hole in that in Danvers for a while, and or at least I sensed it, and people complained about it, of kind of the land use being really loose. I have reviewed work product from time to time of David Fields, and I said, wow, I wish I could teach a class as clearly as he is able to elucidate the zoning issues applicable to a particular land use. So what I want to say is, A, I think you're doing it well, but in addition to that, I think that it is extremely important for the comfort that people have that their government is running properly and that their property is being treated fair and square and that there is the equal protection of the law when it comes to land use. From what I can see, you're doing it really well. Thank you for that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Select Board Member Bennett?
I have no questions or comments on the budget as presented.
Thank you. Let me just double check. Under inspectional services, you described the personnel portion of it. Nothing really jumps out as an outlier, except for you don't have any zoning expenses in this year's budget.
Correct. So with the zoning enforcement function moving upstairs, that was removed from
Okay, thank you.
the building side.
That makes sense. All right, I have no other questions. Other members of the public who have questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Donahue.
Hi, Tim Donahue, Precinct 4 meeting member. So there's been a lot of turnover in the inspectional division over the past 2 years, and there's been a lot of concern as to how things have been handled and how things will be going forward. I work with a lot of contractors in my industry very, very closely, and there seems to be a lot of feedback that permitting is taking a lot longer than it used to and whatnot. I understand that we have lost some very overqualified inspectors. However, I'm just curious, are we supporting our new inspectors as much as we possibly can? I'm very happy to hear that land use is a success. Unfortunately, my feedback from contractors I work with is the inspectional division is taking pretty close to the state legal limit of time before they approve several permits.
So I'm going to offer a partial answer, and then I'll let Aaron jump in. We certainly are still, I think, digging out. Pete Swindell he was a part-time inspector for us, who came on board really kind of by himself while we were trying. We lost our inspector and our assistant within 2 weeks of each other, and that really set us back in terms of needing to fill those positions. Building inspector is not an easy position to fill. It took us longer than we would have liked to get Jim Butler on board. We were lucky to have Pete kind of step into the breach. There's no question things slowed down and sort of piled up. Jim, once he came on board, had Pete for a little while, and then it was a period of time before we got Tim on board. So the good news is we have highly qualified people now in all of the positions in the department. And the expectation on a moving forward basis is we'll be able to get closer to the way, to things people were used to. But it was a setback. And in terms of supporting the department, the staff down there would get the same investment that we've been talking about throughout the day in terms of training and support and anything that they need to make sure that they have the tools that are required.
Sounds great. Yep. And personal thank you to Pete and Peter Sakalakis and those.
I should have mentioned Pete. Yeah, Peter Sakalakis.
It's been great having neighboring communities step up to fill the void. So very much appreciated in our industry, and look forward to seeing how the future goes, and hopefully we can get back to where we used to be.
Yep. And I think the e-permitting platform that Mr. Henry was describing will also be helpful as we standardize that across all of our departments. So all of the engineering and fire and building will all be looking at the same program, and anybody who does business with us will have a single, at least digital point of contact. They still come in.
And I think on that, I wanted to just say with the new e-permitting, one of the performance metrics, to borrow a phrase Mr. Conley likes to hear, and that I would be interested in, to your point, we often say, at least upstairs, here are your statutory deadlines, but we try to beat those by 50%. If it's a 90-day turnaround, we try to make it in 45. If it's, the e-permitting module will offer us a report. So, we won't be able to, again, if the state on a regular building permit is 30 days, and we're hitting 29, we'll know that, you'll know that, the public will be able to see that. And I suspect, as Mr. Bartha intimated, I think once we kind of get everybody back on their feet, our hope is that when we have a chance to make that analysis, we'll see better than close to the max. That shouldn't, most permits don't need that amount of time. The other issue I think that we faced with the backlog is we do have an older legacy version of an e-permitting system that the building department uses right now. We're migrating away from that into a new system. I think there was also a switch where we started requiring digital and or electronic filings at the same time. We just thought it's time to just rip the Band-Aid off and get moving on that. So I think there's also been a little bit of a delay as our regular customers got familiar with the new system. So I think there was kind of a confluence of things, staffing, and a slight change to the environment to encourage more paperless transactions with the building office. So I think as those kind of get worked out and the kinks get worked out, I think you'll see us, hopefully, my goal certainly would be that not be a rumor on the street, that you're going to be delayed quite a bit at the office.
Sounds good. So just a quick question. I'm sure you're looking at several options of what we can do for e-permitting. Would there be real-time tracking as the permitting process going forward? Oh, that'd be great.
Yep.
Okay.
We have selected a vendor already. We're working with that. We've had several. We actually have a system up and running in the background that we're customizing and making sure. But we're using eGov, OpenGov. Several of the current staff, myself included, the building commissioner, use that product in other communities, and we went through a process earlier this year of selecting vendors and reviewing vendors, and so we've started that process, and that'll have real-time reporting and all for the front end and the back end. The citizens will be able to see much of that as well.
Sounds great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bradstreet, did you have anything?
Karen to do something along the shore.
We're gonna get to, I think we're good.
All right.
John?
Yes.
Could I ask another question?
You may.
Aaron, I'm so excited you mentioned something. And I meant to talk to you 9 months ago, because I have a property down the Cape. and there was a special permit filed to put up a couple homes, and I was wondering what they looked like. Well, holy smokes. Someone told me to go to provincetown.gov.mass or something else, and then, can you believe it? I could read the application for the relief, plans, minutes of, one meeting, and all this other kind of stuff. And I saw this. In my lifetime, I spent hours and hours chasing around and trying to go up and down these stairs. The older I got, the harder it was. And is this what you're talking about as far as the?
In part. So I will say, as a workaround in the short term, the planning office generally, again, I'm going to say generally because I'm sure we're not batting 1,000, but we attempt to bat 1,000. We do now publish all applications before any of the regulatory boards. So again, you don't have to come into the office to review those. Part of the staffing changes that we've made with the inspectional services budget was increasing some of the hours of one of the administrative assistants downstairs to help us with minutes and some of the meeting administration items that, again, need to be prioritized, but we don't always often have had the bandwidth the last few years. So again, I suspect 6 to 9 months from now, residents, again, that's not to say we don't want to see you come to town hall. You're always welcome to come to town hall. But we really are trying to make sure that all of those documents that people want to see are available online without having to come in. And the e-permitting system will be a big part of that.
That will contribute greatly to the sense of integrity in government that citizens have in matters involving the nest. Because my home is so important to me, and I'm assuming that it's really important to other homeowners who have homes. And so to be able to get this stuff promptly, clearly, I think not only will keep people from coming in and driving staff nuts, but we'll say, okay, that's competently being done, and I can
Never
see.
drives us nuts to have visitors.
I know. I was just reading myself into that. Okay, enough. I'm done. God, thank you.
Only Mr. Bradstreet.
Can I expand? I just, Aaron, while I have you, I just kind of reiterate what Mr. Mills had just said. So I'll give you an example. The Maple Square project, you have these considerable number of plans, renderings, whatever. So if you had an area on the website where you could, make that available, you wouldn't, I'm sure your staff is more than happy to have a constituent come in and come to the desk upstairs and ask for the plans. But, if that happens over and over again, that's not a good use of the staff's time. And it's also, it's inconvenient for a resident who's interested in the project and wants to attend like a ZBA meeting or a planning board meeting, has the material beforehand and can look at it and, form questions or comments that they can offer during the public hearings. I think that's getting away from the paper is kind of a primary objective for all of us, right? So
It's almost like a portal that they can upload it, right, all the plans, like you said, make it easy for residents.
yeah, so would it be just for major projects, or could do for
Everything.
any time there's a public hearing or anything like that? The material should be available online so we can just.
Right. So, and again, I'm not going to say we're batting 1,000, but I just pulled up the Planning and Economic Development homepage. There's a tab on the left called Current Projects. And then I know this is impossible to see, but trust me, if you had your binoculars out, you'd see that we have color-coded dots all over the town. Those colors indicate whether there's ZBA, planning board, or whatnot, so that you can see what's going on. And again, all of the files associated with that application. Again, there are times when complicated development, sometimes citizens, may have access to everything they need, but not know how to read it, not know how they're interpreting it. And that's where, you reach out to us, you come in the counter. But if, in theory, it's a simple, your neighbor's doing a deck, or you're, down the street, you have some interest, kind of just want to know what's going on, you should be able to find that online. And most people seem to be able to navigate
Right.
that, and it eliminates most of the questions and the visitors that come to the counter.
And that's the GIS map that the town has?
This is a variant of that. It's
Yeah,
a
that's-
customized version
Yeah,
of.
it shows all the properties and the measurements of the property lines and that type of thing? There's some layers there, I think you
Yeah,
can
there,
add.
there's
So-
different filters on
Yeah,
it, but
so if that information, I mean, that's information the applicant should provide when they're submitting the plans, right? There should be like a narrative, there should be elevation drawings, there should be sufficient enough information that the resident can understand what's in play here.
Yep.
That's
We
about
post their
it.
application, and the application requires all
Yeah.
of those things, so if
Yeah.
it's a complete application, you would find that information on our website.
Right, so knowledge is power, so if the resident, there's a project going up is proposed down the street, they may not view it in a positive way, but if they have all the information, maybe that will change their mind. It just, any additional information that we can provide online, I think, is very beneficial. So I know you're working with your staff to kind of bring us into the 21st century, so thank you for that.
Can I say something? I think like what Matt says, Aaron, too, like during the process, you could have the applicant themselves upload it, and naturally you'd have to go through it and make sure but it could also give that applicant the sense of understanding that maybe their process will go smoother and faster. Like you said, that 30 days could maybe go down to 20 days.
Yeah.
Something like that. And like Matt said, I mean, there's ways of, with technology is, knowledge and power. I mean, even in my banking world, we can pull your bank statements automatically in your pay stubs. You know what I'm saying?
We expect the e-permitting system will help that because, again, there'll be right now, it's kind of legacy, but we've digitized it in the sense of you're bringing us a paper version or a PDF version of your paper plan and that submittal. Going forward, that'll truly be digitally native. It'll all be submitted through the portal. And that should simplify the back end for us as we post that and as people want to access that. But it'll also, and this is a real reason why probably the biggest reason we're interested in the e-permitting system is that the cross-departmental coordination of those documents. Right now, they bring a version to the fire department, they bring a version to the building department, they bring a version to the planning department. And everyone's, we have to double check that we're all seeing the same thing and that we're sending those around physically. Now that'll be, a kind of a one-to-many relationship where the applicants are responsible for uploading that. The point of contact will ensure that that's a complete application, and then that blasts out to everybody at the same time. So engineering can do their review at the same time as fire's doing their review. And again, that should create efficiencies throughout the review process that speed things along.
And help staff too, staff might only have to upload a few things.
And if an applicant
Right.
gives us 8 of the 10 things they need, then it'll show that that's on you, applicant, for sitting there. Right now, you could give us 8 of 10 things at the counter, we see a stack this high.
We need 10.
We accept that.
Right.
And then 3 weeks later, we're like, wait a minute, where's items 9 and 10? And now we're in a kind of a going back and forth with an applicant.
And just it delays your process.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So it should create efficiencies for all involved, not only the applicants, but the staff having to deal with it, and then ultimately the public that has to, live with something happening nearby.
That's great, great.
Yeah, may I make one more request? I think it would be really helpful to me if sometime in the next month or two, I don't know if we could do it at a selectmen's meeting, if there were a way of Aaron demonstrating to us, or David Field, or whoever is most conversant with the process of permitting, to do like a show and tell of one particular project, maybe one that's already been completed, from soup to nuts, to show what is available to the public and to the developer and to the attorneys of a particular project. I don't know if you could do that.
Yeah,
That would be-
I'm not sure we can do it in the next 30 days. I'm looking at Colby Cousins hiding in the hallway, staring at me, saying, don't promise anything. Like I said, we are in the midst of, I'm going to throw a percentage out there that's dangerous. Probably we're somewhere between 20 to 25% complete with that process. Now, I suspect there'll be certain offices that are ready to go sooner than others, like, I'm just gonna pick on them. Building office wants to move fast. The planning office is probably not gonna be quite as quick to deploy the e-permitting as the building office will. DPW engineering with street opening permits. I just talked to Stephen King on Friday. He says, how quickly can you get me up and running? He wants me to have them up and running Monday.
Aaron, I think in summary, we like that idea, and we will do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bradstreet.
I have a simple request. I'm old. I have a hard time reading the blueprints or drawings. Property has to be surveyed. If I go out to look, I would definitely like to see the surveyor's stakes denoting points of contact. I find it difficult, and when I have gone out, I know a project's going to be done. The drawing says it's whatever number of feet. I don't bring a tape measure with me, and I'm not going to try to pace out 3-foot paces. I'd like to see the stakes, knowing that if they're there, that's where they belong, and if they aren't there and have been removed, there is a statute that covers messing with stakes, monetary, jail time, remediation, so that if I go out and others go out, we can see visibly in front of us what the drawing is trying to show us.
Thank you.
Just tell me you're working on it.
Working on it.
Okay. So with respect to the inspectional services budget, there is no vote on each of the divisions. We vote this as a land use, so we will cover health, and then planning, and senior and vets, and then there will be a vote on the group. But the second budget in this grouping is public health. The increase here, we filled our health director earlier this year. Frank Giacalone, who was the health director in Newburyport, has been on the ground now for a couple months, is doing wonderfully. We're very lucky to have him. And he's been here long enough to know that there was a vacancy in that department, the full-time sanitarian position. He's ready to fill that position, so we'll be working with him to get that advertised, to get that division back to full staff. As noted here, nobody pursuing a degree this year, so there's a decrease in the operating related to tuition. And Aaron and I would be happy to take any questions the board has about the public health budget.
Select Board Member Bernard.
No, I think it looks good. You said there is another full-time position open up, Steve?
We've had a vacancy there. We wanted to let the
Yeah.
director get familiar before making a decision about how to fill that.
Excellent. No, I mean, budget looks great. Thank you.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Just a comment that this department has been under a lot of pressure the last year or two, so kudos to them for doing a great job under the circumstances.
And if I could seize on that opportunity, I'd like to particularly call out Dennis Palazzo and Judith Ryan. Judith Ryan is our public health nurse.
Mhm.
She has been working tirelessly for the duration of the pandemic, contact tracing, holding hands, giving people hugs, making sure people, I mean, she's been doing anything and everything that's been asked of her. And Dennis Palazzo is one of our part-time inspectors who I believe has volunteered at almost all of the clinics that we put on for testing and vaccination. He's been everywhere. So it's been a tough run for that division. There's been some turnover, but those two in particular have been there through it all, and it's worth noting that. So thank you for your comment, Matt.
Thank you. Select Board Member Mills, are you all set?
Yeah, I'm all set.
Select Board Member Mills?
I just endorse what Mr. Duggan and Mr. Bartha have both said. Wow, haven't they done a great job? That's all.
Thank you. Select Board Member Bennett?
No questions on the budget, thank you.
I have no questions either. Any members of the public on health? Seeing none, let's move on.
Planning and economic development. Operating is a modest increase. The increase on the staff side we started to talk about. We had designed the planning technician position originally as a not full-time position, but that position has worked out, as Mr. Henry was saying, just terrifically in terms of having more the ability to, having boots on the ground. You know, the regulatory board approves a project, we now have somebody who's not busy doing inspections from sunup till sundown, who can go with the plans and put eyes on it and make sure that it's in compliance. If there are complaints, this person can go and dedicate some time to making sure that those are seen through and resolved. So the increase in the salary wages is twofold. First is an increase in hours for the planning tech position, and the second was an improved market adjustment for our Director of Planning and Economic Development. And again, Aaron and I would be happy to take any questions that the board has about this budget.
Select Board Member Bernard.
No, I just, I think it looks good. Aaron's on so many committees. He does a lot. So he needs the help. Let's give him the help. I'm all set.
Thank you, Select Board Member Duggan.
I'm all set.
Select Board Member Mills.
I don't want to talk too much. I just want to say, I think Aaron and his people are doing a superb job from what I can see. And the other thing, while we're on the topic, the manager seems to know what everybody is doing in town and seems to know who the people are that are players. Reminds me.
Such a pain sometimes.
My painter, Paul, has been painting the white trim upstairs in my house. I don't go upstairs any more than I have to because stairs stink. So Paul went home yesterday. He said, "Do you want to come up and see what I've done?" I said, "I'll do it later." Well, I went up last night, and it was really a beautiful job. He had a right to hear from me that, wow, what a beautiful job. And so I texted him, and he was thrilled. And so to know what people are doing, to acknowledge their commitment and quality, that is a great leadership trait. And I think that you show that well, Steve, and it pays in the proof is in the pudding. Thank you. Great painting job, Aaron, you know.
Well, it's going to sound gratuitous now, but I did want to say Mr. Bradstreet was not going to let me escape. I do want to thank the planning staff. I think with a lot of these, a lot of the movement over the last year, it has put an increased burden on their day-to-day work. David Fields, our Planning and Economic Development Director, has really got a good team, I think, together there. Our senior planner, Josh Morris, has been really good at helping us kind of keep the regulatory boards in line. Georgia Wilson, many people see her at the Conservation Commission meetings or the Zoning Board of Appeals meetings. She has been stellar and has been able, you know, we got a really good group there right now. And I do want to acknowledge that, you know, we've been here throughout the whole thing. And also Alicia Linehan, who is kind of our backbone up in the office. If you call or come by, Alicia is probably the first person you see. And she's been an absolute rock through all of the last 2.5 years as we go through all of this transition and deal with COVID. So a little gratuitous given what you just said, but I did want to try to acknowledge the staff of the planning office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Select Board Member Bennett.
No questions on the budget, thank you.
I'm all set as well. Any members of the board, of the public? Thank you. We can move to the next.
Senior and Social Services, pretty stable year there. What's driving part of the increase here is we had to make an adjustment to the hourly rate that we were paying our van drivers from $14 an hour to $18 an hour to make sure that we could fill those positions. So that's really, you know, normal cost of living and operational increases. But again, happy to take any questions.
Select Board Member Bernard.
No, we need the van drivers. I mean, senior and the social services, we do a good job with that. Let's take care of our seniors. I'm all set.
Thank you. Select Board Member Duggan.
Actually was at the senior center about 2 months ago, and they offered me a job to drive one of the vans.
Wait for the new rates to take effect.
Yeah, I'm thinking, wow, 18. I'm all set, thanks.
I would say just on that, though, it was an issue. We have several, I will say, chronic vacancy problems, and I think want to thank Ms. Breaker for helping us and work through that, and I think this increase seems to have stemmed that tide, so I think we haven't had a van driver, maybe one, but it's gotten better. It feels like it's gotten better. But, so anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Select Board Member, did I get you, Mr. Mills, already?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Thank you, Select Board Member Bennett.
No questions on the budget.
Neither do I. So we can move to the next one. I'm sorry, was there anybody in the public? Thank you.
The last divisional budget within this department is Veteran Services. The decrease here is related entirely to the fact that our VSO, Kelly Reyes Teixeira, is in the process of earning her degree, and she does not expect to take any classes this upcoming year. So we are zeroing that line out for the upcoming budget with the expectation that we will reintroduce it probably the following year when she is ready to resume taking courses. So that is the decrease. As a reminder, I think everybody knows the Veterans Aid portion of this budget is actually budgeted in the benefits and insurance budget, which was approved earlier today. That was a decision years ago because of the size. The aid that is distributed is almost larger than the departmental budget itself. And so because that's a difficult cost to predict, it works much better in a larger budget where we have the ability to go over in that line without having to go to the Finance Committee or convene a town meeting per se. So any questions on Veteran Services, we're happy to take those.
Select Board Member Bernard.
I think Kelly and her group does a fantastic job with all the services here in town for our veterans, and I have no questions. I think the budget looks great.
Select Board Member Duggan.
I'm all set.
Select Board Member Mills.
Thank you, nothing.
Select Board Member Bennett has stepped away for a moment. I will say also thank you to Leanne as well, Leanne Pulio. She's always at the veterans events taking photos. I saw her Thursday night. She was at the VFW as they gave the Bruce P. Eaton Americanism Award out, and they're taking pictures and representing the town as well. So kudos to her as well. I have no other questions. And members of the public, questions? All right, this is the five budgets for this budget item. I'll entertain a motion on all five.
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion made and approved to pass this to FinCom with a favorable recommendation. Select Board Member Bernard.
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills.
Yes.
And I also agree. Select Board Member Bennett had stepped away, so we'll go with the four. Oh, Dan, we have a motion on the board to accept these budgets in total with a favorable recommendation. You're on mute, my friend.
I agree. Yep, I agree.
Thank you very much. Then it's 5-0. Thank you very much.
Okay. The next budget, which also falls under the land use umbrella, but again is budgeted as a standalone budget, is our recreation budget. I'd like to point out each year when we get to this budget that the investment, the tax-supported portion of recreation here, which is $1 million in fiscal year '23, that investment leverages about 2.5 times the value in terms of programming. So the full-time recreation staff that puts on programming for the community and collects fees to put on this programming, we get about a 2.5 time return on the dollar spent in terms of the programming that they put in place for the community. So they do a really good job. The increases this year, you'll notice within the line items for salary and wages, there are ups and downs, and that's because at the park we used some part-time positions to consolidate into an additional full-time ranger. The need is certainly there at the park for even more staff than that, but working with Chris Sanborn and David Mountain, we were able to look at some of the part-time vacancies and create a full-time ranger position to support the year-round work that they're doing there. And part of what is driving the operating increase this year, if you look in on your budget book itself, there are several line items in the middle of the page, park maintenance, grounds maintenance. This is to do a better job with maintaining some of our open spaces. Some of that is related to some granite shavings at the park to keep the park in good working order. And then anticipating the question, our assistant recreation director will be receiving an auto allowance in the next year. He puts a lot of miles on his car and historically has had to track those miles and submit requests for reimbursement. when we were reviewing his position earlier this year, based on that data, we moved him on to an auto allowance, which will allow him to not have to, in addition to the many other responsibilities he has, track how many miles he drives each day. So we would be happy to take any questions that you have about the recreation budget.
Select Board Member Bernard.
Looking it over, it looks great. I think they do a great job with the parks and, all the open space. Thank you.
Select Board Member Duggan. I'm all set. Select Board Member Mills.
No questions, thank you.
Select Board Member Bennett.
No questions either.
And I have no questions. Is there any member of the public who has a question? I'll entertain a motion, please.
Move to forward with the recommendation.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to forward a favorable recommendation. Select Board Member Bernard.
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills.
Yes.
Select Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
I don't know if anybody noticed the projector shake a little bit, but Dave often follows these meetings from his office. And for better or worse, when somebody is walking around upstairs, it shakes our screen. So I would imagine Dave will join us in probably the next 10 seconds. But while we are waiting.
Well, there's no excuse because DeezeCat has a couple of minute delay.
That's true, yeah. Maybe you stopped for a refreshment.
And we're going to
next
give
door.
Colby whatever he wants, right?
So the tax-supported budget is next. And there he is. Hello, Dave. So as we've been doing throughout the day, I'll provide sort of a high-level overview, and then anticipating questions. I see Dave has brought all of his binders, so he will be able to answer any and all questions pertaining to the futures prices on gasoline, the electrification of our administrative fleet, and anything else that we come up with in the next few minutes. So writ large, the Public Works tax-supported budget, this is our 5 tax-supported divisions that roll up into the $12 million Public Works budget. Obviously, water, sewer, and electric are separate. But one of the changes here that you'll see, there are 2 positions that are new this year in this budget. The first is a building mechanic, which will join our buildings division. This has been a position that has been requested for a number of years, and the case has been made. There was a justification for it several years ago, but we simply couldn't work it into the budget. But this is a position that will allow the buildings department to stay on top of the hundreds and hundreds of work orders that they receive across the schools and the various buildings. We have 1 million square feet, actually probably more than that now with Smith School, because it was 1 million square feet when I got here. So we're responsible for 1 million square feet. This is a position that will be a second shift position, which will reduce overtime, but also give us the ability to keep up and ahead on projects. And then we're piloting a concept this year, a floater position. We're trying to use, we historically have hired many part-time seasonal employees to come in, and then we train them, we use them, and often then they go off to college or they leave. We're still going to use that, but we've taken a few of those positions to try to create a floater position, which seasonally will be able to work with the division where the work is acute. So for example, a position that will work closely with forestry and grounds in the summertime or the fall. Working maybe winters with the streets division, working during heavy construction season with the buildings division. Really the department, the division heads and the director of operations will kind of figure out how to utilize that. So we don't know how it's going to work out, but it was a concept that we wanted to try to pilot, so we used some existing part-time resources to see if we could cobble that together. The large increase in the middle there, we go out to bid every 3 years or so for our HVAC, and prices were up considerably on the contract. That's pretty part and parcel with what we've seen in the industry, similarly with contract cleaning. And I believe it's a slight adjustment down on the snow and ice based on the rolling average that we use as we project that out. So that's the whirlwind, and I'm sure there are some questions, and David and I would be happy to answer those.
Select Board Member Bernard.
Hello, David. Good evening. I think you do a great job. HVAC is very expensive. The $50,000 increase, what's the contract cleaning? What's that?
Contract cleaners is the professional cleaning company that we bring in during the evening that goes through all the schools and some of the town buildings to clean. So they augment our custodial staff. Our staff does spot cleaning and repairs and maintenance during the day, then we bring in a whole cleaning crew at night. We did an analysis on that, and it was far less expensive to bring in that crew at night than it was to have more custodians on staff to clean the building.
With overtime and everything, probably, right?
Even overtime, just having
Yeah.
that many more full-time staff, it was more cost-effective to bring them in just for the hours that we need.
Excellent. And I like that floater position. That sounds really cool. You know, that's good. And the building mechanic is something that's probably needed too. What about, how's the snow and ice budget? How did we do with the last Friday storm?
We're getting very close.
We're getting close, right?
Which is, yeah. I know.
Rodney's like, yeah,
Rodney
okay,
calls me
are
every
we
day.
okay, Rodney? All right. Yeah.
Ronnie calls and says, turn the snow off because the money's gone.
Yeah, we're getting close to it, right? Well,
Right,
hopefully this is it.
The snow and ice gets close, we lose the flagpole in the square, so it's like, yeah, now Rodney and I are talking on a daily basis, because we've had a couple good years where the DPW budget as a whole, we've been able to bring it in under budget, had a surplus at the end of the year, and this year just does not look good, and
Yeah.
that's.
And the director of operations, did you fill that vacancy yet?
We actually have we just did a round of advertising and had 12 candidates apply. We have interviews that are being set up for 4, I believe. So we have 4 candidates coming in for interviews.
Excellent.
So we're really excited about those 4 candidates.
And the guys, you know, patching up the potholes in the street, I mean, they've done a fantastic job.
Yeah.
You know, they really have. You know, the snow plowing, I think it's been great. The manhole covers
Yeah.
got, you know, set down, so the plows weren't hitting them and damaging our equipment. Other than that, I think the budget looks good. I did see that, did you ever hire an engineer for the electric division? Was there another position, a systems engineer?
In engineering, we have one, it's called a systems engineer, that we're still actively recruiting for that one. It's a tough position to fill right now
Yeah.
out there, and we're actually looking at engaging the services of a recruiter to help us. So the engineering staff has been working with Jen and the HR staff to get someone to really look out and find someone for that. We're working hard on it.
Yeah,
Haven't yet.
and I'm with David on looking for a DPW site, so I got those ideas. I'll call you next week. I just got back from Florida.
Excellent.
All right, we'll catch up. Thank you. No, I'm good with it.
Thank you. Select Board Member Duggan.
Welcome, Dave.
Thanks.
Couple of items. First, the line items for refuse collection and refuse disposal. So that's the pickup, the weekly pickup for the residents?
So the collection would be the weekly pickup, and the disposal is what we pay Covanta to actually get rid of our trash for us. They burn it up and make electricity.
Right. And do we pay Covanta to run our transfer station, or how does that work? I forget.
It's in our whole contract that they run it. There is no cost to run it. They actually own the license to run it, and they own the building itself, the building where the trash goes in. The scale house is owned by the town. They run the scale house for us as part of the agreement right now.
So all the staff that are on site, those are not town employees any longer?
Correct.
Okay. And so these line items, the cost is the same year over year, pretty much. Is that because we have a multiple year contract?
So the refuse disposal, we're just entering the last year of a 10-year contract. That contract had a CPI adjustment on it each year. So if you look, it tweaked up every year a little bit.
Yeah, a couple thousand, yeah.
Based on our estimate of tonnages with a CPI adjustment on it. The refuse collection and the recycling collection, you'll see that later on. We're both entering the last year of a 10-year agreement on both of those. When we did the contract 10 years ago, it was a hard negotiation, and we actually negotiated it would be 2 years level, then a 3%, then a 2-year. So it was every other year we had an increase. So this last year we're the same as fiscal 22. However, you look at fiscal 21, we had a bump from 21 to 22. But this year, it's the last year of the contract, those two are flat. So we're actually gonna have to be going out for all 3 of those contracts during fiscal year '23, so that they take effect at the beginning of fiscal '24. We've already begun the process with Covanta, and talking about waste disposal options is them to flesh that one out. That's the one we want to get a direction on that first, where trash is going to go. There's more limiting factors. Then we're going to have to get into the discussion about refuse and recycling collection. And we're going to have to make some tough decisions about, do we keep it the same way we're going? Do we make changes to that system? That's once this budget gets submitted and approved, then we're going to be working, both Steve and I, with the board about our contracts for next year. Because if we put to bid what we have right here for next year for collection of recycling and refuse, we're going to see a significant increase. We're way below what other towns are paying around us right now. Sorry to scare the board. I don't mean to
No,
scare them,
that's something that we've already mentioned.
Yeah, we talked last
recently.
year. Good. Yep.
Well, just recently, the last meeting, we brought that subject up. So when you say Covanta and the collection, how does JRM play in? JRM works for Covanta?
JRM had a couple different things. JRM, they collect our trash, they take it to the transfer station, and they dump it there. And then Covanta owns the trash. We pay JRM to get it that far.
I see, okay.
Covanta also has contracts with JRM to bring in other trash that then they take up to Haverhill. And at times, Covanta had used JRM employees working at the scale house and at the transfer station. They're not doing that right now.
Well, that's the thing. So I go up there occasionally with my yard waste sticker, and I see it's a busy, very busy place from 7 a.m. in the morning till the end of the day. And so the town properties being used for that activity, are we somehow getting compensated for that, or is it we just kind of washed our hands of the? I was surprised to hear you say we don't own the trash house anymore.
Never did.
That's a strange thing to hear.
Yeah,
because
that was
it's on town property.
So and so how it came to be is, and we're going back 35 years now. When the landfill ran out of space, the town needed a transfer station to move stuff. So back then, the refuse company came in as, hey, we'll build the town one, and you guys can use it, dump your trash there too. And they had the cost of the engineering, the licensing, and doing it so on that land. The benefit to them of having that on town-owned land is in our 10-year agreement with our tipping fee price. We use that as one of the items of negotiation when we set our tipping fee.
Right. So you mentioned FY24 for when we would have kind of a preliminary idea about what it's going to cost, or we'll have to nail something down by then?
We need new contracts in effect July 1st of 2023.
So that may be shocking to some people. The cost, the cost of recyclables has changed dramatically in the past 10 years, to the point where it's not really worth anything. The cost of just driving the JRM trucks up and down the street with staff hanging off the back, that's a considerable cost too. So, we need to prepare the residents for maybe a significant change in how we do business today, where, you see residents with several barrels out in front of their house. That may not be allowable in the future. So we may want to prepare the residents for a change in the process.
Yeah, we're going to have to get some education out to the town that we're going through a process. We're going to have to make some tough decisions.
Well, if you look at some towns, and I'll use the city of Lowell as an example, they have standardized bins. Yep. And it has to be positioned out in front of their house in a certain way. They have serial numbers on them. And so I think the truck comes along and only has a driver and an operator. And many communities throughout the U.S. do this, where the driver of the truck pulls up, he's got a little, a little fork thing that picks up the container. Yeah, so, I mean, that's I think where we're going. And if we want to kind of keep the cost manageable.
Yep.
And then the other, just the one other item, and that's, Ms. Bernard brought this up with the looking for a DPW DFW site, a consolidated site, replace or supplement what's at Hobart. Do we have a line item that kind of, do you have like a outside kind of a consultant that is assisting us with that process? Because that seems like something that sounds like, you just kick the can down the road and that will just kind of try to find something, but there doesn't seem to be a sense of urgency.
Oh, we approved 2 years ago a contract with Weston and Sampson to help us with that process. And they've been helping us through, doing a good job, and actually really helped us connecting with the state and the official people at the state we need to talk to about the state properties. So we have that contract, we're still undergoing with that.
Okay.
And hopefully we're making some headway there.
So Mr. Bradstreet will be happy to hear that you're working on it.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Select Board Member Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice job, Dave, in everything that you do. When my electricity stayed on a couple of weeks ago, I called Steve. I said, who do I call to thanks for that? He said to call you.
Oh.
So it didn't even flicker. I got very little to say except when I go by the JRM truck on Mondays, I think it is, I drive from my house to the YMCA. So I don't know, I end up coming around the corner at Cherry Street. The big JRM truck is always there. And I see those poor souls hanging off the back of that. And I say, what a way to make a living. Wow. And also I said, what if we didn't have that service? We would have 26,000 people buying Ford F-150s for pickup trucks to take their own rubbish in bags down to the, are you kidding me? So it's an absolutely essential, I believe, it's an absolutely essential service for us. And what it's gonna cost next time around, I say, you and Steve both better be drinking double espressos that day. So best of luck with that negotiation, because it's gonna be very important to the rest of us, yeah. Nice job. Thank you for everything you do.
Sure.
Select Board Member Bennett.
Thank you. Hello, David. How you doing today?
Good. Good to see you.
Good, good. So I attended a webinar back on February 16th, and John Fisher of the Mass DEP spoke about the goal to reduce disposal by 30% by 2030 and 90% by 2050. And I wasn't too sure if that was just a state or included all the cities and towns. The biggest reduction they want is in food, from 1,140,000 to 570. I assume that commercial pickup and doesn't have anything to do with the town of Danvers. Yet I wonder if our school is subject to that food waste reduction.
So right now, a lot of that language is in draft form and it's concepts, and we'll be dealing with some of those issues as a community when we do our climate action plan and we think through how aggressive we want to be with the waste. I think we're going to have to think that in the future decade, we're going to look at the waste from Danvers schools and reduce it significantly. Whether or not those numbers are realistic, we don't know yet. But the compostable waste with food, as you just spoke to, those numbers are a big part of the waste stream that we're going to have to somehow get out of it. And even pilot attempts to do so have been very hard, just so it's such a hard waste to manage. So I think those were draft numbers, and that they're going to continue to look at the state, and we're going to have to think as a community through the climate action plan and what we want to do to hit those.
And the bans effective in November this year on mattresses, textiles, and food waste again, how will that affect pickup curbside on mattresses and textiles?
So we're going to have to make additional changes on the mattresses if that stays in and becomes a reality on the mattresses. Because right now the mattresses, if we pick them up with a bulky sticker, they end up going to the Covanta plant. So if that becomes one of where they're actually recycled into electricity, but if that becomes prohibited to do, then we're going to have to make other provisions with those mattresses, which we could do through our contractor. Our contractor still will be able to pick them up, just take them to a different facility. with the bulky fee, the sticker price might have to change, but it could be a good option to offer our residents. We're going to think about that. Can we do it, or do we have to treat it like the tires? Years ago, we would pick up tires. We don't do that anymore. You do it where at the tire man, the dealer. That could happen with mattresses also. Mr. Bennett, I'm not quite sure of that. Those are two options, either to let the mattresses go with whoever, when you buy a new mattress, or we do something on our new collection contract with it, if that changes and we have to change it that much. Food stuff.
I guess the point is there's going to be a lot of changes.
A lot.
Coming up in the future. House Bill 878, I don't know where that is right now. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, still, it's in committee, which I've heard it's been there a while now, was the last I had heard.
That could be there for a while, okay, all right. So I guess you'll have your work cut out trying to negotiate a new contract where these bans are coming into effect or not coming into effect.
Yeah, and I think it's, as a community, we face tough decisions, like Mr. Duggan said. Do we have mechanical collection, one giant barrel out? Do we mix the two types of recycling together? We have a lot of community questions, and we're going to have to put some facts and some numbers to those too, so that the town can make an educated decision that's the best for the next 10 years.
So my comment on your budget is, given the changes in the contractor cleaning, et cetera, I think you did well to keep your budget to just a 3% increase. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All set?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions either. Are there members of the public? Yes, Mr. Bradstreet? No. Oh, no, I start with...
No, I start.
I start. Go ahead, Mr. Bradstreet.
My comment is JRM and their crews on the trucks do a good job. I don't think, at least I don't think for the most part, the residents who put the trash out appreciate the work that these crews do. I don't know that there's a line of people waiting for a job doing that.
Keep going.
When I was working, I don't know if Dave remembers, one of the gentlemen was working on the back of one of those trucks, fell off and was run over by the truck and died. I don't think people appreciate what they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Donahue.
Just a quick comment on the trash. In comparison to some local towns, some neighboring towns, we have a pretty good deal here where we're allowed 3 barrels or bags. Some of our neighboring towns are allowed 1 32-gallon barrel that cannot exceed the top of the rim of the barrel. So I can expect that we should see a difference in the negotiation process. Hopefully we don't go too extreme and we can have something affordable, but it's going to be trying knowing that this contract was 10 years old and we're just now renewing. But I'll start off with my first question is, I'm in an industry where we burn quite a bit of fuel, very similar to what Public Works does, just on a smaller scale. At this point, between gasoline and diesel, we're already seeing at least 100% increase, and we're concerned that we could be seeing a 200% increase. In this budget, we're only looking at, I believe it was 8% plus 1.5% for diesel. Looking for an explanation on that, as that's something that I don't see as being reasonable for this budget.
Sure. The fuel prices for both unleaded, diesel, even goes into the natural gas and the propane. Those we researched and established numbers back in December. So that's the big, and what you see here is numbers there that are about, the unit prices on these are about 10% higher than last year. Natural gas, a little bit less than that. Propane was a little bit more. So the adjustments have not taken into effect anything that's happened over the last month in that. And so right now, we're keeping a close eye on it. In past years, when something like this has happened for the town through the budget process, we've continued to monitor those prices up through this meeting, through the Finance Committee meeting, knowing we have right up to town meeting to make a decision whether or not to adjust the prices for the next year. We're going to have to keep an eye on it. I don't think we need to make a decision today. I think Rodney would agree with me there. We need to keep watching these trends. But before the budget's finalized at town meeting, we need to think, are we too low, and is this something we need to do? The other thing, we're going to be closely monitoring the budgets for this fiscal year. Are we going to make it on our fuel charges? And we work closely with Rodney to do that with the whole budget, to make sure that even with the increase in the unit price, that we're going to bring the budgets in as a whole. We use federal standards for all of those, which were and then those federal standards are adjusted to this area, to the New England hub. And however, we had projections even multiple years past this one, but obviously from everything that happened in the last month has changed that dramatically. So in a nutshell, we set them in December, they're 10% up, we got to keep an eye on them before town meeting.
Next comment is on snow removal. We are significantly paying lower than our neighboring towns for our subcontractors. It's been a little bit more evident recently that snow removal is taking several days to get the full clearing done on the streets. Believe me, they do an unbelievable job keeping us safe. I'm just noticing it's taking a little bit more time to get the end results. Could we increase that to get more contractors back into the area that have recently left to go to higher paying neighboring towns? That would be one comment, one thing that I would like to see. The other thing is winter chemicals. There's a lot of options out there beyond what we're using. Brine tanks, more environmentally friendly pre-wetting systems, things like that, that can be more cost effective. I think that would be something that we really could use in this town, at least looking into it. And then finally, I see, was it conference fees, I believe was on there? An extremely low number. There's a lot out there for continuing education, for new information that on every industry that the Public Works covers, that I believe we should be spending some money to keep our education as high as we can. It's something that I feel this budget is a little light in a lot of areas, and just my concern as far as the Public Works goes.
Sure. Let me go backwards a little bit. As far as the conferences, there's a couple. There's a local New England chapter of American Public Works that we're members of. We participate. That is a local conference that is in a training budget that's there for myself and the Director of Operations. We also have the national conference, which is in the town manager's conference line item that we attend. I've presented there. We attend to those. So we do see those as valuable. In addition, there's local training places at both the Mass Highway Association, through Public Works, and Bay State Roads, which is through Mass DOT, that we participate in their conferences. Most of those have been virtual over the last 2 years, but we do that. With the snow, we are continuing to look at the different options for salt. We have our current pre-wetting chemical is magnesium chloride. We used to use calcium chloride, switched to the mag chloride. We are not set up with the brine solutions. We can sit and talk hours about that. I know a lot about it. I've used it a lot in the past. Not sure if we really need it right here in Danvers right now, but we're keeping an eye on that to see if that's something we need to save money. As far as the contractors, we have the same number of contractors that we've had over the last few years. So even with our prices, which are lower than some of the bigger towns around us, we've been able to get good contractors in. I gotta say, our contractors have been very good this year. The cities have to pay a little bit more because it's harder to plow there. And it also seems like some of the plow guys, they prefer to plow here. We try to keep this as a favorable place with good roads, and they want to come plow for Danvers. So that's something we really work on so that we don't have to jack the price up quite as high. To plug the guys, I don't know, maybe it's because I've been a little closer to it this year, but I really thought that the crews have been doing a great job this year. I actually thought I noticed an improvement over the last 2 years. That's what I've noticed. On the flip side, a couple storms lingered on at the end. And I'm not a man of excuses, but we had 2 storms that had an inch of snow come in the last 4 or 5 hours in the storm, so it lingered on. And I know Rod and I go crazy because it takes the numbers and throws the cost way up when we have to keep crews around. But we'll keep trying to get methods that are the most cost effective. I know the crews are determined to do that, and we'll keep looking at the chemicals. Good points.
And I would add, just simply, the Streets Division has not been immune to the recruiting issues we've had across a lot of the police, and that, we've been looking for an electrical engineer for quite some time. So I know we're also, we have a vacancy, at least one vacancy in Streets that has made a difficult winter more challenging. So, but yeah, I would echo what Dave said.
Yep. And one last comment, if you guys are still skirting that budget, very well done, because a lot of us have gone way over, so good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Hearing none, I'll accept a motion.
Move to forward with a positive recommendation.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Select Board Member Bernard.
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills.
Yes.
Select Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Thank you.
Next up is our sewer budget. I'll start by pointing out, you see a reduction in salary and wages that's really kind of attributable to three things. One, we've had some turnover, so we've hired in new employees at a lower step and grade than their predecessors. We also have 2 engineer positions in our civil engineering department that are shared with our utilities. One of those positions we discovered as part of this budget process had been budgeted a third in sewer last year. It's supposed to be 25%, so we've made that adjustment. And then we also had a civil engineer who was hired this past year who came in at a lower salary than their predecessor. So that explains the reduction. It's not an actual reduction in workforce. It's just partly a correction and partly just turnover. Operating expenses is up. We don't have our final SESD assessment. We never do it this time, so we typically carry a 2.5% assumption. We also have an increase in debt that is related to the authorizations the town meeting gave us a few years back so that we could get onto a regular maintenance schedule with some of our larger infrastructure work and be able to borrow the money as needed. So that debt service is starting to hit the budget, but that was planned for. And then capital outlay we will discuss at the end as part of our brief capital outlay discussion ahead of the warrant review. So sewer budget, David and I would be happy to take questions.
I'll start with Select Board Member Bernard.
Budget looks good. Just questions. I see just big increases on the, what is it? The sewer bonds, frost fish. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit, please?
Sure, those were projects that have been completed, and the permanent debt is now hitting the budget.
Okay, and other than that, I think it looks good. I mean, it is what it is. I'm all set.
Thank you. Select Board Member Duggan.
I'm all set, thank you.
Select Board Member Mills.
No questions, thank you.
Select Board Member Bennett.
I'm all set also.
And I'm just double checking. Let's see if there's anything big. Oops. Sorry. No, actually, so there's some, obviously there's ups and downs. The ones that were big, okay, Select Board Member Bernard already asked about those. These are all the projects. All right, I'm all set as well. Are there any members of the public who have questions? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to forward with a recommendation, positive.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any questions on the motion? Select Board Member Bernard.
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills.
Yes.
Select Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the water budget. Similar story with sewer, except for on the salary and wage. It's a more consistent number here, but Operating expenses are modest. There's no SESD assessment in this budget, but debt service is up as well on this side. And I should have mentioned with the sewer, so the way that the debt service is presented in the utility budgets is a little bit different from the general fund. So we have a standalone debt budget on the general fund side, but the Frost Fish Brook and each individual project shows up in these operating budgets as a line item. So across those, we're seeing the increase that was part of the planned increase in debt service in these two utilities. You know, we make the decision each year as we're looking at retained earnings about whether we want to pay cash for some of these capital projects or whether we want to borrow. We always want to maintain a healthy, debt service. You want to have, you don't want your debt service to be too low because it does make sense to be funding some of these projects through debt. You don't want too much debt. So we were in a position where it made sense to take on some debt, and so that's reflected here as well. And capital outlay, as I said, we'll be talking shortly about our capital projects for the year, but we do budget those as part of the utilities because they are self-sustaining funds. So any questions on the water budget?
Select Board Member Burnett?
Yeah, what was the capital outlay, that big increase, Steve, on replace?
We are,
What is that?
I would say, suggest in one of the next budgets we're going to go over is the capital outlay, and we'll go
Okay.
by department. So
Oh.
we'll drill into the equipment that's being proposed in water and sewer in just a couple minutes.
Okay, so that's the increase, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering about that, and
And those are all one-time expenses, so
Okay.
those tend to fluctuate. Yeah, they go up
the
one year.
vehicles,
down
that's,
next,
okay,
yeah.
all right, excellent. And the water distribution system, right? Is that done? What's the water distribution system? It looked like there was an increase, a proposed budget of about 127,000.
I think that's debt service associated with main replacement.
Yeah, so that's
The
for the
mains?
pipes that we've already replaced, and now we have debt for
September?
that.
Last September?
Yeah, well, yeah, over the last 2 years, probably.
Yeah, which do we see? I mean, how do we know, but where do we stand with looking at those old pipes, worrying about water breaks? I mean, we don't know, but you must have a idea, Dave, like,
Oh, yeah.
of all, this was years ago, this is fairly new. I
Yep,
mean,
so in our, it's actually in our software line item.
Okay,
That is item 54205. That's where our water modeling software is. And that models our system both to keep flow to everyone, keep clean water to everybody, and also to tell us the age of pipes, and it has a capital program module to it. So under that software, it puts together, we have a 10-year capital plan. So we
Nice.
can tell you, at least for the next 7 to 8 years, really what water mains probably should be replaced, depending on funding. And so already, like, we know this year, especially using the Arpa funding, that was able to speed us up a year. So we're just finishing Route 114, just finished Hobart Street. Now this spring, we'll see us start on Cabot Road. We'll start on Cornell. We'll start on Oberland. Those are out and coming. Amherst is coming also. And then once those are done, the next one, then we need to look at Locust Street and Green Street. Those are the next ones that both are physical observations out there in the field, seeing the breaks, seeing the quality of the pipe, and what the modeling software tells us is which ones we should replace. And we tie it in with what's the condition of our roads. That's how, which
then
roads.
you fix it, then do the roads?
Yeah, if the
Okay.
road needs to get paved, then we may speed it up a year. And if one of the roads in good shape, we might push it off a year.
Do we get any state aid for any of this?
No,
No?
the state has.
Do they give, with Biden giving all these?
Oh, well, the ARPA funding.
ARPA
Oh,
funding,
yeah,
okay,
we're putting
right, okay.
$1.4 million of the ARPA funding
Right,
into
okay.
our water system. So, yes.
All right, good. That's
So
what I
that's
was
federal, not the state.
Right, okay. But we get nothing with state, though? Or minor? Nothing?
Not right now. The
Not
state has had a revolving loan fund in the past, which we used to fund the water treatment plant, that was to do the debt on that. However, it's a system, it's only zero interest loans, and you have to be careful because the paperwork associated with it costs a lot of money.
But
So-
maybe it's something that we could look into, right?
Oh,
If
we
it's
will.
zero, right.
And we worked with Stephen King and Rodney before we issued the debt for the water mains that we're currently doing. Should we do that this way or through the regular debt through the town? And economically, it was better to do it with the debt through, like we do other projects.
Excellent, okay, that's
One
it.
of the challenges with the state offering zero interest loan is, number one, we can borrow for close to zero in the current borrowing environment anyway, but more importantly, because our sales are constrained by the permit, even zero interest loan, absorbing that principal into our rate is difficult because we're capped on the revenue that we can generate to pay it back. So it's a tough. The ARPA money has been very helpful to play a little bit of catch up, but the structural issues we've been working very closely with. Senator Tarr has put together a resiliency group to look at water on the North Shore and try to find some long-term fixes for these issues. Sure.
That's good to know. Thank you. I'm all set.
Thank you. Select Board Member Duggan.
Just to expand on a comment that Ms. Bernard made. So, for example, if you were replacing the water mains on Cabot Road, you wouldn't be able to get external funding from the state, say, for the water lines themselves, but we could get use Chapter 90 money for the repaving?
We could. Strategically, right now, I'll switch hats to my pavement management hat in that program. And with just the Chapter 90 money, we're falling behind on our roads. We find it's not enough. We're losing the condition of the road. So for the last 10 years or so, we've been including a curb-to-curb overlay of the road in our water main jobs. So we're letting the water main job pay for that. That's an operational decision to help our paving budget. And so we're gonna have to keep looking at that. Chapter 90, it's been at that $200 million level for a long time, even though we've seen increases in the pavement prices. So that money we've lost of what it can get done because of inflation.
Okay.
So right now we're paying for roads through this. We could do them on Chapter 90, yes. Chapter 90, if we do a water main on a road, Chapter 90 does help if we want to do curbing or sidewalks, something like that. We would never charge sidewalks, curbing, all those other things to a water main, just surfacing.
Yeah, so that's just a concern, I think, for ratepayers
Yep.
that the payments that they're making for water usage is actually using for road work, so it may raise some eyebrows. And then you mentioned the ARPA funds. I know that I think water and sewer infrastructure received about a third of the $8 million that the town will be receiving. Is that ARPA money, is that noted at all in this spreadsheet? Or is that considered to be more like income, this line, where the line items in the budget?
Yeah, so the ARPA is budgeted completely separately as it's treated essentially like a grant. However, if you remember, we did a presentation back in September on the ARPA plan moving forward, and we'll include a couple of those pages in the budget document as well to get it out
Okay,
to the
so we'll
public.
see that later on in the budgeting process.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, all right, that's all I have, thank you.
Select Board Member Mills.
Nothing, thank you.
Select Board Member Bennett.
No, thank you, no questions.
As I look at this, we'll talk about the capital replacement in a couple of minutes. Yeah, I can see the outliers and why they're outliers, and they're not very big individually. I'm all set. Are there members of the public who wish to speak to this? Mr. Bradstreet.
The only thing I had to say was I was pleased to hear that the streets and the plumbing on the streets and its age is on record, so with something were done in 1903 as opposed to 2010, the 1903 one would be the first that would be replaced, hopefully without the 2010 one failing. Just as there's a process for old to new. I was just pleased to hear it, thank you.
Glad you're pleased to hear it. Thank you. Any other public comment? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to forward with approval.
Second.
Motion made in second to forward with a favorable approval.
Yes.
Marie? Yes. Matt?
Yes.
And
Yes.
David and Dan?
Yes,
And I'm a yes as well. Thank you.
Up next is the electric division budget. And I'll speak very broadly, and then David can add any comments that he'd like to make, and then we'll take some questions. But, big picture, the electric department, sales are relatively stable. We had seen a decline. I don't know, it looked like year-to-date we were projected to be pretty stable from the year before. A large part of the $40 million budget in electric is power purchase. And that is the market price that we negotiate in the contracts to bring power into Danvers. And then the other major component is the distribution, and those are the people and the vehicles and the infrastructure that brings the power to our homes and the buildings. So the budget is relatively flat. You would see the COLA increases you would expect. We have contracts in place with all of the bargaining units in this department. The continued phase-in of the pilot, I believe next year is the last year of the phase-in we did a 5-year phase-in of the new pilot, which hadn't been adjusted since 1995. And we have a lot of capital work that is planned this year, which David can dive into, or we can take some questions on. And I think we've turned the corner on the staffing front there. We have some critical needs in our engineering department. We've actually engaged with some outside consultants to try to help us, because that's proven to be a very hard position to fill. The engineers we have are doing tremendous work. It's a difficult job because they are on call. There's always someone on call in case there's an issue. So we're trying to get those positions filled. And I think with that, David, if you want to add anything to that, we'll be happy to take questions.
Well, I've got to add one thing to tie back into the whole price of gasoline and unleaded is if we didn't have an impetus to go out and electrify our buildings and buy electric cars, we do now. Because I just filled my personal car up for $4.29 that last week. The pie chart that's in your budget that shows where our power comes from.
Right here, David.
You'll see the big chunk of that is either nuclear or non-carbon. It's power from right here in this country generated right here. Other than that, we have long-range fixed contracts. We're not going to see the impact of fuel on this or our electric rate like we're seeing at the fuel pump, which is great news. And that's the only part right here, this 1.8% in the market, that's the only piece of our portfolio that we've left flexible in the market right now. We have a policy of keeping it less than 10. We don't want to be more than 10% open to market adjustments. Lately, we've tightened it up because of some looking long range and looking at some contracts available. We're tight. We're at 1.8, which is good right now, which means we don't have volatility. So the fact that we're already in a 30% below what National Grid and Eversource charge, plus we have our contracts tied up, the electricity looks great. So all of our vehicles, we're looking at, can we get electrical vehicles for those? We have an electrical conservation, it's efficiency and conservation line item in this budget, which we even can help the town with some rebates on electric vehicles that the town purchases. We have put some charging stations at town facilities. We started at that. We've been doing it as we've been getting grants from it. The state has offered grants for the charging stations, so as we get those grants in, we put the charging stations here at Town Hall, the Elm Street parking lot, Hobart Street. We have another round of those that we're going to continue to do. We are also seeing, on the development front, charging stations coming to Danvers. So we're seeing projects that are they're preliminary designs right now for both businesses and places where they want to build full electric charging stations in Danvers. So obviously a big thing when they want to put a big charging station in, it's going to have an effect on Danvers Electric, how we get the power there. It's good. They're going to be a good customer for us. We're excited to see it. At the Municipal Light Board, we've actually talked about having a ribbon cutting at the first one that comes to Danvers, when it actually gets, when they put the shovel in the ground for it. So we're looking at that. So the vehicles is good. We're looking at the vehicles. The other thing we're looking at is the new efficient heating and control systems for the buildings. In the budget later on, you'll see it at Endicott Park and a couple other of our buildings to get away from fossil fuels for the heat in our buildings. We're promoting that through our rebate program, and we want to try it ourselves on town buildings to see how it works. And it looks like this, the latest developments have made us the writing on the wall to, hey, let's push this even further this way. This is the way, we've been headed, and this is the way to go. Steve did a good job with the overall budget. Right now, we still are pretty flat on our sales. You've heard me being disappointed on that over the last few years. The COVID year, we actually did come in low. For that COVID year, we did have a blip, not as low as we thought. It was 3% down. But looking forward, all of our power projections see it increasing, both for us and other municipal electrics like ourselves, to see sales increasing, which is a good thing. We're there to provide. It's not like water, like Mr. Bartha said. We're fine. We only have so much water to sell, so we're set. We're fixed. Electricity, we can get more electricity. We have a system in place to sell more electricity. And right now, we think electric is the economical and probably the most environmentally best way to do that in the future. And we're going to prepare for that and do it. There's a couple big projects underway, one of which is down at Station 42, our main station, which is located down off Bow Street, redoing the control house, preparing that place for both today, modernizing it, and preparing it for the future, when Danvers Electric can sell more power. The other one is the Northland Substation, which is located right down behind Liberty Tree Mall, right behind in between the Verizon maintenance shop and the rear of Liberty Tree Mall is our Northland Substation, which we're going to be building a new substation right next to it. We've been able to negotiate with the owners of the mall to actually reconstruct a parking lot for them, and they're actually going to provide the town a piece of land for the new substation. So it's a great opportunity for the town, and they were a good negotiating partner to work with down there on that. As far as the cost of power next year, the cost of power is slightly above what it was last year, driven mostly by transmission costs. It's costing more to get that power here. Whether that power is coming from the hydro plant in Quebec, or it's coming from Connecticut, from the nuclear plant there, we have to pay for those transmission lines, and that's where we're seeing an increase. The Municipal Light Board, when they set the rates for calendar year 22, when we did that in January, there was a modest increase in the purchase power and fuel charge on your bill. You saw a small increase in that. That was mostly to pick up that transmission cost. Other than that, the customer charge, which we've talked about, that stayed the same, and the base fee stayed the same. That's the electric budget in a nutshell, and I'm not sure if there's more specific questions or if there's things we need to get into more deeply.
No, I think it looks good, David. I think our electric department definitely is is definitely an asset to our town. I mean, as we know, with the fuel cost going up, I mean, instead of, oil, electric's cheaper, really, right now. I mean, anybody that's heating their houses might want to do electric, but I don't know about that forever. The distribution maintenance seems like that kind of went up a little bit in the budget.
What's the number, Maureen? You'll see it on...
590, was it?
590.
I'm looking. But I think all in all, it looks good. And you said, remember we talked recently at another meeting about batteries? But I was doing some research. It doesn't really seem cost-effective to have the batteries because the batteries only have certain lifespans, instead of, talking about the transmission cost really being up. That's the biggest cost, right, for us?
Transmission is the biggest cost.
Okay.
The benefit of batteries, there's two benefits to batteries. One of which is to complement solar energy with a battery. Solar generates all the power during the day, and then it's not on at night when you need the power when you come home. So batteries in people's homes are becoming more popular, so that you can charge with your solar panels during the day, then the battery will release the power back to your house at night when the solar panels shut off.
Mm-hmm.
That's for the homeowner. As far as a system, batteries are now the latest way to fight the peak management. In the past, we had our peak programs where we were trying to shave our peak. We were doing that by renting generators, asking people to turn their power down. Right now, to buy commercial batteries as big as this room, to be able to store megawatts of power, that we can generate it when we can buy electricity very inexpensively, keep this battery charged, and then release the energy to the system right at the peak when the power is most expensive. That's the use of batteries on a scale that we can use as a utility. Our first one of those is going to be a trial down at the Danvers High School, and we're just getting the final plans for the solar panels to go on top of the high school building. And associated with that, we're going to build a battery next to the generator behind the high school. So you're going to see that if you look at what the size of what the generator is, we're going to have a battery next to it, about the same size, that would be generated, and we'll use that as a peak management generator.
And this is in our budget? We're going to put this in?
It's in the electric budget.
Electric budget, okay.
It's in,
Good.
in the capital plan for electric
Yeah.
budget. So we also have solar panels planned for the Smith School and for the Highland School.
Okay.
And we did the RFP on the panels 3 different ways to find out, do we want to pay for it up front, lease to buy, lease if they own it forever? How we're doing it is with a company they're going to pay to put the panels on. We have a 10-year agreement. We're going to buy the power from them at a certain rate, and at the end of that, we'll own the panels.
Good.
And that was for all 3 of those systems.
Do we get any state or federal money for something like that, or no?
Not for those programs.
Not for those programs,
No,
okay. Well,
right.
always, our grants, no.
We're
Well,
chasing that money for another big battery storage project, so we're trying this first relatively smaller battery. We have another location earmarked up off Ferncroft Road, which is where we used to put the temporary generator. So we have an old switching station there that's all set up to hook up like the old generator and stuff. That we're looking to perhaps put a bigger battery right there. It's out of the way, won't bother anybody. We're equipped to hook it right up, and we're looking for any grants or opportunities to get funding to help us pay for that.
Wonderful. No, that's it. That's really all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Select Board Member Duggan.
Yeah. Just had a question to you, Mr. Chairman. So on my spreadsheet, I don't see the electric line items.
Nope. It came in a separate one because I'll explain it, but please fill in. The electric division has a different accounting system
Oh, yeah. Okay.
than the other enterprise funds with different account numbers, but it came in our packet.
Oh, okay. I don't have my packet with me. I'm all fine. I'll save
wanna
my
borrow this?
questions for another time.
Yeah, email them through the manager,
Yeah.
sure.
That was an accurate answer, was it not?
No, so the utility, electric follows FERC accounting.
Yep.
So it's federal energy required. It's not federal energy required. It is required by the federal
Regulatory.
government that we
Federal
account for it
energy
that way, yes. So the budget looks very different. And the vote, there is no actual vote required by this board. The municipal light board sets a budget, town meeting ratifies the budget to indicate approval, but the light board sets its budget. We do go through the budget each year as part of this process.
So I'm all set.
Select Board Member Mills.
No questions.
Select
Thanks,
Board
John.
Member Bennett.
Thank you. David, would it make sense for a private residence to install a electric charging station for electric vehicles?
If you own an electric vehicle, yes, it makes sense for you to put a charger in, and we have a rebate program for that to help you with that. In
How much is the
addition,
rebate?
we're heading towards a time of rate electric program where if you're a resident and you have a charger at home and you have a smart charger, which means when you plug in your car, you can tell it when to charge your car. We're going to provide a financial assistance for you when you come home from work at 5, 6, whatever time you come home, for even though you plug your car in, for it not to start charging there, but say it waits until, say, midnight or 1 a.m. to start charging, depending on your home. We're going to incentivize the residents, for them to charge it later. 2 things there. The power is, it costs less money to buy late at night. We need to watch out for a big peak at 6 p.m. when everyone comes home, whether it's coming home from school, and everyone's already turning all their lights and everything on, but we can't have everybody hook up their electric cars, which we're going to have this giant artificial peak, which costs us a lot of money to prepare for that. We're going to do everything we can to try to not have that peak from the electric cars.
What is the rebate program now?
I don't have it right here in front of me. You either want to jump on the website, or I can set you up with Jeff Ellie to go through it with you.
Okay. what do you think that the average cost to charge your vehicle overnight? And obviously, it makes sense to plug it in before you go to bed.
Yeah, it's really going to depend on the electricity, the system. The charger itself is like $1,000, can be $1,000 to $2,000 for the charger, but then you have to wire it in your house, so that can vary.
I think his question, Dan, was the question, how much would it charge to, how much would it cost overnight to charge a typical electric sedan or Volt or something like that?
Oh. Yeah, now we're, shoot. Let me get back to you with a standard answer on that. If I try to wing that one, I'm gonna really ruin it.
A lot less than a trip to the gas station.
Yeah, it's, shoot, and I used to know exactly how much you have to pay. It used to be, you had to pay, it was like 30 cents a kilowatt per gallon of gas or something like that, and ours is like 15 cents. Or maybe it's 20 cents a kilowatt equals a gallon of gas, and we pay 15. But we'll get a handout with those numbers on it. We'll be able to tell you exactly how many gallons of gas a kilowatt is, and compare that price.
So David, looking into the future, more people will buy electric cars, we hope.
Yep.
Some people will put an electric charging station in their property if they have the place to do it. I could put it on my office building, which is the end of my driveway, drive right in and plug it in. So there's no, that would be easy. But looking forwards, it's helpful to have the cost of putting in a charging station, the rebate you offer, the typical average price to charge your vehicle overnight, just so that we can start to educate the consumer, our citizens, and promote going electric.
I couldn't agree more, and our staff member, Jeff Ellie, probably has that sheet that he has, and he's screaming at me right now because I don't have it with me. But yes, we'll get that out so everybody can see it, and we'll market that.
And I think, Dan,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you nailed it when you said educate, and I think as the commercial charging infrastructure is going to get more robust, so people will be able to charge when they're parked at work, or stopping through Danvers and charging on their way somewhere else. But I think electric recognizes we want to make ownership of an electric vehicle easy and affordable, and so working with homeowners to get their homes equipped to handle that. So David and his staff, they've heard it from me and they've heard it from officials. They know they're excited to work on that, and there will be a learning curve and an education process associated with that.
Great, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Any members of the public? Mr. Bradstreet, please.
There were two things. At some point, we were asked to conserve our use of energy. It had a drawback. It was less money being received, so it actually cost the town money for people to conserve the use of energy. It's counterproductive. It's kind of disappointing. It's just the way things are. The other thing was, at some point, can we get into, town owns a lot of buildings. We own a lot of land. There's a lot of space, like the landfill, for installing solar panels to, the upfront cost is one thing, long-term effect is we get paid back for the energy that we're able to produce and use. Is there a plan?
Well, David mentioned there will be solar on Smith and Highland schools. We've already bid those projects out, and we're working on filling the horseshoe at the landfill so that we can do a ground mount solar there. So those are the three projects that are in the works. But Jeff Ellie and the staff in electric are always looking for places where these projects make sense. And just as an example, even since we started talking about the solar project at the landfill, David recently told me the efficiency of these panels has increased so much since when we started talking that we actually don't need to we don't have the capacity to use all the power that the original design could have even put in place. So we need to increase our bandwidth to accept the power. So it's changing all the time, and yes, we're constantly looking at opportunities to do that.
You're working on it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, that raises a question for me, and then I'll go to you, Mr. Duggan. David, I know that the electric company purchases solar panel power back from people who have personal solar panels at a rate. If we were to produce more than we could use, can you sell it back to the grid? Can it go upstream? Or will we never produce more power than we?
Yeah, we're never gonna produce more power.
Than we.
Well,
than
never
is
say never, I
consumed.
guess, but
Right.
we're a long, long way from that. I don't believe I'll
Okay.
ever see that.
All right.
To go outside. And right now, all of our local power purchases, even our purchase power agreements that we have, like with Danvers Indoor Solar, with Abiomeds, the deals we have with those are just between Danvers and them.
Right.
We call that behind our master meter.
Okay.
All those transmission companies, they don't like that.
Oh.
Because we've kept it on our little world, and that's, it makes
Okay.
it far more economical.
Very good. Mr. Duggan, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, I had a follow-up, but first, just for what you just mentioned about the purchase back from like Danvers Indoor Sports, do you buy back at the retail or the wholesale price?
Negotiated wholesale price. We buy everything that they generate.
Okay, that makes sense, because wholesale is better for us than to pay them retail.
Right.
And then, a few minutes ago, you mentioned about the in-home vehicle charging stations, and you want to incentivize their use off-peak hours. Have you thought about doing the same type of program for people that would be able to put their like dishwashers or their dryers on a timer and have them operate overnight rather than during the peak hours of the day? Is that with our smart meters? Do we have that?
Yes, we have that capability, and we're looking to do that with smart homes. The biggest bang for the buck is with the electric cars, but we'd like to
Right.
do that for all the electric appliances.
Yeah.
Yep. Even, say in the summertime, or in the winter, like a pool heater or something like that, turning that down at the peak time. Something like that would really be beneficial to us.
Well, I think if the benefit is widespread use, I think. So if you just had like maybe 5 or 10% of the homeowners that bothered to go through, it's sort of like an inconvenience, right? But if you could really make it worthwhile, I think you would really grow the numbers. So.
Yeah, once the numbers of that availability gets better, then it's gonna make sense for us to do it. It's coming.
Okay, all right, that's fine, that's all I have.
So the smart meters, do we have those now? They're all installed?
Yes. Yeah, every
Every
Danvers
house,
home.
every Danvers home has them now, right? Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? This one does not require a vote. We don't have to take a vote on this one. Thank you.
So the last thing on our agenda today is to go through the capital outlay proposals. Before we do that, we just wrapped up the operating budget, and I want to recognize 4 members of the team not here today who all contribute to that process. Ann Freitas was here earlier today, our executive secretary to the town manager. Judy Smith, our purchasing specialist. Heather Varney, our town accountant, and Giuliani Vittini, our HR generalist. All put in countless hours behind the scenes to make sure that the budget was balanced and understandable and clean. So I wanted to acknowledge them before we dive into the last segment today, which is our FY23 capital outlay proposal. And I will just kind of summarize here, and then I'll turn it right back to Dave, give him a chance to catch his breath after all the discussion of electricity and gas prices. But so this slide, not surprisingly, we get more requests each year than we are able to fund. We were able to, between the Arpa funds that we received and the strong free cash certification, that was, I think, the result, as we talked about this morning, of maximizing reimbursements from the state and the federal government for COVID costs, being judicious last year at town meeting. We were able to make some headway. So, the good news is we are able to fund, close to $10 million in capital improvements. But obviously, there's always more. We had $14 million in requests this year based on our various capital plans that we follow pretty closely. So, with that, we'll jump to the first slide here, which is the capital outlay. Select Board Member Bernard was asking a few moments ago about the water and sewer rate supported. So we'll be able to kind of drill into those. But you can see kind of, we'll advance the slide, but this shows you kind of the breakdown across the departments in terms of what is proposed. Sorry, next slide.
Nope.
Oh, sorry.
There's a breakout of each vehicle in your packet, in the select board packet. Should be towards the back.
It's actually just before the electric department budget in your packets, if you wanted to go to that. So we don't, question you, Mr. Chairman, we don't have the breakout on the slide, but if folks have turned to their budget, you can see the roll-up for the 688,000, which is broken across Public Works, Police, and Fire. But for the, in the interest of time, I will read what's in the book for those who don't have it in front of them. There's a proposal this year to replace an aerial bucket truck for the Forestry Division.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, you said that just, oh, that one. Okay, I got it. Mine was on the page ahead. Thank you, got it.
So Public Works, so within the 319,000 that you see on the screen for Public Works tax supported, we have the replacement of a 55-foot aerial bucket truck for Forestry and Grounds. That's a $210,000 piece of equipment. In the Buildings Division, we have a dump truck for $60,000. And DPW administrative vehicle, $38,000, and an $11,000 leaf blower. And David, you asked in the past about the price of carpet at the library. This is not the kind of leaf blower we would buy at Home Depot. This is an impressive piece of machinery. But those are the four pieces that total for the Public Works. If anybody has questions on those. And I will, we can circle back, but I'll keep moving along.
I think the audience.
They talked about that.
Oh. Well, I don't know if the chair's ready to take
I'm sorry,
comment from the
yes.
public versus the.
No, I'm not yet.
Okay.
We'll get to you.
Okay. Do you want to keep going through and then we can do
Go
questions?
through and then we'll come back. And
So we talked about the police and fire already. Those are the 5 cruisers.
Yep.
And the administrative SUV. For the schools, we have a $90,000 bus and 2 passenger vans for $40,000 each. That rolls up to the $170,000. Within the water budget, we have 2 trucks being replaced. We have a service truck and a dump truck, which roll up to the $190,000. And similarly, I'm sorry, yes, Rodney's correcting me. There are 2 vehicles that are being shared between the 2 departments. So we have the dump truck, $102,000 is half of that, and that vehicle is shared between water and sewer, and similarly the dump truck. So all told, that rolls up to the 1.2 million, and that was very fast, and I didn't really do service, so we're happy to kind of drill into any of those that you have questions about.
Sure, let's start with the board first. Select Board Member Renard.
Nope, I see the capital improvement recommendations. So the proposed, requested versus proposed, we're under, which is great. We had 13.9 million, right? Versus 10.2, roughly, grand total. Those trucks, I mean, the chiefs did talk about the vehicles that they were shifting and buying, and that's fine. And did we say, Steve, on the average life of a lot of these vehicles, it's like 10 years?
Well, the police,
Not for the police and the
Yeah.
fire, not for the administrative ones, but the other trucks, the fleet?
Yeah, the fleet, we try to get at least 10 years
10
out of
years,
it.
right?
Like the aerial lift, that truck, we're going to get a little like 13 and a half years out of that
Yeah.
one. And but at least 10.
Okay, that's what I thought, no.
Smaller cars, 7 to 8, but the big trucks, at least 10.
So it's probably a good time to buy now, and what do we do with the old? What do we do with the old? Do we put it out on the market or get some?
We try to do
Trade?
2 different ways. We put it out to get a trade-in price with we're getting a new truck from. If we don't like the trade-in price, when we bid it out, we say an option, we might take your trade-in price if it's high enough. If it's not, we do it through a municipal bid process, which is an online bidding process for vehicles.
I would think the trade would be great right now.
Yes,
Right,
sometimes
yeah.
we have
So
to
who
fight
knows?
to get it up.
It's a crapshoot, right, no, but.
But if the trade isn't good, we go through the municipal bid, it's an online bidding, and it works fantastic for towns now. Something we
that-
didn't used to have.
Is
and it's
that
great.
like, does the public get to see stuff like that, Rodney, the municipal bids? Is
Yeah,
it-
the public bids on it, so anybody can bid on it.
Oh, okay. What's the website for that? You know, I'm just curious, I don't know, like the.
Yeah, if you Google municipal bids in Mass,
okay,
it'll
yeah.
come right up.
All right, no, that's good. Other than that, I mean, we need the passenger bus and the vans, so I'm good. I'm all set.
Thank you. Select
you.
Board Member Duggan.
I'm all set, thanks.
Select Board Member Mills. Select Board Member Bennett.
Thank you. Just like to make a comment on the capital request in total, 10,277,000. Last year was 3.4, and there's obviously a reason why we reduced that request to the proposed. But in fiscal 21, the approved dollar amount was 4.9, so we're actually in 2 years up in excess of 50%.
Well, can I,
on capital.
I don't see, not reflected on this slide, it is the biggest driver here, Dan, there's a $4.5 million line item for the landfill project.
Yep.
And that's not on the slide, but it's in the budget book under capital improvements. That's actually a borrowing that will be fully reimbursed by the revenue that's collected when we do that. So you almost have to pull that off to do an apples to apples comparison. So it's really like getting up to $6 million. And that's across general fund and the utilities.
The, you're just talking about the 4 million, was it?
4.5 for the landfill capping.
Yeah, the landfill. Is that the life of the project, or is it just phase 1 or 2?
Say that again, Dan, I'm sorry.
Is that money the total cost for that project, or is it only a portion of the project itself?
So
we've already done some work.
Well, the $4.5 million is a number that came from our consultant, and that would be the design work and the monitoring, and then the permitting and the closeout, I believe. So that's the total cost to fill and cap the landfill. The revenue conservatively should be well in excess of the money spent. That project will be separate from the ground mount solar project that will then follow on the property once the horseshoe is filled.
It's the whole project cost.
Yeah.
It is the whole project cost.
Yep.
That's what David said. Okay.
Yeah.
And we're going to borrow that.
We will borrow that, and we'll use we thought originally we'd be able to use the revenue to pay down the debt. It sounds from guidance from bond counsel that money will flow to the general fund, but then we'll turn around and use it to pay off the debt. So we wanted to do it out of a single account, but we're going to have to do it through separate transactions. But we wouldn't be talking about this if the revenue conservatively weren't in excess of the cost.
It was not in mine, I don't think.
And the technology plan, that's money that used to be in warrant articles, or?
No, so right now we're talking specifically about the $688,000 capital outlay, and we'll talk about the tech plan in just a couple minutes.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
There's so many pages here.
I know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the audience, Mr. Bradstreet.
Danvers uses many vehicles. Other communities use several vehicles. We can't be the only community buying this particular or that particular vehicle. There must be others, communities that are buying them about the same time. Do we have any chance of joining with another community for multiple purchase and getting a better price? We're trying to save money here.
So when we go to buy vehicles, we have options to either go out to bid ourselves, or there are state organized and county organized groups that have doing vehicle purchases. So they're bigger vehicle purchases even than just two towns getting together, more powerful. And we have at least 2 options of those that are available to the town for purchase. So we've got those 3 options, ourselves and those 2 groups. Absolutely.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? All right.
So the only motion for this slide would be for the top line, for the 688,956.
All right, I'll entertain a motion for the capital outlay for the vehicles.
David? Second.
Motion made and seconded. I'm going to paraphrase. Motion made and seconded for a favorable recommendation to FinCom.
Yes.
And now
Favorable.
the vote. Yeah, now the vote. Select Board Member Bernard.
Yes.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Yes.
Select Board Member Mills.
Yes.
Select Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Thank you. Next.
So I was just confirming with Ronnie, that's the last vote that we need today, but we wanted to walk through the other capital pieces because we have David and Colby here. Sure. So next up, I'll turn it over to David. This will be a vote as part of the warrant, but again, because David is here, I thought it would make sense to talk through the projects that we have proposed for buildings warrant, as well as grounds warrant, pavement, and then we'll have Colby to talk about technology.
So on the buildings warrant for fiscal '23, there's a list that you'll be provided of 19 items. Do they have that list yet or
Not
not?
yet.
So you'll be provided a list of 19 items, which we have gone through. Like the slide says, it's both our schools, our town buildings, all of that. Some of the highlights, down at Endicott Park, we have to do some heating improvements there. They have a mixture of propane and old oil heating those buildings. We're looking to do that as a new electric test case, to do electric heat pumps and modernize that heat down there. We also have some sill work, some chimney work to do at Endicott Park. Here at Town Hall, we need to take this building, and we have the key system that was put in when the building was renovated, but we need to switch it to an electronic fob system, like we have on our schools and other buildings. So those systems were not cost-effective and really available when we did the building. But we want to put a fob system that we can give employees restricted access, limited access. We can cut a card off if we lose an employee, add them when we have new, so we can control access in and out of this building better. I don't know if Steve remembers, I don't think we ever used to lock the building before we did the renovations, but times change. We've talked a little bit about the Rotary Pavilion down on the Mill Pond. Over the past year, we took the money that was previously approved by the town to study that, and we found some structural defects underneath it. So we need to do work underneath the Rotary Pavilion to bring the decking and the decks that overhang the water up to building code. It's $90,000. So that's one of the biggest line items in this. So, yeah, and we've met with the Rotary Club on that, and obviously this is a big job. We're going to do it underneath. There's probably 2 more phases coming on that. We still want to upgrade the railings and some of the decking around the outside, and we're getting into time now. We need to do a roof and soffits up top. It seems like if we can go to town meeting, get this $90,000 approved, that Rotary Club will likely be a good partner with us with those other 2 things. And we met with Rotary Club and talked about all the options. You know, do we move this back on a dry land, have a simpler pavilion? But it's a costly building, and I guess it's the most costly because it's a wooden building built to look like the library. So it's beautiful. It's a beautiful building, but it's hard to maintain and expensive to maintain, like older homes are. And but right now, this isn't the fun stuff. This is underneath, and no one's going to see it, but it's going to make a safe building, and for the long term. So that's one of the biggest line items. Another building we need to do some work on. Oh, sure.
May I ask? I don't know if it's practical, but a couple of years ago, I spoke with the Aggie to see if the Aggie students might take the wood part of the pavilion on as a project, and they were eager to do it. Now, whether that was eagerness in order to sell the benefits of the Aggie, I don't know. I just wanted to not forget that, if that is anything that could help us. But with our negotiations with the Aggie on student numbers and all that, it might not be a good season to be exploring this extracurricular activity. I just didn't want to forget it.
No, our building supervisor, Leif Rockner, he's trying to eyeball like a piece that we could do, like whether it's a deck or some railing that we could do through an Aggie project. So we're eyeballing that. Something a little less dangerous than putting steel beams and concrete underneath.
We've got to coordinate that with the political department.
Yeah, I'll clear it. The other building, a couple more things I do want to mention is the up to Engine 2, that we need to get inside of Engine 2, another long building that doesn't probably get as much attention as it should be. Those firefighters are living inside that building 24 hours a day. It's like they're home during the day. We haven't painted the inside for a long time. We need to get inside, paint the interior of that. We need to do some lighting upgrades. And probably next year we'll see a kitchen upgrade and then maybe some bathroom upgrades coming. But it's time. That building has hit the need on on our capital plan to get up there. And then at the front of Holton Richmond Middle School is a couple things. The historic parts on the front, the pointing on the stairs, the windows on the historic stairs. We need to do some money up there on the front of that building, maintaining that. And then we need to paint the front of this building. So we knew when we put the historic wood on the front of this building, we were going to have to keep a plan going to keep painting. And so we have $15,000 to paint the front of this building. And we're probably going to see a little painting project on this building every year as we move around the sides of the building and keep it in good shape. Those are the highlights of building improvements, and we'll get the whole list out to you shortly.
And I actually, I'm going to jump in here and make a suggestion. This is a relatively, we've been modifying this workshop in the last couple of years to try to figure out what works best. We've tried to incorporate the known capital expenses up front as part of the budget review process, but we are realizing in real time, we're asking David to go into details for which the narratives haven't been written yet. Same will be true of Colby, who's been patiently waiting all day, and I'm going to owe him a cheeseburger for sticking around all day. But I think it's going to make a lot more sense for us to get into these details as part of the warrant review once all of that information is before the board.
Sure.
So I think at that, there are no more votes required today. My suggestion would be that we continue this conversation once the details are in front of everybody. So. And as I said, I'm going to owe both of these guys something for figuring out. But
Colby's been here all day.
we'll make it up to Colby.
Cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger in paradise. That's right.
Yeah. Go for the lobster roll at market price.
I know what he eats, and none of those are going to appeal to him.
If the board's amenable to that, we can just hold off the rest of the discussion of the warrant article discussion. You all good with that?
I'm good.
Everybody good? Dan, your thoughts?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay.
We're
all right.
pushing it now.
Very good. Is that it for today?
That is it for today. Thank you all.
I want to thank everybody. I want to thank all the department heads, all of you who stayed all day to present. I do appreciate this. For some of us who've been on the board a long time, we used to do this over several nights, and that got more tedious as well. I appreciate knocking it out in one day. We'll do the warrants, and I've seen the agenda for Tuesday, which includes warrants, discussions, and dates that we're going to set. So if there's nothing else, thank you very much. Thank DCAT.
Can I offer a small report on today's test?
Yes, please do.
Couple of times today, you got cut out early in the morning in your presentation.
We had a flaky, I'm sorry, Dan, I think that's because we had a flaky microphone that got switched out at lunchtime.
Okay, well, let me continue. The public mic cut out at 3:20. Steve cut out at 4:07. And after 2 o'clock, many of my responses were delayed or echoed back, not too sure which. But overall, I think this worked out very well being at this side of the screen, but a couple of times the mic's cut out.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the report. And I think it's been generally, from my perspective on this side, a couple of things I noted for consideration. With the TV set up there, which is where it's set up, it was fine when because when Dan would ask a question, people would naturally navigate to looking at him. However, the camera in the position above him, pointing at them, made it seem more natural. So you wouldn't want the camera necessarily against that wall, the back wall, or the front wall where I couldn't turn or others couldn't turn to see it. I think that may be a good natural location. Maybe, I don't know if that goes higher because people would sit down.
Well, this is a fill-in for the device. Greg had mentioned the other day, we ordered a screen with a cart, and it arrived broken. So Greg and his team actually wheeled this over from DCAT. It's on social media. You can see the three of them pushing this down the street in preparation for today. It's pretty funny.
AV Club was at work?
Exactly. So that's helpful. I think we don't know the permanent position yet, but I would agree. It seems to have worked pretty well today. Yeah. It felt not the same as having Dan, but as natural as it's going to be having a discussion. The delay seemed pretty minimal.
I was also watching it on my laptop as it was happening, and there was a delay, Dan, between. So I'm not sure if DCAT was I think DCAT was giving the live feed. So I anticipated a delay when I responded to you or when I asked for your comments. They just had a small amount of delay on our side, but it's understandable and workable. And we do need the 3-second delay for, used to be for Selectman Clark, but now I guess it's for now Selectman Mills. So, anything else, Dan?
No, that's it. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, DCAT. I started to say thank you, DCAT, for being here all day and helping us indulge in this experiment. It seemed positive for our first time around. Thank you. Have a good night. Have a good weekend.